Whoa, did I turn this on? Hello? Oh my god. Another glorious day. Another... Hold on, are there any more tweets I need to retweet? To shit on Hassan. Where are we at? Let me check. Listen, maybe Factorio March, okay? Why do you keep chasing women out of other streams? What? All right, what do we got? LSF running defense for Hassan? What, by deleting the clips? I don't think that's helping very much. Don't think that did much for him.
Oh, that's wholesome. Shout to the guys that made the...
Shout out to the homies.
Hey, that's good energy right there. That's good energy. And this is a lot of information in Indo that I'm not sure who can use that information to their advantage the most, but I think both players hopefully know their Cavapod.
Well, both are going to instantly scan. Chicago Geographer picks up the post.
It looks like he's very confident in going
and
Sula here, and he's going to instantly lock in.
AZ instant
Moo
lock.
isn't too confident. Zoom in. Hopefully he knows.
Moo's found it just a bit later. He's trying to read it. But can he comprehend it as well as CG, Trevor?
He has 3 seconds to guess in. Can CG... He's going... Wait, this is going to be massive.
Oh, this is big!
He's done it!
Oh, my!
CG's done it!
CG!
Indo.
Once again, just a few points off the 5K. Moo, the cows, out in the field.
Okay. I was wondering where that was going.
Yeah, cows out in the field. Not going to be sleeping warm in the...
Oh, that's wholesome.
Wow.
This is a pre-recorded message, you know. How long did the recipe take? It would say it would take about an hour, because like you have to let it marinate for like 30 minutes, and then we're back to the kitchen. Back to the kitchen.
Oh, Dexerto took it down too? What?
Are you okay?
I'm good. Nothing.
What fell?
I have found something that I like.
Oh, 15-minute video. Oh boy.
The comment is the following. Glenn is an eminently reasonable person. It's always good to preface paragraphs of criticism by that kind of a preface. And so I am left puzzled by the following. Remember early on when everyone to the left of the center was talking about the all-important, quote, context? My puzzlement, Glenn fails to mention at all the context in which the fighting in Gaza is occurring. That is, Hamas is actively fighting the IDF in civilian areas behind and under civilians. As long as that is the case, Israel will continue to prosecute the war that was declared on them on October 7th, and civilians will continue to die. All right, I'm just going to stop there. And already there's a premise, a fundamental premise that with which I vehemently disagree, and it alters everything else that follows from that, which is just like I think it is incredibly ahistorical and distorted to believe that the war between Ukraine and Russia began on February 22nd, 2022, when the Russians invaded Ukraine.
Let me get water real quick, one sec. He supports Russia, doesn't he? Does he say that like Russia has a right or some bullshit?
February 24th, because it was preceded by 8 years of a civil war between Russian-backed separatists in eastern Ukraine and a coup government that the United States helped to install after it overthrew the
I thought so. Okay.
democratically elected government in 2014, and the expansion of NATO, and all that came before that. So if you want to pretend that the war began with the Russian invasion and nothing else before that counts as part of the conflict, then of course you're going to say Russia was 100% to blame, and Russia invaded Ukraine in an unprovoked manner. Out of nowhere, everything was so peaceful, so perfect, everybody was happy, and then suddenly the Russians out of nowhere invaded. Then you're going to conclude that it was all the Russians' fault if you actually want to begin history on February 24th, 2022. That's not when the actual history of the conflict begins. The history of the conflict begins years earlier, which is why it's far more ambiguous about who provoked that war and who started that war and what was the cause of it. Things that we've gone over at great length on the show, in which most people on the right who support Israel are supportive of. That idea that you have to look at events prior to February 24th, 2022 to understand the war. The idea that the war between the Palestinians and the Israelis began on October 7th, 2023 is even more preposterous. There was no peace between Israel and Palestine prior to October 7th. Gaza is a strip of 2.2 million people that Israel has been blockading. Israel controlled the airspace and bombed the airport. There was one airport in Gaza City. Israel bombed it, bombed the only runway, and said if you try and rebuild it, we're going to bomb it again. So nobody can leave by air. Israel controls the sea lanes, so no one can leave by boat. If people try to leave by boat, the Israeli Navy murders them. The borders of Gaza are completely closed off, almost entirely by Israel, and then also by the US-backed dictator of Egypt. Remember that in 2013, the Egyptians had their first ever democratic election after they overthrew the other US-supported dictator, Hosni Mubarak. And unfortunately for the Egyptians, they elected the wrong person, Mohammed Morsi, who the United States did not want in power. And so there was a military coup led by General Sisi and backed by John Kerry and the State Department and the Obama administration that they praised as an advancement of democracy. And the General Sisi took over and began governing Egypt as a military dictator who continues to rule to this day with $1 billion or more given every year by the United States to do the bidding of the United States, which is why Egypt keeps that border with Gaza closed as well, in part as well because Egypt doesn't want people from Gaza being able to enter Egypt because they're not Egyptian, they're Palestinians, and Gaza is their land.
wait, what? The United States installed a fake government in Egypt, and that's why they have closed the border to Gaza. Okay, good. Okay, makes sense.
So they can't leave by land either. So what does that mean for 2.2 million people not to be able to leave by land, by sea, or by air? It means that they live in an open-air prison. It's not a metaphor, it's not a simile, it's not a symbol, it's a literal description of the lives of the people of Gaza. At the same time, you have aggressive, massive settlements being built, more so than ever, all throughout the West Bank, in a way that completely prohibits any possibility of Palestinian statehood, which means the Palestinians will live indefinitely under the occupying rule of a foreign country, an occupation that the entire world considers illegal, that is illegal under UN resolutions, that the Israelis ignore and continue to expand in the most brutal and humiliating ways. There is no group of people, none, that would accept rule by a foreign military that deprives them of every conceivable right imaginable. You have 20% of Israel that is composed of Israeli Arabs, and maybe you can analogize their situation to, say, Jim Crow in the 1940s. But as far as the Palestinians
Jesus, okay.
in the West Bank and Gaza, they have absolutely no rights of any kind. Their entire lives are controlled of and deprived by Israel. This is not the first time Israel has bombed Gaza. It has bombed Gaza continuously. In 2014 and 2018, the Palestinians in Gaza tried protesting non-violently, including with symbolic marches to the fence to look at the land that they used to occupy. And then in 2018, the Israelis decided to start shooting them. So they protested non-violently at the fence. The Israelis were shooting their kneecap and then killed over 200 people. So this is a population that has been brutalized and repressed on every level. So the idea that everything was peaceful and wonderful and the history of the Israeli-Gaza war began only on October 7th when Hamas killed several hundred Israeli civilians, which turned out to be the actual number. It wasn't 1,200 civilians or 1,400 people killed. That number was reduced to 1,200 and then to 1,000. A lot of them were, remember, it wasn't Israeli-Gaza war began on every level. So the idea that everything was peaceful and wonderful and the history of the Israeli-Gaza war began only on October 7th when Hamas killed several hundred Israeli civilians, which turned out to be the actual number. It wasn't 1,200 civilians or 1,400 people killed. That number was reduced to 1,200 and then to 1,000. A lot of
Wait, what is the actual number? The number that I found was 1,139. What is there a different number that's being floated right now as the number?
Them were members of the armed services, the armed forces, the IDF, the various police forces that responded. So there were a lot of civilians brutalized and killed. It was a horrible attack. At the same time,
Oh, he's not including any security, but he's just giving the civilian number.
it was part of a war that's been going on for decades that did not start on October 7th. Israel is a country that the United States has been funding and arming for decades now, and the United States is as responsible as is Israel for the denial of any kind of dignity of the Palestinian people. So you can call me reasonable and then say that I don't put things in context, but I've actually talked about that context many times. And actually, beginning on October 7th, the first show that we did after October 7th was October 9th. It was that Monday. That happened on Saturday, October 7th. We were on the air Monday. And I devoted, 70% of that show to arguing at great length, not with lip service, not as a passing comment, to constructing an argument as to why the attack on October 7th by Hamas could not be justified in any way, legally, ethically, or morally, independent of what your view is of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I condemn that attack many, many times. There's nobody 5 months into this war who doesn't understand the context. So I don't feel compelled every time that I condemn the Israelis to give lip service to the Israeli claims. Everyone knows what those claims are. But the reason why Hamas is in civilian areas is because there is no such thing as a non-civilian area in Gaza. Gaza is a very densely packed country where 2.2 million people are squeezed into this tiny little strip of land. There's no battlefields or military installations where Hamas can go and fight. It's just like the Taliban. They're part of the Afghan people. Hamas is integrated into the Palestinian population. And the fact that Israel says we want to go kill Hamas does not mean that Israel is then liberated from the laws of war, that they can go and collectively punish populations, that they can go and kill tens of thousands of women and children, which is what composes 70% of the people that Israel has killed, that they can destroy the ability of 2.2 million people to feed itself by blockading food and water. None of this context justifies any of that.
The context of living in a densely populated area also doesn't justify you conducting war actions from that densely populated area if you know it's going to cause great harm or bring great harm to your civilian population. This goes both ways. Right?
And this context is something I talk about all the time. It doesn't mean that every single time I mention Israel and Palestine tonight, the only thing I actually mentioned was the question of whether the United States should fund and finance and arm Israel and its military and its wars. Why does that require context of October 7th and Hamas? The question of whether or not the United States should be financing the Israeli military and the Israeli wars while millions of Israelis have a higher standard of living than millions of Americans doesn't matter at all in terms of this context of who's right and wrong. That's just a point of why is this the United States' war to finance and arm? So that was the only thing I talked about tonight. And actually, it was even narrower than that. It was about Ben Shapiro's support for the United States posture in Israel, aligning with the posture of the Democratic Party and Joe Biden and the establishment wing of the Republican Party. I don't think that context matters at all in terms of the view that I was expressing. The next part of this is another buzzword that's fallen away, provoked. The U.S. NATO clearly provoked the Russians in Ukraine and Eastern Ukraine in particular, but I don't hear much of any mention of Hamas provoking the onslaught that is taking place. If you are somebody who believes that the U.S. and NATO...
What caused Glenn's massive grift to the right? I don't think he grifted to the right. He's just anti-establishment.
NATO provoked the Russians in Ukraine. Why isn't the context that Israel provoked Hamas to attack on October 7th by doing all the things that I just got done outlining? I mean, if you're an American citizen, you were in the United States, and a foreign military came to the United States and blockaded the United States, bombed all of our airports, murdered anyone who tried to leave by sea, closed off our borders, periodically bombed us, and denied our statehood, presumably there'd be a lot of Americans, I hope I would be one of them, who would fight back against the foreign army doing that. And I would say that if I fought back against that foreign army, that I was provoked by that foreign army that did that to the land where I was living. So if you want to talk about provocation, I wouldn't say that the Israelis were provoked by Hamas on October 7th. I don't think that a Hamas attack that results in, say, 600 Israeli civilians justifies the complete destruction of civilian life in Gaza. 70% of buildings destroyed, 95% of the internal population displaced, the entire healthcare system and sewage system of Gaza permanently destroyed. No, I don't think that the day of October 7th is anything close to a provocation for what has followed. And if you see things through this lens of provocation, then I think you would say that it was the Israelis that provoked the Hamas attack. Last part here, if you're a River to the Sea ideologue or religious exterminationist, of course there will be talk of resistance and Finkelstein's glory is breaking out and the killing will continue. At a minimum, release the damn hostages. There will at least be a pause, but not even a mention or a hint that this is something that needs to happen because it is politically possible for the IDF to stand down. Honestly, of all the arguments that people make in this whole context, most of which has been very well rehearsed, everyone knows what the answer is to everyone's argument, the thing that makes the least amount of sense to me is the idea that the destruction of Gaza is justified by the fact that there are Israeli hostages still in Gaza. If you want to save the hostages, the last thing you would do is bomb the entire area of land where the hostages are. And in fact, a lot of hostages have been killed by Israeli bombing. The Israeli government itself admits that. Or the last thing you would want to do is starve the place where those hostages are as well. Obviously, people who are hostages have come out and said that they were deprived of food, that they didn't have anywhere near a diet of subsistence, but they were eating the same as their captors. There's just no food in Gaza either. Obviously, I think that taking up hostages is unjustified. I've talked about that before. I've talked about why October 7th is justified. But if you don't look at it in the overall context of what has been happening between Israel and Gaza, then I think there's no way that you can understand the actual context. And to say, well, I think that Hamas should just surrender. I mean, you can say that in every war. Every war will end if one side just surrenders. But at some point, people are going to fight back if they feel like they are being attacked and being mistreated. And I think that is what most Palestinians feel. At this point, tribal lines have been drawn. Human beings are very tribal. There are Jews all over the world that identify with Israel, that want as many Palestinians killed as possible. There are a lot of Palestinians who want as many Jews killed as possible. And when you unleash these kind of tribal hatreds, these entrenched tribal hatreds, I agree, it's very difficult to end the war. But principally, as an American, the question I always have is, why is it the United States and its role to keep this war going, to fund this war, to give Israel the arms, to pay for the Israeli military? How is it that that is something that American citizens should be responsible to do? And I don't think any of this context affects that calculation in any way. But certainly, all of these things are things we've been over so many times over the last 5 months. I don't think it's reasonable to say that every time I even mention the question of policy toward Israel, even in the context of just comparing the two parties and how they're similar on it, or questioning why the Americans should pay for it, that I have to go through this entire context every single time. I think we're 5 months into a war. People understand everyone's views on the context very well. And I think you have to look at, not every time I mention it, but the overall 5 months of discussion and reporting that we've done to see the extent to which we've addressed all that.
Wow.
The clip you just watched is from the live after show we do on Locals, exclusively for our local subscribers.
Okay, I don't know if tomorrow is real life or not. I have no idea. How does one even begin to engage with the destruction of Gaza / Palestinian death count stuff? We'll do that today. I think I have Ugh. Wait, what is this? Hold on.
Never meet your heroes. The other day, I ran into Ron Jeremy. We were in line at a coffee shop, and we started talking, and I asked about his routine, what kind of dick pills he uses, how often he uses them. And when we got to the front of the line, Ron offered to pay for my coffee. Wow, what a stand-up guy, right? Yeah, well, then I saw the receipt. Ron Jeremy, the guy who showed me reverse cowgirl.
Didn't
the
tip?
guy who invented
or did tip.
The dick pill pilgrim had tipped the barista
$5.
25%.
Oh, fuck, never mind.
There he was, my hero, giving handouts to some deadbeat fucking English major. Poured the rest of my coffee in the tip jar and walked out of there. Never meet.
What do you mean about tomorrow being real? Okay, the Piers Morgan bookers are weird. I can't tell these people are real people or not. I think they are. They look like it on Twitter. So tomorrow I'm going on at 11 a.m. I think, and then they said they're gonna talk with me a bit, and then they're gonna bring on Tommy Lauren. I have no idea what her views are on like any of this, or if I didn't even know she was like a real person anymore. Well, I don't even know what she does anymore. Have you ever spoken to her? No, I didn't even know she was still like anywhere. Tommy Lauren is fearless live. The fuck is this? YouTube TV. 3 months ago.
Tommy Lauren, host of Outkick's Tommy Lauren is Fearless show. Thank you so much for your time today.
I'm so happy to be here, especially with so much going on in the world. It's nice to have a meeting of the minds and have a good dialogue about everything. So many.
Well, Tommy, we saw a bit of outrage this week when there's that video surfacing of the imam in Maryland who has claimed that what happened on October 7 was a great victory. Let's take a look at that clip.
What happened, okay, during the 7th of this month, okay, it was a victory, okay, in a frame of time, that was a great victory.
And Tommy, what do you make of that occurring on your doorstep in the United States?
It's unfortunate, and it's not just here in the United States. In the UK, of course, Australia, around the world, these demonstrations and this speech has been taking place. And I think even more disturbing than that, you have Americans and American college students going around and pulling down posters of those that have been kidnapped and are still being held hostage by Hamas, going and pulling down those posters in broad daylight, proudly and visibly showing their disdain for not only Israel but the Jewish people. So unfortunately, a lot of people are showing their true colors. I would hope, again, that this is just an issue of miseducation, an issue of these people not being knowledgeable of the real situation and just wanting to feel a part of some social justice movement. But either way, the lengths that this has gone to in the United States and around the world is really telling of the place that we're in. And for me, it only reaffirms my support of Israel and what Israel has to do to make their country safe and keep their people safe, protected, and secure.
Tommy, looking ahead to 2024, we saw...
Nice.
105 on one of these players in the bush right here. 105 on one of these players in the bush right here.
Nah.
If you eradicate
Is Libs of TikTok really trans? I don't think so, but I think the meme right now is people are posting for her to post proof that she's not trans, since it seems like that's what conservatives want from trans people, or from cis people, or...
transgenderism, which I believe you suggested in a post today.
No, I never suggested that.
Oh, okay. You reposted a post that was advocating for that. What would happen to the people that have already medically, socially, completely transitioned and are leading happy lives? What would happen to them? I mean, what's your plan for that? If transgenderism doesn't exist, which it seems like that's what you believe, what happens to all the people living happy lives as trans people?
Well, first of all, the whole trans it's based on a lie. You can't change your gender.
Okay, but
so they could go live their life. I mean, I can't tell someone what to do in their house.
Sounds like you do want to tell people what to do in their house.
I never said that.
So you're totally okay with people being trans, just not as long as they're in public?
No, I never said that. They could. The whole thing is based off of a lie, and I think that this lie cannot be mainstream in our society. It's a lie.
And what harm is it causing, do you believe?
I like the truth. I like truth.
Right, but I'm saying what's the harm of people expressing their gender identity differently than you believe it to be? What harm are they causing?
Like I said, we are a nation of truth, and I seek the truth.
But I'm asking about the harm. What's the harm? You might believe it to be false, but what's the harm?
The harm is that there's a lie that is very mainstream and is being embedded into every institution.
I guess I'm wondering what the material harm is. Aside from it's maybe something that you disagree with, as in your version of the truth is different than their version of the truth.
God, have I been conservative? Is this recent? Why is she... If somebody wants to wear a mask, okay, that's fine. Why is she wearing a mask outside in 2024? What's happening? Be careful, don't die.
What is the material harm of them living their life as a woman or man or a gender that you don't agree?
Not anything that's wrong is there a material harm necessarily.
So there's no harm.
I didn't say that.
By the way, if you're conservative and you want to hate trans people, and this is the line of argumentation you want to go down, the line of argumentation is truth matters. And when we undermine things like truth, it destroys our ability to communicate with each other, and children won't know what they're supposed to be, and it'll cause people to think that they're depressed or they have problems and they'll go on HRT instead of fixing the rest of their life. And that's why it's so important to be true about the things that we talk about, blah, blah, blah. This is like the line of argumentation you go down. I don't know. I've heard other conservatives give this before. I don't know why she doesn't know it. I don't know why you would just say, truth, Okay. I like truth. I like truth. Oh my God. This is a troll. This is a rage bait video. This is a rage bait video. This has to be a rage bait video. Actually, you know what? Wait. Yeah, the breathing too. Maybe it's a rage bait video because like, wait, did she eat one? Hold on. No, that's just her hands in her mouth. Good, look, she doesn't even know what to do. She's like, oh, I've never seen this before. Normally my mom only serves me a mixture of healthy greens and whole carbs for breakfast. Okay, hold on. Stop. I'm gonna lose my mind. The baby is already fat? No, stop. Babies are always like chubby and fat and weird, and sometimes their arms are fat and sometimes their bellies are fat. Like, it's totally normal that babies can just look like kind of chubby. That happens. Please stop. Oh my God, please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Don't trigger me like this. Not this early, okay? Listen to this breathing. This has to be rage bait. She's gonna mix chocolate in with it.
This plant protein thing again that I tried yesterday.
Oh.
She didn't like it just flat out alone. I think a couple people suggested to do it.
Giving children juice is bad, no? I mean, it's... We're not getting into all of this again, okay? Listen, okay? This is all I'm going to say, all right? This is the only comment I will ever make on this for today. And then we're not going to do it any other comment today, okay? All right? There's no such thing as good food. There's no such thing as bad food, okay? Different food has different things in it. Just be aware of what's in the food and what it does, okay? So when you say, is giving children juice bad? Juice is basically, pretty sure it's just sugar water. So maybe akin to like a soda. Is it bad to give your kids like juice or soda? I mean, like, not really. It's technically they're empty calories and it's sugar, but as like part of a balanced meal or whatever, if they have a juice box or if they have a soda, it's not a big deal. It's fine, right? But like if you're giving them juice and cookies and a whole bunch of other shit, then it's probably not good. Yeah, just everything in moderation, or just be aware of like what's in whatever you're giving somebody or what's in what you eat. Yeah.
Smoothies, that's what my girlfriend said. But I'm not doing a smoothie right now, so I'm going to try to mix it with her regular milk that I usually give her and see if she doesn't notice. She might not notice if it's mixed with regular milk, and then I'll just put the rest away and try it again if it works.
Why is she giving her like a is she like lifting? Oh, never mind. Hold on. This mom is awesome. Hold on. I thought she was just like shoving a whole bunch of disgusting fucking food in her kid's face and everything, but she's not. Her kid's on a bulk cycle. She's mixing protein in with her milk. She's on that Ripto. Probably not a whole GOMAD, but half a GOMAD a day. Good mix of fats, carbs, proteins, with a little bit of extra protein for her recovery cycle. It's good.
But I'm not doing a smoothie right now, so I'm going to try to mix it with her regular milk that I usually give her and see if she doesn't notice. She might not notice if it's mixed with regular milk, and then I'll just put the rest away and try it again if it works. She might have noticed. I don't know.
This is rage bait. This has to be rage bait. If you prepared yourself for the claim that Finkelstein will never level against Morris, if Morris switching his tradition of pre-67 events radically in recent times, has he? Benny Morris, 1967. Morris was in the paratroopers from 67 to 69. You saw action of the Golan Heights. Is that true? I didn't know that. Damn. Why Israel feels threatened. Benny Morris. December of 2008. Oh, what the fuck is this being posted? What the fuck is Lonerbox doing? He's supposed to be serving me today. Oh. How fucking awkward would it be for this debate? Oh, his other channel? How awkward would it be for this debate if every single quote that I had to support every argument I have just came from Benny Morris? I keep quoting him. I come off as like a schizo stalker fucking fanboy. Holy shit, that would be based. Oh, okay, also real quick. I went through these last night and I readjusted some of my notes. Okay. I just want to identify what are the big things that I want to fight on, and then in contrast to which claims, and then why morally is it important, okay? So here are the 7 that I landed on that I think are important to me. Hopefully like in chronological order. Actually, I'm not going to read them to you. I'll just wait until Loner gets here because I'll have him, yeah. 23 minutes. What the fuck is he doing? Or imagine if I would have just read Benny Morris's books and every time he's trying to respond to Norm, I just cut him off with quotes from his own books. Oh, I should have just set this up to be a 5-hour troll. That would have been the... Well, actually, Benny, hold on. So in Birth, Benny actually says this, and this. Oh, shit. What if some potential blind spots you're afraid you might encounter in the upcoming debate? I don't think I have any at this point. We've done like 4 months of research for a 5-hour debate. I'm pretty sure like 90% of what I researched won't even come up, but that's all good. It's all good. Let me go brush my teeth and put my teeth in 1 second. These are, you know what? Hey, also, I didn't like these initially. The Invisalign stuff was pretty cool. I give it a yeah out of 10. Got like 1 month left, and then I'm done. Did you take progress pics for your fucked up teeth? Well, they weren't that fucked up, but they're like almost perfect. I think like a month longer. If you had to wear these for a year or something, maybe it would suck a little bit more, but I think it was okay. I'll be back 1 second. Does the link to his Obsidian notes not update? I just probably didn't publish them. There you go. Will Neff almost dies benching. Uh-oh. Fuck. 225. Very nice.
Yep, let's go.
With the fanny pack. Okay.
Go, get it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Yep. Yep. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Yep.
Oh shit, did he? I think he hit the lower rack. I think he hit the lower rack on the way down. Did he?
Okay. I'm great. Yep.
Oh, he hit the upper one. I think he was going for one more rep, and he hit the other one on the way down. Okay, also, I don't want to say anything, okay, because these guys might all be like ultra professional lifters, and I might just be really autistic, okay? If somebody spotted me like this, I would kill myself, and then I would kill them from the grave. Don't touch my fucking bar. Ever! Don't touch my fucking bar. Don't touch it! Don't touch it! I don't even know if I'm lifting the weight anymore. Fuck, that would drive me crazy. Like that? Oh, I would lose it. I don't know if I did this rep or not. No, he didn't hit the rack. His wrist snapped down as he went too vertical. Are you sure? It looks like he just hit the... The guy in the wheelchair holds the record for most Mr. Olympia wins ever. Oh, nice. No, look, he hit it. You can see him hit it right here. That's why his wrist... I think that's why his wrist goes forward, right? Look, you can see right here that he's... I think that's what happens. LOL at Destiny. When it's so heavy, you need someone to be that close to the bar. No, you don't. All you need is somebody underneath it so that if the bar starts to go the other way, then you can help them lift it off. There's no shot. If you're benching more, if you're doing more than 5 reps, you're not going to drop this. That should never happen, right? You're not going to drop it. You need somebody to help you lift it up a little bit if you lose gas on like your last rep or whatever. Does that mean he was too close to the rack? I don't know. Is he too close to the rack? The only exception is if you're doing some crazy world record and pushing like 600 pounds. No, that is not true. Even if you're doing a crazy world record and you're pushing 600 pounds, somebody standing over you like this is never helping you if you drop that weight. That's why when you look at, I'm pretty sure for professional competition, you'll have like a person standing at each side of the barbell going like up and down because those guys are ready to catch it. But like if somebody's benching like 600 pounds here, you're saying like, no, you're not going to catch this like falling on. You can see because I'm not saying this is a lightweight or it's not like anything not good to bench. If you can bench 225, no matter what you weigh, okay, congratulations. That's really good. But like even this guy, this looks like a big guy. I'm sure he could pull this. No problem, right? But even hovering as much as he is, he's not ready to catch this fall, right? Yeah. Like, yeah, you're never with your hands like this ever underneath. You're never catching a falling barbell. But again, it's not supposed to fall. Like if you fail, it probably just means you're not gonna be able to push it up all the way, and it might come back a little bit. I thought it's not to catch the fall, but to help lift it. Yeah, but like, if somebody's failing, if you can do like 5+ reps and somebody's failing the lift, the fail is going to look like you come down and then you're either going to go up and you're going to stall around here, or you're going to come down and you're not going to be able to push it back. A fail, when you can do 5+ reps, a fail is not going to look like this. It's not going to look like this. That's not what a fail looks like, unless you drop it, unless it's like catastrophic. You're never failing that way unless you're doing like maybe on like a 1 rep max. Like if you're going for like your ultimate, like most people. But otherwise, you're just not going to catastrophically fail like that. Muscles don't work like that. Like you've got enough to do 1 more rep and then you just drop it completely and you're fucked, right? But regardless, I don't think this. But even regardless of the hover hand spotting, it's not his fault. I think he must have just been too close to the rack. I think like he should have been further down the bench. That's probably why. Like you can see with this. Also, wait, hold on. Sorry, wait, no, hold on. I'm not gonna second guess yourself. If you are spotting, as a rule of thumb, unless you're a professional or you know way more than me, you're some other thing. Don't ever touch the bar. Ever, okay? Especially if somebody's not lifting consistently. It doesn't take that much pressure on a bar to change the weight of the bar by like 5 or maybe even 10 pounds. It doesn't take that much to do it. And that the difference between your benching your 225 or 215 might be the difference between like 9 reps or 4 reps, okay? Like taking a little bit of weight off the bar dramatically changes it when you're at your actual like work weight. Don't ever fucking touch the bar. Don't touch it. Just don't touch it unless the other person's asking you to. Don't touch it. Yep. Miz 1 rep max 315. Oh shit, that's awesome if he did that. Wait, where's that at? Ms. Kiff, 315. Drops 315 on his ribs. Wait, did Mix? Oh, that's why people on that thread were saying he pulled a Ms. Kiff.
Okay.
Watching XQC, watching Ms. Kiff.
I did this in like 2 lifetimes.
Did you know? My sign is asparagus, which means I'm over here stroking my dick.
Oh, he's repping it. Oh, shit. Oh!
I got...
Was he suicide gripping? I didn't even check. How did he lose it? Weird. What a fail. Damn. You can see what I mean, though, right? Like, is this S-Fan behind? I don't know if S-Fan deadlifts. If he does, S-Fan can pull... I don't know. What do you think? 400, 500, 600 pounds? Assuming S-Fan goes to the gym regularly, he's a huge dude. I think he used to do football, right? But even S-Fan wasn't able to help like at all, right? Like, because you just can't. That's why the like, yeah, you're never gonna catch a falling weight. You can only help. Miz tried to power push and not slow grind it. Oh. I will say though, okay, props to S-Fan, because look, even when Miz stalls for a second, S-Fan is not a gains goblin. Look, even though Miz stalls for a second, S-Fan doesn't just pull it off of him. He lets him push. He lets him push through it. He lets him go for that final rep. So you know what? S-Fan gets an A+ here, even though Miz ends up dropping it. He lets him go for it. What a god, okay?
I got lotion on
Holy
my dick right now.
fuck, dude!
I'm just stroking my shit.
Are you okay? Yeah. Holy shit.
I'm horny as fuck, man. I'm a freak, man.
Check that first rep. He's fingering that bar more than 2 horny squeals. Wait, what does this mean?
Okay.
He's fingering that bar.
I don't like to do this in like 2 lifetimes.
Did you know? My sign is asparagus, which means I'm over here stroking my dick.
What do you mean he's fingering the bar? Oh, like he's touching it? Oh, I'm sorry. You mean S-Fan is, sorry. Miz is dumb because he knew he only had 1 rep in him. He's ego lifting. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what Miz's normal lifts are for bench. I don't know. Maybe he's not.
Okay.
Do you know that partial reps are really good too, right? Okay, listen, okay? I've become the ultimate skeptic in everything, okay? So just like food, all right, for gym stuff, for lifts or partial reps or half reps or Smith machines or blah, 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 okay? There's no bad exercise and there's no bad way to lift. Just every lifting does different things, so just be aware of it. Some people partial rep for different reasons. Either they're working through an injury or there's a certain part of a lift they're trying to strengthen, or they don't want to strengthen the overall lift or whatever reason they're blah, 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 right? Yeah, so if people want a partial rep, there might be reasons for it. As a general rule of thumb, it's probably not good to do it, but... What is this? You let him go for it, but you have to be ready to grab when they drop. I'm sorry, but I don't think you can ever grab a fallen... If a person catastrophically fails a bench, unless you're with your girlfriend and she's benching, 65 pounds, I don't think you're ever catching... Probably past 115, past 135, you're probably never catching a failing bench, a catastrophic fail where they just drop it. I just don't think you can do that. Even 135, if somebody drops it, there's no way you're without like destroying it. You're not in the proper position to do it. You're not like emotionally and psychologically ready to do it. That's just, you're not, and then past like you're 225, 315. There's no way you're just catching a falling, or I say this, is there a YouTube video of this happening? Of somebody actually catching a falling like over 135 bench. I'm so curious. Hold on, somebody link this.
Hi guys, and welcome back to Lifting Vault. And today
I'll let this stand. But isn't this guy literally like one of the strongest people in the entire world? I'll let it stand. Okay, maybe he does catch it. Okay, but.
To talk about Panagiotis Terinidis, because he was training with the one and only Grizzly, also known as the Bloat Lord, and he was able to put up a very solid single with 170 kilogram, but Pana was not...
This guy is inhumanly strong, okay? Jesus. Also, what is this shitty... Did the metal break on this?
70 kilogram. Also known as the Bloat Lord, and he was able to put up a very solid single with 100
Oh no, he missed it. He went over. Bro, I don't know why people lift with shitty, especially look at how strong you are. Why would you have these dog shit fucking $55 Soviet Union benches? What is this? Look at, he's got these, he's benching with bumper plates, okay? If you have the money to bench with colored bumpers, buy a real fucking bench, bench, or just even a power rack, the fuck? It's because they're so strong, they aren't used to messing up.
Very solid single with 100
But also, keep in mind too here what he's catching, although this is a lot of weight, to be fair. But also, this guy's still helping a little bit. He only has to do half the catch. And the fail is really far behind, so he is in a better position to kind of like lift a little here.
Pana was not...
But... What can you bench? Nothing. My highest bench is 165 by 5, okay? I'm never joining the 2-plate club, ever. Until we get on that juice, baby. Sorry if this is a noob question. Do you count the bar on the weight? Sometimes. If you count the bar, then you only count one side of the plates. If you don't count the bar, then you count both plates. And then it usually balances out at the end. Depending on if you're using metric or imperial, though.
Don't touch it.
Yes, sir. Yes,
I did it.
Okay. I don't want to say ego lift, but like, yeah, that's pretty scary. He doesn't even do like a full lift off. He just like, it just goes down to his chest immediately.
Don't touch it.
That's still an impressive lift. Listen, even if it's shitty form, okay? Listen, what do you think Mizkif weighs? How tall is he? Miz is like 5'9", I think. He looks like this. Do you think he weighs over 200 pounds? Probably not, right? Oh, someone said 200 at least. I feel like he may be right around there. I'm thinking if he's like 5'9", 5'10", and you're benching 315, that's good. Even if your form is not the greatest, okay? Why don't people use spotter arms on the bench? I don't know. He said 195 last stream. Taylor the Creator, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I don't know what the point of spotter arms on a bench are. Because if you're benching and you're going down as low as you can go, I don't know, unless you can set the spotter arm to literally like 0.5 centimeters right beneath. I just don't know I don't know how they save you. Or maybe they would. I'm not sure. I don't know. You literally measured height at TwitchCon. You were the same height. Were we? I thought he was like an inch taller. It works because you arch your back. Are you bringing your arch down? And maybe, I guess, yeah. Maybe we could. I feel like if you're benching, I think the most I've rolled off my body is 155. So if you're benching like less than that, you can probably just roll it off you though. Although it bruises your ego more than anything else, but you probably can't roll like, if you fail like a 225 or more, can you roll that off your body? Rolling sucks. Oh, listen, that's your penalty for failing, okay? I rolled 3 plates.
Sean is to show you how to perform the notorious roll of shame when you are bench pressing, aka how to.
Yes, I will bench on my own all the time. I've rolled 345. You just have bruised hip bones. Oh.
Avoid dying. Now, I recently posted this video. It was a fail of mine at 347 pounds, and a lot of people commented on the fact that I made the roll of shame look pretty easy. Now, this is something I've learned myself kind of over time through necessity, basically because I fail bench press all the time, and a lot of the time by myself. So it's just something I've got used to doing, and I can now do it very, very easily. I believe.
If you have no spotter, you should be using no clips. I don't know why people clip. I don't actually. I'm gonna be honest. In retrospect, now I don't know why people clip most weight at the gym, except for deadlifts. But I feel like if you're benching and the goal if you fail is you have to start to like dump plates on the side, I feel like you're in like a pretty risky situation anyway. But I don't know. If you're gonna fail, I think you should probably just have a spotter. If you ask people at the gym, you could just like ask, like, "Hey, can you spot me?" Squats also.
Fashion.
Yeah, but like, what? Realistically, are you losing weights on a squat if you don't clip the weight? Is that actually happening? Maybe if you're like squatting like really fast, you're like, maybe. Hey, what's up?
Hey, Steven, what's up?
How's it going? What do you want?
Yeah, just doing the usual thing. What you doing now?
Waiting for Loner Boner Box, and then I'm gonna just probably tightening up my final main points that I want to argue with for Finkelstein and Rabbani. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I watched some of his videos on Gaza and such. I think his depth analysis was quite impressive, but I still think he kind of like got some of biased points, like the first how he covered the 1956 Fedayeen period and the first Intifada.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Cover the 1956 what period?
Fedayeen period.
Oh, okay, okay. Gotcha. Okay.
And also the first Intifada. Like he made it like that Hamas he kind of like ignore that Hamas was at least in some at least partially parts of like bigger Islamic movement that arose at the time, like since 1979, as basically a copy paste of the Islamic Revolution in Iran.
Okay. I don't know anything about the Islamic Revolution in Iran, so I can't, yeah.
Yeah, but it was basically, the 1979 was the big revolution in Iran that turned Iran from secular atrocity of Shah monarchy to the Islamic authoritarian state that we have today. So basically, it caused a big shockwaves for the Islamic world. But it was also the reason why Al Qaeda was founded. They basically tried to make a Sunni version of it because the Iranian was Shia, so Al Qaeda tried to replicate a Sunni version of that revolution.
Okay.
And Hamas was basically first it was a Palestinian Islamic Jihad group, was founded as inspiration from the Iranian revolution, tried to make any Palestinian version of it.
Okay.
And then Hamas later on tried to expand it, basically.
Okay.
So yeah, I think also the causes of the first Intifada, kind of made it with the Israelis just out of nowhere, somehow in the 1980s. If we ignore that context, it's just make us wonder why the Palestinians revolted only why the first Intifada happened only 20 years after the Israeli occupation.
Mm-hmm. Sure. If you want, are you as soon as Loner Box comes in, I'm probably going to run through these big points. If you want, you can either type at me or you can hop in and you can, if you want to flesh out any of these points they have or facts, if you think I'm right or wrong on anything, or you want to add more, you can always let me know too.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. I'm trying to think if did you say, are you Israeli and you live in Israel or?
Yeah, Israeli, live in Israel all my life.
Where do you live in Israel?
I live right now. I'm studying at Yale University.
I gotcha. When you say university, does that always mean Tel Aviv, or are there other large universities in Israel besides?
There are plenty of universities in Israel.
Okay, but I asked where you live, and you said, "Well, I'm studying at the university." So I don't know if that means does that imply?
I naturally lived around where my university is.
Okay, so you don't. Okay, if you don't want to say your city, that's fine too. I was just curious. I don't know if you lived in Israel. Okay, that's fine. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Boner Box. So.
Let's go!
Have you seen this guy? No, I've not. Hold on. Oh, sorry. We're just going through chat memes. Do you see the Mexican president literally doxed a journalist that wrote an article about his connection to the cartels? Nope.
Have you saw the protest against Lola?
Do what? Wait, say that again?
The protest against Lola in Brazil.
Fuck, I'm sorry. Can you say it one more time?
The protest against Lola in Brazil.
Protest against Lula in Brazil. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, my accents can, I know.
Hey, listen, I'm sure you hate yourself when I'm trying to pronounce Israeli names. So, listen.
Yeah, sometimes I get used to the Israeli pronunciation and I get confused when I try to make the English version. It's more annoying, saying name like Noam Chomsky, for example.
Yeah.
Because I'm used to the Hebrew, to read it, his name is Hebrew, sometimes I say Noam Chomsky.
Is that... Oh, because I guess it's... Yeah, okay.
Because, you have basically half pronunciation in Hebrew.
Mm-hmm. Loner Box Live. Oh, what the fuck is this guy doing right now, guys?
Yeah, I don't know. It
literally doing the hardest job of all right now. What is the hardest job of all? Oh, never mind. It's a Hassan reference. What is happening? My OBS is streaming but not syncing. What the fuck? Oh, how do you say Yom Kippur?
Yom Kippur.
Oh. Sometimes you guys pronounce everything really differently. Because I think I was saying Yom Kippur for a long time, and then I think I saw several Jewish people say literally Yom Kippur.
Maybe because they are Americans, so they tend to have similar Yiddish pronunciation sometimes.
Okay. My God.
Yeah, my grandfather fought in that war.
Jeez, nice.
Yeah.
Guys, have you ever?
Sorry,
go ahead. Nope, sorry. We're doing total shit posting random shit for a little bit.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, my grandfather, he fought in several wars. He always told me the most toughest war that he ever fought was the attrition war. The War of Attrition of 1970.
70, yeah, gotcha. What would he have been when you say that he fought in that war? He was down in the Sinai then, or?
Yeah, Sinai.
Gotcha. How do you say how old you are, or do you not reveal that information?
I'm 24.
Gotcha. Okay. I think I read that the war of attrition was the first time that Israel's population didn't seem like it wanted to sustain military conflict, because they were kind of used to all of the wars being like almost like a blitzkrieg, like very quick, very brutal, over like very fast. But the war of attrition was a little bit scary because the population didn't seem to want to just throw bodies all day at Arabs who had way more bodies, and it just kind of wore on the population more.
I don't think it was an argument, but it's something that really maybe it started, but it only, I think, only really felt among the population only with the Yom Kippur War, because the war of attrition, at least the way they made it, like they made sure the government to be as least covered as possible, because we still live with all the hypes of the 67 war. So they basically covered the 1970 as basically just a series of clashes.
Sure.
Some of them didn't even call it a war.
Oh, I'm curious. Somebody linked a thing yesterday. Have you ever heard? So I've heard that Sadat offered peace to Israel it was either 71 or 72. And I think,
I heard about it.
Yeah, Golda Meir didn't even accept it. She was like, "This is ridiculous. Fuck this." But then I've also
Here is the problem with that idea. The problem is Sadat didn't offer a direct peace talk. He basically just announced, "Here I have an offer, take it or leave it." Basically, with not any further debate, with no guarantees.
Gotcha.
Golda Meir was interested to, let's negotiate it, let's talk it further, but he didn't really come forward and basically say, "Okay, let's start to talk about our disagreement, let's solve it." He basically just say, here my offer, take it or leave it.
Okay. Have you heard about this? Somebody linked me this article. Apparently this is 10 years old, though. Golda Meir offered Egypt most of the Sinai for peace before the 1973 war. Was this like an official deal, or was this just some of the back and forths, or... Do you have any idea?
Right after the 67 war, Israel already announced that they are willing for a peace to give up Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights for peace deal. But they're only willing to make it for a direct peace talk. Like, if the government offers, Arab government will come directly and talk to the Israeli government as a recognized state, not as this Zionist entity.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay.
I mean, even Moshe Dayan was considered the ultra-militaristic guy. Even he offered to retreat from the Suez Canal to make basically come to good terms with the Egyptians.
I think we have watched this.
Even if Sadat honestly didn't want war and all that, I don't think before 1973 he had any real position to do so, to avoid the war, because all the Egyptian politics, basically, all the humiliation the Egyptian public felt, didn't really give him the option to just make peace with Israel without any fighting, without gaining the honor back.
Sure. Yeah, I think all the surrounding states supposedly felt similarly, yeah. What the fuck is Lunderbox? Okay, I'm gonna mute for like 5 or 10 more minutes and just go over some stuff, and then I'll come back, and then Lunderbox should be here, and then you can chat and fill us in on anything if you feel like we're missing anything. Okay, I love you.
Thanks.
He's not gonna say I love you too. What? Whenever you're doing lifting stuff and you're doing like form comparisons or whatever, okay, don't ever compare yourselves to Asian people, okay? Their bodies are built for powerlifting in ways that normal human bodies aren't, okay? So when you look at them squat, or when you look at them do any complicated big lift that requires like lots of like stretching or flexibility, just don't ever compare yourself to them ever, okay? It's not fair. They're different. They're built. Asians are just built different when it comes to lifting. I don't know why. There's always that one fucking skinny twink fuck Asian dude that comes into your fucking gym and, you know, you finish squatting and he's like eyeing the rack behind you and you're like, oh, do you want this? And he's like, yeah, sure. And you're like, okay, let me do my last set. And you go to like unrack it or you go to take the plates up. He's like, oh, no, it's okay, dude. I'll warm up. You'll warm up? What do you mean? I'll warm up. I'll warm up with your work sets, bro. And then this fucking itty bitty dude is like squatting like 405 for reps later on. It's like, okay, dude, kill yourself. Does he say it like that or does he have an accent? No, Asian weightlifters all sound like they're from LA, okay? That's the Asian accent of the United States sounds like somebody that lives in Venice Beach every time, okay? When I see an Asian guy in the United States and he doesn't sound like he's from LA, I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Is that 410? Like it doesn't even look like he's. It's fake. These have to be fake plates. These are fake plates. Look, and it even looks like an AI. Like, oh, this is how you do like an almost perfect vertical up and down, controlled eccentric concentric motion. Just a perfect, flawless. You know. Oh yeah. Don't worry. I got it. I'll rack it too. No problem, dude. Let me pause at the bottom here for like 2 seconds. So I'm not, do you think I'm, well, hold on, dude. If you're going to do that, make sure you don't bounce it. Make sure you don't bounce it too quickly off your chest. You might hear yourself, oh, okay. I won't bounce it then. I'll just let it sit here for a moment so that I can feel the weight on my body. Christ.
Or some critical, but you know, generally, I'm not here to make the big fuss.
Okay.
Oh, it's Bonerbox. Wait, are you guys enemies or something?
No, my chat couldn't agree on whether or not he was just criticizing me or not. I don't know if he was.
Wait,
I thought
when?
he was talking just now, but it sounded like you were referring to someone else because you were referring to things that I hadn't said. So it sounded like you were talking about like.
Oh fuck! I was muted. Did I just make some good ass drama? Wait, what were you saying? What were you guys talking about?
No, this was when you two were
Just
talking.
Oh, like just now?
People in my chat said I was being shit talked, but apparently, I just watched it. I don't think I was. So
Oh,
I don't know.
we were shit talking you.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have I've got 7. I think I've got like 7 big points of contention, and we're probably not gonna go through these in order, but I want to like make sure that I have these 7 points down really well, because I think these are the things that I feel the most strongly about, morally and factually. Okay.
Yeah.
And I want to see if first I'm just gonna run through these. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. Are you ready? Boner box.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Okay. And okay. All right. My first big point is Britain overpromised the same land to 2 people. Jewish people bought tracts of land in Palestine from willing Arab sellers under British guarantees to a right to settle in Palestine. It's inarguable that the Arabs living within the borders of mandatory Palestine were betrayed by the British. The Jewish people, however, were betrayed as well. In the wake of the British betrayal and in the aftermath of the Holocaust, both sides would have felt justified in fighting the other for control over this land. At some point, however, it must be recognized that Israel emerged from the fighting in this region victorious, and the surrounding Arab states recognized Israel as a legitimate entity. And then for why this is important, my factual disagreement with people that argue the other end is it is incorrect to state that incoming Jews were clearly in the wrong and that they were a colonial project by Great Britain. And then for the moral relevance, I have, it is important to recognize that the founding of Israel represented promises made to both Jewish citizens and Ottoman Empire subjects because it illustrates the moral complexity of assigning blame in the early stages of the mandatory Palestine period, shifting the blame off the Jews and more accurately assigning it to Great Britain. This is my first comprehensive thing. Go. What?
Well, I will argue it's kind of a myth that the British ever promised, at least in the same level that they promised to the Jews. It is a myth that they promised the land to the Arabs in World War I. It's all based on the McMahon-Hussein letters exchange, which never really guarantee the land. Like, I can recommend a book, an academic book about it. I think his name was A Twice Promised Land. This is the name of the book. Basically lay out all the documents that shows that the British never promised the land, even if the only thing they promised that if Hussein will be able to make a huge revolt across the Levant, then maybe it will be open to discussion. But the problem is, such revolt never happened. Only like across the entire Levant, only like 500 Palestinians, Arabs ever really joined the British, compared to 5,000 Jews in that area.
What do you think about this, Boner Box?
I haven't heard of the McMahon Hussein thing being contingent on a large, on the size of the revolt, but yeah, the language was just like Palestine's not mentioned. They say, what is it? The proposition would be it would exclude the districts that were the west of Damascus, Homs, Hama, and Aleppo, which is like the Syrian, but obviously Palestine's to the southwest, so there's like deliberate ambiguity there. So
and
I guess that part.
I think regardless of if they felt like they had held up their end of the bargain or not, I think that the British still played along as though they were probably getting some type of state once they had the mandate to rule over that territory. No, like I think the Arabs in both the surrounding Arabs outside of mandatory Palestine and the ones inside probably felt like they were getting a state. No, do you think that that's fair?
Yeah, because I don't think they ever promised the idea that it would be like, because I don't think Balfour ever explicitly said it was going to be all of Palestine. I don't think the British ever said that.
I mean, even the Jews didn't really understand if it will be all of Palestine. They didn't even understand what a Jewish national home even mean. But I think the idea that it was kind of like, the narrative is basically present as if the British did twice Balfour Declaration. Once a Balfour for the Jews and other Balfour to the Arabs. And basically to argue that they basically do a cheat game with both sides. But as far as I'm aware, like with the book that I read and the documents, it wasn't really the case. Like they quite several times explained to Hussein they are not intended to give Palestine to him, as long as there will not be a huge revolt there. And also we need to remember in 1919 there was basically kind of like a signed agreement between the Zionist leadership and Hussein that they basically recognized the validity of the Zionist movement in Palestine. So basically even Hussein himself basically gave up any claim to Palestine.
What do you mean when you say that he basically gave up any claim to Palestine? Also, wait, when we say, I'm sorry, because I briefly read about this, but for the McMahon, how do you pronounce it?
McMahon, I think it is.
McMahon? Okay. For that correspondence and the Hussein correspondence, which Hussein are we talking about here? Is this King of Jordan Hussein, or is this...
No, the Hijaz leader, the leader of a big Arab revolt.
In
Hijaz.
Okay, this is no relation to the Hashemite or whatever kingdom, right?
He was the founder of a dynasty, but it was before the Hashemites was implemented in Jordan.
Okay, wait, so it is related or not related?
Like kind of related, like.
Or are they like of the same family bloodline, or do they just have the same name? Okay, that's.
I thought they were Hashemites, right? Yeah.
Hashemites. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Because his kid was Abdullah I of Jordan and Faisal of Iraq, yeah. So it's the father of King Abdullah I of Jordan, yeah.
So there was basically agreement in 1919 between Chaim Weizmann from the Zionist movement and the son of Hussein, I forgot his name. It was basically the sign of agreement that they recognize each other, the validity of their movement. Basically, they recognize the legitimate Zionist movement and they recognize the legitimacy of the kingdom.
Okay, gotcha.
Are you talking about the Faisal-Weizmann agreement, 1919?
Yeah.
Okay.
Of which agreement?
Faisal-Weizmann
and Faisal.
Yeah. You can read more in detail in the book A Twice Promised Land.
Okay, so the Faisal agreement, what is this a part of? Or when you talk about the Faisal conversation?
It was basically it was part of like to talk about what exactly the aspiration of both movement, of both the Jewish national movement and the Arab national movement, but basically they talk and try to reconcile and basically debate all the differences. And it was basically signed in 1919 that they basically recognize the legitimacy of the Zionist movement. They said they declared that they don't see the Zionist movement as a European imperialist, but as a legitimate national movement.
Wait. Okay, hold on. One thing that's
Well-
going to be really important is for this debate, I think, is quotes, because Finkelstein loves quotes.
Yeah, I can give you a quote. I can even give you the exact quote.
Yeah. Can you link me that? Because that would be good, yeah.
Can even send you and made a short threat in response to someone else.
Isn't there quite a bit of dispute as well about the meaning of this text? Because I'm pretty sure when Faisal signed it, he added the caveat that he wanted it to be conditional on Arab independence.
Yeah,
so I think within the agreement it was peaceful coexistence.
He wanted to rule from Damascus, but it never really came into effect because the French deposed him. So it kind of like lost all the promises, but it's still considered, at least it's important is the fact that he gave up claim to Palestine in favor of the Zionist movement.
So what exactly is the 1919 agreement supposed to prove then? Because I thought Weizmann at this point was still saying that there wasn't like a plan to set up a government and it wasn't supposed to encroach on.
It's proved that the Hashemites and the Husseinis never ever claimed back when they were betrayed by the British by, the twice promised land argument.
Yeah, well, here, wait, can you just link the whatever quote or letter or correspondence this comes from?
I'm trying to look it up.
Okay, cool. I think for this section, for like relevant facts that I probably want to have on hand is, I guess, be able to discuss at some length, like the Balfour Declaration, so that Micmon-Hussein correspondence, probably going over a little bit of like the Sykes-Picot Agreement, and then how the League of Nations mandate system kind of like spread out over the Middle Eastern territories. I'm probably going to want to talk about Jews purchasing land. That's probably going to be a thing that'll come up. Do you think there are any other big factual things that need to be discussed under this particular thing?
If you're talking about, I know a big thing is that in 1920s, in the early 20s, the British like tried to propose like a binational single state. Do you know about, does that matter? Or like the idea that they wanted like basically parity in like a national assembly that would equally represent Jews and Arabs, and then that was ultimately rejected by both sides. And then that was when throughout the later 20s and early 30s that partition became like the more logical conclusion.
Sure. I know that there were a few papers. It wasn't until the Peel Commission where the Brits were like, they basically said they were going to stop doing it because they were like, this is fucked. Let's see. Would that be part of this?
Here, I'll send you the quote that I refer to.
Let's see. So multiple binational agreements / concepts until finally.
I mean, even David Ben Gurion himself offered in 1929 a binational state.
But the Zionist Congress didn't want that, did they? They thought they voted against it.
Because it was after the 1929 riots, like with Hebron, so we didn't really saw it as possible at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, was there ever a time when the Zionist I don't think there is. I don't think there's ever a time when the Zionist Congress actually voted in favor of a binational state. Was there? It was always a minority opinion, as far as
they were more in favor on kind of like federation types of, basically kind of like federation type of solution, and at the early 1920s and the 30s.
What were you saying, Stephen?
Didn't they agree in 47 to the partition, the UN partition?
That's not a binational state. That's two states.
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. Fuck yeah.
You read the quote I sent you?
Yeah, I see it. When I was thinking binational, I was just thinking Arabs and Jews living together, and the initial partition would have had a huge Arab population in the Israeli place, but it would have been two countries, right? In spite of these facts, okay, let's see. The Arabs, especially the educated among us, look with deepest sympathy on the Zionist movement. We will wish the Jews a hearty welcome home. We are working together for a reformed and revised Near East, and our two movements complete one another. The Jewish movement is nationalist and not imperialist, and there's room in Syria for us both. Indeed, I think that neither can be a real success without the other, and this is Amir Faisal, the leader of the Arab revolt against the Turks, who later signed an agreement with Chaim Weizmann, or Weizmann? How do you pronounce this guy's name?
Chaim Weizmann.
Chaim Weizmann, and other Zionist leaders during the 1919 Paris Peace Conference. Do you know anything about this quote, Lonerbox? Is this like a good quote, or do you think this is like horrendously pulled out of context, or?
Well, yeah, the problem is that you have Faisal's caveat that he said that coexistence would be conditional on the area being of Arab independence. That's what he said. That's what he wrote when he signed it. And so I think the idea is that like this was never going to actually happen because not all of the area was going to fall under Arab independence. So.
Yeah, he wanted Syria and Damascus, and it didn't happen because the French opposed it.
It didn't happen because the French opposed it. Okay. I'm trying to think of how, because I know that Finkelstein loves to just dump quotes, and I don't know if I want to dump quotes in response if I need to. So this quote would be like an evidence that, like, at least at some point there were, like, this would support the idea that at some point Arab leadership didn't necessarily view incoming Jews as like Zionist imperialist colonialists, and thought that at one point they'd be able to work or live together. Is that like would you say that quote like supports that idea, or do you think it's too far removed because of the conditions that this would have had to have been true on the Arab independence?
I mean, it's quite sure, but it's all dependent on politics at the end. Like when they saw it as imperialist or whatever, they not saw it imperialist, it's just show it's dependent on the political context.
I think it's also, there's some like Arabic argument that Faisal thought that he was like mistranslated by Lawrence of Arabia when he signed it. But I mean, I can give you an interpretation from U.F. Gelber, Israeli historian. There's a paragraph where he talks about the agreement.
Yeah, sure. Can you copy paste it to me?
Yeah. I don't know if this will give you the exact section, but let's have a look. It's on page 7 at the end. So he says, the question of borders did not disturb the first negotiations between Zionist and Arab national leaders. Sharif Faisal and the Zionist leader Chaim Weizmann met in Aqaba in June 1918, then again in Paris early 19. They arrived at an understanding that seemed to reconcile both movements' aspirations. This accord depended on the fulfillment of Arab national claims by the peace conference and also on the Palestinian Arabs' compliance. It soon became clear, however, that none of these conditions would be met. The Weizmann-Faisal agreement therefore lost its political meaning and remained a document of propaganda value only. I think that's pretty accurate, because if you include Faisal's caveat, then it's like irreconcilable with the Jewish state.
Wait, is it?
Because he's saying that the area has to come under Arab independence, and I think I'm pretty sure he's referring to all of it. No.
Hold on one second.
I mean, as you said, it never really defined the borders. It could be as the Zionists want to be part of federation with Greater Syria.
But why are they talking about Palestinian compliance?
Like, I don't understand how it's contradict.
Well, it sounds like, are you saying that this agreement is Faisal approving a Jewish homeland or a Jewish state?
He recognized a Jewish national home. It still wasn't decided even among the Zionists itself what exactly it means.
Okay.
At least it recognized the legitimacy of the Zionist movement, at least back then.
Because it sounds like he sees them just as existing as a national minority within an Arab-dominated state. That's what the impression I get from what Faisal's saying here.
I mean, I don't think it's really matter at really we talking about legitimacy. If we talk only the legitimacy of the Zionist movement at the time, I think it's quite confirmed, at least he saw it as legitimacy at some form, even if it's only for political gain.
Yeah, that's why I don't really know.
If you say at the modern perspective, will he recognize a Jewish nation state at the borders we see today? It's other discussion. It's completely different discussion.
That's why I don't know why this agreement is what is relevant to.
And I think it's relevant to the idea if Arabs who had the right to feel betrayed by the British, like because they supposedly were promised to have to have Palestine, but when the British backstabbed them and gave it to the Jews or something.
And you're saying they don't really have a leg to stand on when they say that because there was no legitimate promise made.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you can maybe argue that, but I don't think anyone would argue that like the way that the wording of that and McMahon Husseini was necessarily like worded in the best faith way because of that whole like west rather than including southwest when it came to Syria, and also specifying exactly what they expected the Arab revolt to look like and making that a condition, because I don't think there's clarity on either of those things. And I know I'm pretty sure that's deliberate, no?
I mean, you to understand, even among the discussion, even in discussion between the Arabs and the British during World War One, we're talking about promises over pure Arab lands, which mean excluded areas like Lebanon, for example, which which recognize wasn't pure Arab area. So even then, if there is, according to the academics, I can show you, we recognize also Palestine isn't a pure Arab land.
Okay. So this would like broadly go under the point. I don't even know if we'll get into the weeds this much, but like this would like the broad point that this would go into was there was never a clear expectation on either the British nor Arab side that Palestine would be 100% dedicated, and I guess with borders to a single Arab Palestinian state. Is that essentially? And then this quote would be like supporting evidence of that there was.
Yeah, I don't think it was never clearly promised. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. One thing that somebody brought up before that kind of sounded dumb, but actually I don't think it is. I think it kind of makes sense. Is that even as late as like the 1910s, 1920s, I don't know if like our modern concepts of nation states had fully emerged yet too. So like the idea of having like a clear territory with clear borders, with a clear government. Do you think that that concept like super crystallized like after the League of Nations, after the United Nations, or do you think it probably was before that, or?
I think it started to get crystal clear during the Peel Commission.
You think it's tough to get crystal clear until the Peel Commission? Wait, what?
Yeah.
I meant like the concept of nation states in general.
Yeah. Nation state in the context of the Jewish-Arab conflict, it started to get crystal clear during the Arab Revolt and the Peel Commission.
Okay. Okay. For Amir Faisal, was this guy involved when it says leader of the Arab revolt against the Turks? Would this have been the same Arab revolt that the Brits were hoping for during the McMahon Hussein correspondence?
Ottomans, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he hoped it will be expanded toward the Levant in Syria and Palestine, but it never really fulfilled.
Gotcha. Okay.
They said that the Palestinian population was still loyal to the Ottomans.
Sure. Okay. All right. We don't have to dive any more big facts here. I'll pad this out with stuff I know later on. So, do you think? I'm trying not to come off as like crazy pro-Zionist in this. Okay, so I think I'm going to keep this a little fair, because even if the Arabs didn't have a particular deal penned out, I'm pretty sure that the expectation broadly was going to be in line with what was going on with all the other surrounding states, that there would be like an Arab state that would kind of emerge from the mandatory Palestine period, even if that agreement wasn't crystal clear. I think that's a fair statement, no?
I think it's fair.
I'd say that it is their feeling. Yeah, you can debate feeling.
Well, but I mean,
It's
like,
also because-
feeling is really important, though, right? Because it informs how people vote, the actions that people take, the settlements that people are willing to settle for, like the military actions that people can stomach, right? I think the feeling is really important, right?
Yeah, it's important. You can't factually debate it. It's something subjective to the time.
Yeah, but I think you have to be aware of people's feelings in order to navigate.
I'm not saying to ignore it. I think it's something we shouldn't take notes. But it's not something you can factually counter it.
But you can if all you're appealing to is the vagueness of British promises towards the other side, though, no? Because I think even when Faisal made his caveat in the Weizmann agreement, he's referring to Woodrow Wilson, because obviously in the Paris conference, like Wilson's whole thing was, his message was all about self-determination. But obviously self-determination for the Arab areas didn't mean they form parliaments and start voting. He meant that the Arab majority areas become Arab states. That's kind of how it was understood as. They become Arab nations. And that's why people like Churchill throughout, even like in the 20s, were saying, like, they recognized that when it came to the Zionist policy in Palestine, they recognized that they were like imposing a very unpopular policy on the majority population.
But even in the, as I mentioned, we talked about clarification that there is separation between pure Arab areas, pure Arab lands, and not pure Arab lands. There were also majority in area of Lebanon. They still had to recognize that they should have give more right to the minority to the Christian minority there.
So are you okay? Just to summarize, is your whole point that the Arabs had, like, there was no, the sense of betrayal is basically based on nothing more than feelings because there was no concrete thing to get betrayed?
There was no concrete legal documented that promised them based on veto that all that area should belong to them because of how sovereignty was defined. Like, if you're going to make that argument, you can say that when Poland declared independent from the Russian Empire, they also violated the sovereign right of the Russian people because they were a larger group in the Russian Empire compared to the Polish minority.
Well, I think the important part about the feeling thing was that, like, I don't know if the Arabs would have tried to revolt or would have gotten any agreements at all if they would have known that after the dust had settled, that there'd be like a giant, thriving immigrant Jewish state in Palestine, right? I think that'd be the point, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, also before that, even during the Ottoman Empire, they made the deal.
Wait, what do you mean by that? Before the Ottoman Empire, they made a deal?
Even during the Ottoman period, like already in 1881, they already imposed laws against Jewish immigration.
Sure. Yeah, which that furthers my argument, right?
Yeah, most of the most of the immigration in the late Ottoman Empire, most of the Jewish immigrant was considered illegal by Ottoman law, but the Ottomans were just too corrupt to enforce their own law.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let me just reread and restate. Okay. So Britain overpromised the same land to two people. Jewish people bought tracts of land in Palestine from willing Arab sellers under British guarantees to a right to settle in Palestine. It's inarguable that the Arabs living within the borders of mandatory Palestine, I'll say, felt betrayed by the British. The Jewish people, however, were betrayed as well in the wake of the British betrayal. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, both sides would have felt justified in fighting the other for control over this land. At some point, however, it must be recognized that Israel emerged from the fighting in this region victorious, and surrounding Arab states were forced to recognize Israel as a legitimate entity. Arab states. Is that, do you think?
I think that seems fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then and then to reiterate, my factual disagreements are when people go over this historically, they say that incoming Jews were like just clearly in the moral and legal wrong. And that it was just like a colonial project by Great Britain. I think that's factually not true. And then the moral importance of the statement is, it's important to recognize that the founding of Israel represented promises made to both Jewish citizens and Ottoman Empire subjects because it illustrates the moral fallibility of assigning blame in the early stages of the mandatory Palestine period to either the Jews or the Arabs. Blame should be more heavily assigned to Great Britain. Because I think a lot of the Palestinian Arab or Palestinian narrative rests on this idea that it basically started off as highly immoral or highly unethical, and then it like basically prejudges or preloads a lot of the moral claims that come down the line. So,
yeah, they're referring to the Jewish immigration as Zionist invasion.
Do what?
Like the PLO charter referring to what you mentioned, to the Jewish immigration back then as the Zionist invasion.
Oh, okay. That would actually be a good quote too. The original PLO charter.
That's also why people who talk about like the settler colonialism of Palestine, they always say it starts at 1917, not 1870, because they want to hold like an imperial mother country like responsible. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
but,
they want.
Out of interest, do you know the origins of why people call Israel like settler colonialism? Like a settler colonial state.
Are you going to bring up the Soviet Union?
No, Patrick Wolf.
What about
I don't know if actually that's the... so basically the idea is this guy who comes up with his theory of settler colonialism is he kind of like admits that there needs to be a mother state for it to be a settler colonial state, right? So like you need a France or a British Empire or an America for it to be a settler colonial state. But I think the argument that he makes for Israel is that mother state is not actually the British, the French, or the Americans. It's actually the international Jew, the world Jew.
Based.
So that's
What is the motherland of the international Jew?
Well, that is the
No,
motherland.
they are
right?
the mother. They are the mother. Yeah, that's what because they refer to all the Zionist like financing and shit like that from like international
So
community.
who are
yeah,
they? Like the Rothschilds?
Well, they're just some people with money, some people who have money to spare. Yeah, it's like that's kind of why people call it an anti-Semitic theory, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like the wandering Jew trope.
Well, hold on. I think it's fair to reference this, right? Because Zionism was relatively unique in that they were able to apportion funds from Jews all over the world to support their projects, right?
I mean, you need to remember why it started. All the referring to the Rothschilds, the big rich Jews financing some kind of like evil, immoral thing. But you need to remember it started following the Damascus affair in 1840. When basically the Islamic world actively persecuted Jews across the Middle East. So it's caused Jews from Europe, rich Jews, to basically lobbying to free those Jews, to basically try to improve their rights.
Okay, sure. That doesn't change anything else about it being like about people feeling like it's an external, like worldwide, different type of like foreign funding mechanism, I guess, for property in Palestine, though, right?
I mean, it's quite odd. Like, what exactly did those rich Jews gain from buying land in Palestine? It's
what do you mean? They gained a country, right?
Yeah.
They gained a whole country. What do you mean? They gained a whole ass country, no?
I mean, now there is countries, but back in the 19th century, when those big bankers did all the financing, they only entered to more and more debt. They was sure it's going to be failure.
Sure. I mean, there's not necessarily a moral argument here, and I'm just saying that like if you're an Arab or if you exist inside of Palestine and Jews are coming there, it's not like they're just coming with no money and the clothes off their back with no external funding or support. Like they have like the worldwide Jewry, is that what they're called? In terms of like external funding mechanisms that are sending lots of money to help them assist in that early state or buying land or whatever, right?
I mean, if we're being honest, the Jews in Palestine for centuries lived at some type of system.
Sure, that's fine, but but the Jews in Palestine living for centuries is different than the Herzl, the Zionist project of.
No, I'm referring to the mechanism of world Jewry financing them. Specifically, the Jews in Palestine lived for centuries under type of mechanism. They were dependent because they lived as dhimmis and were need to pay jizya tax to the Muslims overlord. So they were in big debt all the time, so they were dependent on money what was given to them from Jews in Europe.
Sure, that's fine. Yeah, that might all be true.
I don't think anyone's saying it should. That's why it shouldn't have the same thing as like that's why it shouldn't come under the same umbrella as your standard imperial settler colony. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so you can. I mean, it's just saying if you're going to use the world Jewry argument, you're basically saying the Jews were always colonizer in Palestine because they always at least almost for the entire Muslim world in Palestine were dependent on such system of world Jewry to finance them.
Yeah, but it depends. Like, I don't think anyone disagrees that international Jewish money did help quite a lot with the starting of like Israel, right? Like, there's a good stat. Like, I think Golda
I
Meir.
just think it's really odd to argue it's proof it's settler colonialism.
Yeah, I know it's a good thing. No one here's saying that.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think we both agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was just giving the origin for where that, I guess, claim initially came from. Okay. I'm curious if there's anything from this charter. Zionism is a colonialist movement in its inception, aggressive and expansionist in its goals, racist and segregationist in its configurations, and fascist in its means and aims. Israel, in its capacity as the spearhead of this destructive movement and the pillar for colonialism, is a permanent source of tension and turmoil in the Middle East.
I mean, it's quite odd. I mean, Theodor Herzl at the time called for supported the Black Civil Rights movement.
Does that? How does that?
I'm not saying it's relevant. I'm just saying Theodor Herzl in the outline. I don't remember his last book. He basically supported the Black Civil Rights movement.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to think of what I would put this quote under for relevance. This would probably go under like why the moral claim. Give me 1 second to think about this.
We'll be back in 2 seconds.
Fuck you. 1, 2, bitch. $67?
I didn't run.
Good job. In the
so brave.
Was the PLO founded in 67?
64.
64. Okay.
64.
64.
The PLO. I mean, the guy, what was his name? Shakuri? His first, I forgot the name of the leader, the first leader of the PLO. Shakuri, I think his name.
Yeah.
He was basically a Holocaust denier.
Based? Okay.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And he also praised a neo-Nazi group in Latin America. The same group that lynched Jews as a response to the Eichmann kidnapping.
Okay. Boom. Okay. We'll find more quotes later. Okay. Anyway. Okay. That's fine. Boom. Boom. Okay. Second claim. Okay, my second big one is, while Israel might have been initially hungry for extra territory, the Arab states constantly gave Israel an excuse to take territory from them. In 1947, Israel accepted the UN partition plan while the Arabs refused and instead invaded in 1948. In 1949, Israel agreed to accept 100,000 refugees in exchange for peace and recognition of its borders, yet the Arabs refused. In 56, Egypt's closures of the Straits of Tiran gave Israel legitimate casus belli. In 67, despite repeated requests from Israel not to attack, Jordan attacked anyway, along with Egypt and Syria, losing the West Bank in the process. When Israel tried to return the Golan Heights in 67 to Syria in exchange for peace, they refused. When Israel offered Egypt peace in exchange for the Sinai before 73, they refused. When Israel attempted to reach a final agreement on the Palestinian problem in 2000 and again in 2008, Arafat and Abbas refused. For why this is important, on the factual disagreement, it's incorrect to state that incoming Jews... Wait, hold on. Sorry, that was the early one. Factual disagreement. It's incorrect to say that Israel was acting territorially greedy against passive states and that the Arab states around them were not engaged in a healthy amount of provocation. And then the moral disagreement is it's important to recognize that, especially in 1948, every state in the region was hungry for land. It's also important to recognize that while Israel ultimately succeeded in conquering additional land, there are multiple opportunities for Arabs to push for peace in ways that would have forced Israel to agree. Peace between Israel and the Arab states didn't come up until much, much later because everyone in the region assumed that additional fighting would lead to additional territorial gains, but this only proved to be true for Israel. Is there any broad part here that you disagree with or think something should be added more or...
I mean, if you reference the 100,000 offer, Israel.
What about it?
Taking 100,000 Palestinian refugees.
Yeah.
You're talking about after the 48 war.
Yeah, the Lausanne
I
conference,
will
or whatever.
I will say it wasn't even the biggest offer that Israel made at the time. Israel offered to basically
annex Gaza?
To annex Gaza with all its refugees and give them
Mhm.
basically Israeli citizenship.
Sure.
I don't know if the again wasn't the offer for the 100,000 rejected in Tel Aviv as well, though. I don't think the Israelis were going to approve of that going through. I think Ben Gurion privately tried to, or not even privately. We're talking about Lausanne, right?
It's
It was in
possible.
Not in Lausanne conference.
In the yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So there might not have been much support for it on the home front, but I think that the way that the argument would go is that if the offer was kind of floated or out there, if the Arabs would have been aggressive. Here's the issue: when both sides are acting violently, or when both sides are willing to fight, it's hard for, I think, anybody in the international community to come in and say you need to stop. So when both sides are kind of pushing aggressively, they kind of just fight it out amongst themselves, and then you see where the dust settles. So if the Arabs would have kind of pushed for this Ben Gurion suggestion, would have been okay, well, sure, we will recognize your borders if you do this or that or that, then I think Israel probably would have been forced to make some sort of concession or figure something out. But because the Arabs, out of hand, would just reject almost anything that would require an actual recognition of Israeli borders, which I understand why they wouldn't want to, especially so soon after 48, it gave Israel basically an excuse to continue fighting.
Yeah, I just wouldn't. I don't know if I would personally put as much weight on the Israeli offers as maybe other people do, because I think I can maybe read the details again because I've forgotten a lot of them. But I'm pretty sure that this idea of because Ben Gurion after 48 initially did try to push this narrative that Israel was offering a bunch of good faith peace efforts, but it was always being rejected by just Arab warmongering. But I think the actual story is a bit more complex than that, because I think the point at the time is that everyone in Israel, including the leadership, most of the leadership, were just drunk on victory, and they didn't want to make the concessions that might have been needed for peace either. So
I mean,
think it's a bit more complicated.
Egypt at the time, for example, wanted the whole Negev desert for basically any basis for peace agreement with Israel. The whole Negev desert.
And I think Jordan wanted a corridor from the West Bank to the sea, right?
Yeah. I mean, in Jordan, it was less problematic, but it was more big problem with Egypt. Basically demanded 60% of the state of Israel.
Yeah, so that's why I know that basically every Arab state wanted some territorial concession. Israel didn't want to make any territorial concessions. But then there's also the fact that I think that is there any?
Do you think that the Arab states were in position to demand such type of concession?
No, they weren't. But that's why. But no, they weren't. But that's why I'm also saying with the 100,000. Are either of you pushing back on the idea that Israel was just that Tel Aviv rejected that?
I haven't heard that, but I don't know if it got that far yet.
I never heard rejecting that. I heard that the Tel Aviv, in fact, already de facto took in 40,000 Palestinian refugees already. So they debated whatever to include those 40,000 that were already entered to Israel and accepted in the 100,000 offer or not.
I think I remember. I think that came from even the Wikipedia article. Is that they said, well, they would have agreed to 100,000. They couldn't do 100,000 and Gaza at the same time because that would have exceeded the 100,000. And if they agreed to 100,000, they'd already taken in. I think they said 20,000 in the wiki.
Yeah,
so that they would have only taken
whatever or not to include the ones they already accepted.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Let me find out.
But I haven't heard anything about how the I haven't heard anything about how Tel Aviv or the Knesset or whatever already rejected.
Whatever or not, we need to remember what exactly did they stop completely the process, or there was simply not any point to even discuss it at all. If the Arabs rejected it, was any point for Tel Aviv to continue debating about it?
So they're saying here, this is during the spring and summer of 49, under the auspices of the UN's Palestine Conciliation Commission, representatives of the Arab states and Israel convened in Lausanne, Switzerland, and held indirect talks throughout the 3 through the 3 PCC mediators. But the gaps proved too wide. The Israeli public, quote, drunk with victory, in Ben-Gurion's phrase in the cabinet meeting of December 1948, was unwilling to give up any of its hard-won territory or to allow back the refugees, 2 consistent Arab demands. The offer to take back 65 to 100,000 refugees was, as expected in Tel Aviv, flatly refused, and the conference dissolved in September, a total failure.
Wait. Can you link me what you're reading?
Yeah, it's from Righteous Victims. I'll give you the PDF. Yeah. It's from page 262 right at the top. That's a fucking massive PDF. Holy shit.
Yeah, big PDF. Whoa, wait. I think I have this. Hold on Kindle. 1 second. You said Righteous Victims?
Yep. The thing is, I don't think anyone's disputing that the Arab states were just not ready for peace with it, for the recognition of Israel, right? No one's disputing that part.
Wait.
I just think
the reason why I want to go over a lot of this early stuff is because when this early history, I'm sure you've seen this in the tellings of the stories. There's 2 stories that are told about early Israeli history. The Zionist version is that Jews basically stumbled into the Middle East trying to build a life for themselves while the Nazis, the Brits, and the Arabs were essentially on this genocidal, bloodthirsty rampage against them, constantly pushing them, their backs to the wall. They won all these underdog wars and they barely survived and blah, 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 over and over. That's like the Israeli. But then the Arab narrative and the pro-Palestinian narrative is that these Jews, basically financed and armed to the teeth by the Brits, showed up and started putting down Arabs and massacring entire villages and pushing everybody out. And the Arabs didn't really want to fight. I saw a Palestinian quote on Twitter where it's like, we welcomed you into Palestine with open arms and then you killed us all and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I just want to have a better grounding for that. The back and forth was there was a lot of aggression on both sides because neither side, and understandably so also too, I'm not morally loading either side. Like if I was an Arab and I lived there and the Jews were coming in the 40s, I would want to fucking go to war and kick them out. Obviously, I don't want a whole other fucking European bullshit here after we just won a war and the Ottomans collapsed and all that. So like I'm sympathetic towards it, but yeah, I just don't like the super one-sided telling of everything.
I can read you the end of that section as well from, was it page 268, about I think when I say the Arab world might not have been as ready for peace in 48, it does seem like some leaders were, right? I think King Abdullah, I think people believe was sincerely interested in trying.
And he was assassinated for it.
Yeah, he got assassinated.
By a Mufti agent.
Okay, Righteous Victims. And then what is the what page did you say this is on? Okay, cool.
Have you read maybe the War of Return by Einat Wolf?
No.
The War of Return by Einat Wolf. Einat Wolf.
No, I've not read that book. No. Wait, Lonerbox, what page were you referencing in the one book? Okay. Fucking loser. Does anybody remember what page he was referencing?
No, I'm right now reading the the United Nations Consolation Commission for Palestine from August 1949, which is talking about the 100,000 offer. I don't see any, refusal by the Tel Aviv, as he said, to objection about taking any refugees. I only see debate whatever or not it is included in already. Some of it included in the refugees were already accepted. Like,
Okay, let me see here.
I will.
Arab leaders and media spoke obliquely or explicitly of the need for or possibility of a redeeming second round of wiping out the traces of Zionist aggression or righting Palestinian wrongs. For 1955, the Arabs did nothing to occasion or prepare for it, but many Israelis feared that such an attack was in fact being planned and believed that Israel should strike first before the Arabs were ready and while they were off guard. Such key figures... is this... Oh, yeah, okay.
Israel.
Such key figures as David Ben-Gurion, the new state's prime minister and defense minister, and Moshe Dayan, a key IDF general from 49 through 57, felt that the 48 war should have ended with Israel occupying the whole country from the Jordan to the Mediterranean, and that a great opportunity had been lost to redeem the land of Israel up to its natural frontiers. There were powerful forces, including the socialist Adut Havodah and Herut parties.
Adut Avodah.
Yeah, okay. Who had not given up the dream of Jews controlling the complete land of Israel, and there were many in the defense establishment who believed that this was essential for the country's security. Yeah, no problem. I'm reading what you referenced. A number of politicians and generals, including Dayan, repeatedly voiced the hope that an opportunity would arise in which Israel could complete its historic mission and round out its borders, as well as expel its own inconvenient Arab minority. Indeed, they toyed repeatedly with the idea of provoking a second round, and in 55 to 56, they at last managed to do so. But not everything in the Middle East between 49 and 56 militated toward a war. Both sides had suffered greatly in 48 and were loath to embark on a new bout. Moreover, in the Arab world, the massive shock inflicted by the defeat, in some cases compounded by the overthrow of the old order, initiated a period of flux that appeared to hold out hopes for peace. The post-war situation had not yet calcified in a mold of permanent belligerence and inflexibility. In Arab eyes, Israel appeared to be a power in its own right, and one that enjoyed the backing and sympathy of the superpowers and of world Jewry, usually perceived in the Arab world as a unified entity of far greater potency than it actually possessed. Perhaps, some surmised, Israel could not be uprooted, perhaps an accommodation should be reached with the Jews, and perhaps, so it seemed, like the king in Amman, which would have been Hussein, the new situation was preferable to the alternatives, a Husseini-dominated or an Egyptian-governed Palestine. During the spring and summer of 1949, under the auspices of the UN's Palestine Conciliation Commission, representatives of the Arab states and Israel convened in Lausanne, Switzerland, and held indirect talks through the three PCC mediators, but the gaps proved too wide. The Israeli public, quote-unquote, or quote, drunk with victory, end quote, and Ben-Gurion's phrase in the cabinet meeting of December 19th, 1948, was unwilling to give up any of its hard-won territory or to allow back the refugees. The two consistent Arab demands, the offer to take back 65 to 100,000 refugees was, as expected in Tel Aviv, flatly refused, and the conference dissolved in September, a total failure. Wait, when it says the offer to take back 65 to 100,000 refugees was, as expected in Tel Aviv, flatly refused, this means that the Arabs,
I think that's by the Arabs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is consistent with what Shlomo said, because Shlomo was saying that, like, yeah, you know, Israel offered it, but they probably knew it was going to be rejected because the Arabs wanted more, and then that kind of gave everybody an excuse to continue fighting. Was Shlomo's take
So
on it.
I just wonder why he's talking about. Oh, because they don't want to do the territory and refugees together.
And because I think the Arabs initially wanted all the refugees to go back, right? Which was numbering into the, what was it, 700,000 some? Or maybe 600,000
right.
left?
Between 500 to 750, 100,000.
Yeah.
So I'm retarded. That's okay.
No, it's
Sorry.
okay. Jeez.
I mean,
the Israeli. Oh, I'm sorry. I can even read the next.
Israel gave the offer, and the Arabs refused the offer. Whatever or not they know about it, I don't think it's really relevant.
Wait, what do you mean you don't think it's relevant?
I don't think it's relevant whatever or not Israel secretly know that the Arabs will refuse to that offer.
Oh, I would argue that that's true, because if the Arabs would have accepted it, it would have put immense pressure on Israel then to move in that direction, correct?
If the Arabs say at least, so we're willing to, if you accept 300,000, we're willing. Maybe it already will put Israel in very big pressure.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't give any counter, basically. We didn't give any counter offer, so just left in there.
Okay, so... Okay, we can read this here.
So I think when people who are pro-Palestinian generally refer to this period, they will say that there was some willingness, at least from Jordan and Syria, to accept peace talks. I think that is true. It's just whether or not they're population.
No,
Jordan,
there was
from Jordan,
From Syria, you want?
I think because I'm going to make sure I have the understanding. From Jordan, that was true. The Jordanian king had always been fairly friendly for whatever reason towards the Israelis. I think even from the 20s and onwards.
He was more pragmatic.
What do you mean wasn't pragmatic? Like his citizens wouldn't have supported what he wanted?
Like he was more pragmatic with his Zionist relations. Like he wasn't big lover of Zion, but he was willing to recognize.
Oh, he was pragmatic. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. However, for Syria, like I think Syria was still incredibly unstable. Like I don't know if it was in the.
There was one short period of a coup of a short government that only lasted for a few months.
Yeah,
in
correct.
1949, but claimed they were willing to make some negotiation. But even before Israel had the time to really respond to it, it already was deposed.
Yeah, because that government lasted like months. Yeah, correct.
Oh yeah, but that's why even like Mars is saying here that like Zaim offered a more problematic prospect, but he too, it would seem, was ready to reach an agreement, even though it wasn't with as much enthusiasm, and that he didn't have as much of a mandate. But the problem is neither did Abdullah, right? Because if he was like literally assassinated for like the same reason. Yeah.
Well, but there was more.
Prime Minister of Lebanon back then was assassinated.
Yeah, there was more stability though on the Jordanian side than on the Syrian side, right?
Yeah.
I
mean, almost every Arab leader that fought against Israel in 1948 didn't survive the next decade.
Okay. Okay. So do you think this is largely agreeable, or would you flesh this out or change this at all? I'm going to reread this second point one more time. While Israel might have been initially hungry for extra territory, the Arab states constantly gave Israel an excuse to take territory from them. In 1947, Israel accepted the UN partition plan while the Arabs refused and instead invaded in 48. In 49, Israel agreed to accept 100,000 refugees or annex the Gaza Strip in exchange for peace and recognition of its borders, yet the Arabs refused. In 56, Egypt's closures Straits of Tiran gave Israel legitimate casus belli. In 67, Israel repeated requests from in 67, despite repeated requests from Israel not to attack, Jordan attacked anyway, along with Egypt and Syria, losing the West Bank in the process. When Israel tried to return the Golan Heights in 67 to Syria in exchange for peace, they refused. When Israel offered Egypt peace in exchange for the Sinai before 73, they refused. When Israel attempted to reach a final agreement on the Palestinian problem in 2000 and again in 2008, Arafat and Abbas refused. And then this is important factually because it is incorrect to say that Israel was acting territorially greedy against passive states and that the Arab states around them were not engaged in a healthy amount of provocation on their own. Provocation.
I mean, if you say that, that Israeli government had, land hungry, I mean, there were some Israeli officials who wish to have the entire land, sure, but it doesn't really mean it's reflected any official Israeli government position.
Sure, I agree with that, yeah.
Ben-Gurion, for example, was against annexing the West Bank.
Sure.
He was only in favor of East Jerusalem and part of Hebron, and maybe part of Gush Etzion, but either that he was against the whole West Bank.
That's true. I should get a quote from that for Ben-Gurion. If you can find that quote for me, actually, that'd be great, because I know he talked about demographic problems and everything relating to that annexation and conquering of everything as well.
Yeah. And also, there was, even Moshe Dayan, after 67, said we cannot annex the West Bank. In fact, he was very against the idea of really going into the West Bank in the first place.
Wait, is that true? I thought that Dayan himself was standing in the gates of the old city, like saying, bring in settlers, bring in people to move in here, like before the war was even over.
He wanted Jerusalem, we talk about specifically Jerusalem, yeah, he had the wish to go back to the old city, but if we talk about the West Bank, it's a completely different story.
Okay. Yeah, if you give me a quote from Dayan and Ben-Gurion, I can ship this.
I wrote an article about the 67 war, debunking some myths and talking points, and it's tackle at least partially the position of Moshe Dayan at the time.
Sure. Find it to me, link it to me. The moral disagreement is it's important to recognize that, especially in 1948, every state in the region was hungry for land. It's also important to recognize that while Israel ultimately succeeded in conquering additional land, there were multiple opportunities for Arabs to push for peace in ways that would have forced Israel to agree. Peace between Israel and the Arab states didn't come until much, much later because everyone in the region assumed that additional fighting would lead to additional territorial gains, but this only proved to be true for Israel. Do you think, broadly speaking, do you think that's a balanced take on this loner box, or?
Sure.
Do you think, loner box, do you think so, or would you flesh out the Palestinian side more? Do you think it's an unfair representation of one side, or? Is he
I linked
disconnected
to you
again?
the article.
Gotcha, I see it, okay.
In memory of my grandfather.
Do you have that Ben Gurion quote in here?
Ben Gurion, the problem is that I didn't include it in the specific article because he wasn't really in any relevant position back then. He was already retired, but I include several quotes from Moshe Dayan.
Yeah, let's see.
I mean, we need to remember it was Ben Gurion himself who prevented from the IDF in 1948 to go to the West Bank in the first place.
Wait, I don't think I see any quotes from Diane here about taking the West Bank.
He said not to Jenin and Latruan.
He said not to what?
Not to Jenin and Latruan. This is basically how he defined it.
Oh,
because
I see.
Jenin and Latruan. I use a Hebrew article, who debated whether or not Israel in advance planned to occupy the territories that it took in 67.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I have a article that specifically talked about the 67 war, but the problem is that is in Hebrew. Maybe I can help you to translate it.
No, it's okay. Right now I'm just looking for. I'm not trying to read whole articles right now. I'm just looking for like very specific quotes on any of this because Finkelstein likes to quote mine. So. What is going on with Lonerbox's internet? Damn.
In the hour 12:20 p.m., the defense minister ordered that the North will purify without entering Jenin and refused to let them to occupy Latron.
Probably end up going over the 6-day war in this, I imagine.
Am I here?
Yeah, is your shit working now? Hello?
I'm just going on my phone because my internet's fucking retarded. Yeah, I need to change it. My internet's just like being properly fucking horrible.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Is it just shutting down completely, or are you like not having a lot of bandwidth, or what?
Oh no, it's actually just shutting down completely. It's like it's been a problem ongoing for fucking ages. There's like a problem outside my house or some bullshit. Yeah.
Huh.
Not good. Can you hear me fine on here?
Yeah, I can hear you fine here. Yeah, but do you think? Wait, did you read my restating of the big second point and then the factual moral disagreement? Do you want me to reread it one more time? Or?
What was it referring to? You can just give me the breakdown.
I'm making sure that you feel like the statement is like accurate, a good representation, for the for the larger point, and then I'll just like, I think I'll flesh out more of the underlying quotes and shit just later on. But the broad point for point 2 is, while Israel might have been initially hungry for extra territory, the Arab states constantly gave Israel an excuse to take territory from them. In 1947, Israel accepted the UN partition plan while the Arabs refused and instead invaded in 1948. In 1949, Israel agreed to accept 100,000 refugees or annex the Gaza Strip in exchange for peace and recognition of its borders, yet the Arabs refused. In 1956, Egypt's closures of the Straits of Tiran gave Israel legitimate casus belli. In 1967, despite repeated requests from Israel not to attack, Jordan attacked anyway, along with Egypt and Syria, losing the West Bank in the process. When Israel tried to return the Golan Heights in 1967 to Syria in exchange for peace, they refused. When Israel offered Egypt peace in exchange for the Sinai before 73, they refused. When Israel attempted to reach a final agreement on the Palestinian problem in 2000 and again in 2008, Arafat and Abbas refused. For why is this important? The factual disagreement is that it is incorrect to say that Israel was acting territorially greedy against passive states and that the Arab states around them were not engaged in a healthy amount of provocation on their own. Then the moral disagreement is it's important to recognize that, especially in 1948, every state in the region was hungry for land. It's also important to recognize that while Israel ultimately succeeded in conquering additional land, there were multiple opportunities for Arabs to push for peace in ways that would have forced Israel to agree. Peace between Israel and Arab states didn't come until much later. Much later, because everyone in the region assumed that additional fighting would lead to additional territorial gains, but this only proved to be true for Israel. These are like my broad strokes for this. Do you think this is largely agreeable, or to one-sided, or what?
The only caveat I think is I know that like Avi Schleim makes a whole argument about that Israel's priority after 48 was getting more Jews into the country, not pursuing peace. And I think he believes that if Israel's leaders had pushed a little bit harder or been more forthcoming, especially with Abdullah, they might have got something, but it's just a theory. It's just like an if. I don't know.
Sure. So to be clear on my point here, I'm not saying that it would have been impossible for Israel to push for peace. I don't think Israel. Hold on, let me say this more strongly. Israel did not want peace after 48. Okay, the territory that they had was too small, and they were uncomfortable with that. However, the Arab states didn't want peace either because they thought they could kick Israel out. The thing that enabled Israel to acquire more territory up through 67 was because the Arabs wanted to continue to fight. If the Arabs would have pushed for peace before 67, it feels to me like it would be unlikely, almost impossible, that Israel could have conquered so much and taken so much past 67. That's my statement. I'm not saying the Israelis were peaceful. I'm saying that they played into the war.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah, the war.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually, conflict can either escalate or de-escalate.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we're largely in agreement here. Okay, so 1, 2. Okay, so the third one is, I think I've got 7 of these, okay? So the, oh, Erwin, thank you for this. Just because of the nature of this debate, I don't know if I want Benny Morris quotes, because I think it's going to feel weird to quote him if he's sitting right next to me. I don't know if I'm going to do that ever.
Maybe just say Benny Morris. Maybe just let him speak.
Yeah, or I can grab quotes from other books, but I'm not going to quote the guy sitting next to me,
Yeah.
Norman's definitely going to quote Benny Morris.
True, actually, and Norman quotes himself.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Fuck it, I will quote this. You're right. Fuck it.
Norman Finkelstein, the guy who basically, I know there is Holocaust industry because I use it myself.
True, actually true, but
Hey.
For as much as he claims that Jews like lean in on the Holocaust shit, I feel like in every conversation I've heard him talk about how his parents were in the Holocaust. I'm pretty sure like almost every single one, yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, he didn't contradict himself what his parents did in Warsaw. Like in what's the time he said that they were part of the Warsaw Ghetto Revolt, another time he didn't say it. Like
maybe. I mean, I'm not going to start attacking him. I'm not getting into that mess of getting into like what was his family. That's not.
I'm not saying going into personal attacks. I'm just really wondering.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
let's see. Being so powerfully drawn to Judea and Samaria by his historical, ideological, and strategic, international diplomatic considerations, dictated caution and restraint.
Restrain.
What was the page from this?
I mean,
350 to
we
351.
we can also point out that the only Israeli political party that ever really made expansionism an official policy never ever got even more than one seat in the government.
Sure, maybe.
The whole Zionist, the whole Land of Israel party, I think it was his name.
Hold on, let's see. This came from the book 1948. I don't know if I bought that one. Hold on, fuck. I have to read every quote myself to make sure you fucking people in chat aren't misleading me. 1948. Book. Bro, Loner Box, you see that Hassan hate today? It's going ultra omega viral.
Hassan Piker.
I think the original clip was fairly agreeable. I don't know.
I actually agreed, which is funny because he blamed all the hate on me and my community before we'd even watched it. But yeah, I've given takes like that before where it's like, you know, just because the job is harder doesn't mean it's a worse job. Like in some ways, yeah, like doing incredibly like crazy like acting or streaming or whatever, it is challenging and more difficult, and there are extra challenges and extra like weird considerations you have to make for the job. But I mean, like you make a lot of money, you choose to do this, you've got more autonomy over your work. Like it's obviously, yeah, nobody's going back from streaming to, you know, carpet cleaner McDonald's. But yeah.
I think the way I phrased it was that streaming compared to my old day jobs is like 100 times more stressful, but 1,000 times more rewarding.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I saw your tweet.
Cute.
But fucking Hassan, he just has the worst optics to make that statement. Because of the mansion and the car and the socialism and everything, he's just like optically in the worst position to ever. Yeah.
It could have definitely come from a more authentically working class Middle Eastern person. I'm just saying.
Ooh.
Like me, I don't know. Oh.
Born in what city in Scotland? Did you say you were born into?
In Aberdeen.
Wait, really?
Scotland.
Yeah. Why is that surprising?
Wait, I was making.
You're Scots.
Yeah.
I was in Scotland once.
Yeah, did you enjoy it?
I was a little boy.
Where'd you go?
I really remember very little of it. I was a very small boy back then. I should revisit.
Not very helpful then, is it?
Jesus
Maybe
Christ.
I remember I was the Loch Ness, where is the Ness monster?
Oh yeah, you went there.
Cool.
Okay, 1948. We have page 350 to 351.
1949.
What'd you do on stream today, Loner? Or did you stream today?
I started streaming to talk to you guys first, but then I'm just leaving it today because of the fucking internet.
Damn, bro.
So I'll take a day off.
Well, that's no good.
It's fine.
Fine.
Wait, why don't I have the... Oh, this 1948 book is like fucked on Kindle. God damn it.
Have you read maybe Yoav Gelber, 1948?
Nope.
Or maybe Ephraim Karish?
I've read one whole book on this, and then I've read excerpts from Finkelstein, excerpts from Abby Schleim, excerpts from there's a more modern book, Enemies and Neighbors by Ian Black. I think I've read a couple chapters out of Abba Iban's book. I bought that Beyond the Nation State book, but I never read that. But no, I haven't read like I've only read one like full book.
Do you want the Benny Morris 48 book?
Yeah, I have it. It just isn't working well on my Kindle. I'm just trying to find the quote this guy gave me.
I can get you the PDF. Hang on. 1 second.
Well, God, okay, pages 350 to 351.
I read so many books about the 1948 war. I think it's become an obsession.
Yeah. I think that's where Benny Morris's most of his historical knowledge lies too. Do you think it's weird that I don't know if this is normal or not? Maybe you probably read more history than I have. Do you think it's weird that Norman Finkelstein is considered like an authoritative historian in this subject, and he can't read Arabic or Hebrew?
Yeah, he isn't even a historian by his academic degree. Even if he didn't even made any academic he isn't a historian by his professional, by his the far right, very far right Israeli movement have more like as I mentioned before, the leader of the Israel far right is actually considered a more legitimate historian than Norman Finkelstein. Like Michael Ben-Ari, he actually know Arabic.
Sure, yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
I feel like that's the least of Finkelstein's problems, honestly. But it's definitely
Well, I think it's pretty brave. I think it's pretty brave to quote a historian who goes through archives back at him and say that his conclusions are wrong, which is what Finkelstein does a lot with Benny Morris. That's a really brave thing to do.
Yeah.
Jesus.
You're wrong at your own conclusion.
I sent you the PDF of that book if your thing's not working.
It's not good. I got it. David Ben-Gurion was still powerfully drawn. Okay, hold on. Where are we at? Operation Horev. The fronts remain. I'm just going to read a few paragraphs here. The fronts remained under truce and largely quiet during the second half of November and most of December. In Hiram and Yoav, the IDF had expanded Israel's holdings, demolished the ALA, badly hurt the Egyptians, and linked the Negev settlement enclave to Israel. The Syrians still held 3 small enclaves at Mishmar. Okay, we don't need this. Israel, meanwhile, remained burdened by the crippling weight of mobilization. Half its adult males were under arms, away from their families, offices, farms, and plants, and with no end in sight. The new state, ravaged by the war, needed its manpower and peace to pursue reconstruction and to absorb the masses of immigrants flooding its shores. Yoav had failed to resolve the strategic dilemma of no war, no peace. David Ben-Gurion was still powerfully drawn to Judea and Samaria by historical, ideological, and strategic considerations, but international diplomatic considerations dictated caution and restraint. That is the quote. Besides, the Jordanians made it abundantly clear that they were out of the fight, and the Israelis still feared British military intervention should hostilities with Jordan be removed. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. This whole quote is good. Where is it? Israeli field should be hostile. Okay. Zvi Ayalon, the Central Front OC, assured Ben-Gurion that it would take only 5 days to conquer the West Bank, or large parts of it, but Israel's representatives at the General Assembly meeting in Paris, Abba Iban and Reuven Shiloah, weighed in firmly against. It's probably a good quote. Okay.
Militarily, it was not a problem at this point, but
yeah,
there was still much more problem what Israel had to deal with military threats at this point.
I think that one of the big issues, narratively, between this whole region is that the Jews seem really good at doing politics and the Arabs seem really bad at them. Like Jewish people were making like a lot of different considerations throughout their conquest, whether it like not just military but also like socio-political and internationally, whereas it seemed like Arabs were only ever considering, I don't know, like military and public opinion kind of, but
for the most part, the Arabs were more suspicious against each other than against Israel.
Sure. Why is this not highlighting? Am I fucking retarded? Hold on. Highlight this. And then highlight here. Oh my god. Whatever. Okay. The fuck is that outside? Yeah, that's also that has to come up at some point. I really don't like one thing that I bring up a lot that's very frustrating to me is limited transparency is just a very frustrating thing to deal with. I don't like that we can be incredibly critical of Israel's actions because of how much Israel has opened up a lot of archives to historian inspection, but we have no access on the Arab side to any of it. That's very frustrating and annoying.
Yeah, it's become a problem. It's always create the impression that Israel side was the active and the Arabs were basically the passive actor.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like ignore internal Arab politics that motivate them to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Like it's always make the impression, the Arabs probably did this as response to what the Israelis did.
Was Operation Horeb, was that the one where they were pushing towards Gaza and Sinai?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the last big operation on the Egyptian front.
The British threatened to harm the Arabs during that debacle because they were worried about the Israelis pushing into the Suez.
I mean, the British were already harming the Arabs.
No, this was like
Yeah.
I thought, but they had the arms embargo this time. They were threatening to lift that and resupply.
Yeah, I mean, the British already quite cheated the embargo. They already armed the Jordanians for other means, but yeah, they did threat to more arming basically the Arabs more freely. There was also a clashes between the British and the Israeli Air Force.
And I think the British also fought with Etzel in Jaffa, right, to stop them attacking Jaffa.
In Jaffa. Although it wasn't in Jaffa, it was in the Menashia neighborhood north of Jaffa.
Okay.
Like at the end, the Zionist forces never really entered and occupied Jaffa itself. It just fallen into its end after Israel declared independence and basically circling around Jaffa.
Okay. This is, I think, so this is fine enough for point 2 then. I think we roughly agree here. Okay, so the the third point that I have is, wait, 1, 2, 4. Why did it skip one? Oh, don't do this to me. Don't fuck my numbering up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, point 3 is, the mythologies, loaded language, and international virtue signaling of both sides severely hamper any ability for either people to make progress in this conflict. The victory of Israel in the 1967 war drove their expectations for territorial acquisition to unrealistic heights, causing them to underestimate their Arab neighbors for a crushing psychological defeat in 1973. Similar myths exist on the Palestinian side, where surrounding Arab neighbors drove their expectations for land to unrealistic heights. Then the international community, through UN resolutions and international declarations, made them believe that they would acquire a state within the 67 borders if they simply held out long enough. Constant claims of apartheid, concentration camp conditions, and genocide have left the Palestinians believing someone in the international community is going to come along and save them from their predicament. Why is this important? On the factual side, the legal status of every single part of this conflict is incredibly hairy, with no clear answers on any side. And then the moral disagreement part is, by constantly claiming that Israel is committing apartheid or genocide or forcing Palestinians to live in concentration camps, the international community is making it seem as though the conditions the Palestinians live in are so dire that someone externally is going to swoop in and save them. This will not happen, and Palestinians need to unite around a coherent leadership structure so they can negotiate with Israel and save themselves. Broadly agree, disagree? Where would you enter here for either of you?
I mean, I will agree that the Palestinians, at least in the first decades, always lived under the delusion that someone will come to save them and basically fight for them.
Okay, wait, isn't that my point? Or
yeah, it's your point.
Yeah. Would you flesh this out on the other side, or?
I mean, I will even argue that it's really false to call it at least until 1987 the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It is more correct to call the Israeli-Arab conflict.
Sure.
Yeah, and only after 1987, in the first Intifada, we can start to call it the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
Okay.
I mean, the Palestinians were considered a very minor factor in all of that conflict by then.
Seems fine.
Seems fine. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's my number 3 then. My 4th point is international support should be reserved for peaceful Palestinian movements, not violent ones. Historically, Israel has been willing to pursue reasonable attempts at peace made by her neighbors, such as Egypt in 79, Jordan in 94, Bahrain, the UAE, Morocco in 2020, and Sudan in 2021, and it attempted to with the Palestinians in 93, 2000, 2008, and Syria in 67 and 2000. These peace deals have come at great cost to Israeli leadership. Begin's fierce resistance from his own party for transferring the Sinai, Rabin's assassination in 95, for the Oslo Accords, and to Arab leaders. Egypt was suspended from the Arab League for 10 years, and Sadat was later assassinated for being a zealot to the West. Palestinian leaders seem to prioritize their personal political careers and their consolidation of political support over the interests of the Palestinian people, such as Arafat for the Oslo Accords and Camp David/Tava Summit and Abbas in 2008. The Palestinians need a leader who is willing to risk some political division among the PLO/PA, and the people need to opt towards peace, since that is the greatest way to apply optimal international pressure against Israel. A violent adversary has historically always given Israel room for territorial acquisition, such as in 47 and 49, 67 and 2000, while a peaceful adversary has always sparked international pressure for Israel to negotiate. Do you agree with that point broadly?
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you, broadly, yeah, but how, Hayden, I was wondering how you feel about the idea that Israeli leaders have usually been a lot more conditional and a lot more reluctant when it came to peace with the Palestinians rather than other Arab states, because obviously Palestinian statehood to Israelis, even people like Rabin, was always seen as like a very big security threat, like that kind of thing.
I mean, even today, even Ehud Barak, for example, to this day, tried to give a Palestinian state.
Shall I ask the question? What I was asking you
I mean, in the case of Rabin, yeah, he was very hesitate across the discussion, across Oslo, but he was really want to have a peace agreement. Like he was elected under a promise that he will give a peace. So even though he was very hesitated to go on, he really, under the pressure of Shimon Peres, he didn't really had an intention until then to backtrack from that.
Yeah, so he said he was elected on a promise of peace, but I think the way that he always phrased the idea of whether there'd be a Palestinian state, I think even from Rabin,
he described it you describe it as more as more authority and less than a state, but something in between.
That was his essay just before he died.
Yeah, but this is what Shimon Peres on the other hand pushed for a full state.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why I will argue his assassination actually only gave the Palestinians more room to gain more from the talks.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's why. But I think even with someone like Barak and the difference between him and Rabin, it was like the other problem was that there's a trade-off, because although Rabin was more hesitant about the whole less than a state thing, I think when it came to something like settlement expansion, Rabin was very mindful of the fact that some settlements were security justified and others were just political. Whereas I think Barak didn't make any distinctions, so he was happy to expand both political and security settlements. So I don't know, I think
under him there was no, according to what I read, under Barak there was no significant expansion of settlements. We were quite froze at this point. There was expansion under Netanyahu before him.
I think that from 93 onwards, the settlements for the Israelis were always expanding.
There was sometimes ups and downs, but under Netanyahu there was expansions, but under Barak there was far less.
I don't know if it was far less. I think it was about on track. I don't think the expansions ever really slowed down.
Yeah, because wasn't in in '99 there was like an article from the New York Times where they actually said that Barak had authorized construction at a pace that was higher than Netanyahu at some points. No.
Man, I'd have to go back.
Not
I don't think it is accurate to say that it ever slowed down. I think it.
Because what exactly we referring to settlements? Sometimes we're referring to expansions of existing settlements, referring to outposts, or completely new. Because we can argue, yeah, we both know, but since 1990 they haven't found a single new settlement, but we did do outposts or expansions of old ones.
But I think the problem was even if they expanded in existing ones, the way that they did those expansions was
Yeah, I
kind
know.
of tricky. Yeah.
They sometimes made it across a hill.
They'll say like 2 miles away, this is the same settlement, and we're expanding. Yeah.
Yeah, because the whole point is like you're
They basically argue as long as it's in the jurisdiction area of that settlements, it's considered expansions of the same settlements.
Yeah.
So it's like I feel like it's a pretty easy caveat to make that obviously like the hesitancy from Israelis and like the difficulties that they even come across when it comes to granting statehood to the Palestinians is very different from peace with a state that already exists. But
well, but I also think that like I feel like there's a bit of a difference too in that like when you're well, no, never mind. No, I was gonna say because it feels like the history of the Palestinians towards Israel has always been, not to load this, but it's basically always been one of like violence and aggression, right? Because understandably they're trying to fight for their land back. But whether we're talking about the Fedayeen prior to 64, whether we're talking about the PLO after 64, like all of it has been essentially like terrorism or terrorist acts or offensive actions or goading people into fighting. And even the surrounding Arabs recognize that. So I think that Israel trying to...
The PLO and Fatah in 64 was specifically designed to provoke the Arab state to start an all-regional war against Israel.
Yeah.
Which succeed, but just not in the exact result that they wanted.
Yeah. So so I mean the Israeli hesitancy, I guess, is understandable, but the
difference just to show that it's there, like it's okay.
I mean, I think, in my personal opinion, I think the settlement blocks are justified, and also maybe the Jordan Valley, but over that, I think it's just more ideological beyond that. I mean, the settlement block are considered very valuable because they create basically an area. Basically, they separated the Palestinian population center from big Israel centers in Israel, basically.
Sure,
so
maybe.
It's easy.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to defend individual settlements. If we do, I think Benny's relatively opposed to the settlements. I don't even know if Palestinians needs to be opposed to certain like Green Line settlement blocks. I don't think that's like part of the huge negotiations. So I don't think we'll argue too much over that. Okay,
if we talked about potential one-sided Israeli move, maybe.
Oh, hello?
Hmm?
Okay, all right, I think that's fine. The factual disagreement I've listed here is Palestinians are not improving their position through violence. Violence has caused operations that have severely damaged Palestinian interests, such as Swords of Iron, Protective Edge, Cast Lead, and unilateral disengagement from Gaza. Violence for Palestinians has also consistently caused them to become alienated from their Arab neighbors, Egypt with the Muslim Brotherhood / assassination attempts, Jordan with Abdullah's assassination in 51, Black September 1970, West Vital's assassination in 71, and then Lebanon from 1970 to 1982. Of negotiating.
Suppose someone argues that the first Intifada brought Palestinians like the Madrid Conference, the Oslo Accords, and it kind of cemented the idea, at least in the Israeli left, that they couldn't hold on to the West Bank and Gaza forever.
Yeah, but how is that?
Yeah, although what I read, at least I read some books who actually will argue that it was the Gulf War what actually caused the Oslo Accord.
The Gulf War and the collapse of the Soviet Union. Yeah, I don't know how true that is.
Because basically Rabin saw Israeli threats. He basically separated between foreign threat from other Arab countries and local threats, like from the Palestinians for the West Bank and Gaza. So he believed that the Gulf War showed that Israel is very vulnerable to our foreign threats from other Arab countries. So he believes we should first solve the local threat among the Palestinians so we could be able to counter that bigger threat from other Arab countries.
So do you think the Intifada argument, because I think Rabin made it himself, no? Do you think that's like invalid? Or
I'm not saying it's not a cause. It definitely was one of the main causes.
Because that's
also,
they're saying, when people are saying like violence has never helped, how would you counter someone saying that like what the Intifada brought forward in terms of like?
I mean, the Palestinians gain. It's undeniable the Palestinians gain a lot from violence, not only from the Intifada. Already back in the 70s, after they massacred the Israeli athletes in Munich, they got a seat in the UN.
Do you feel like that contradicts your statement, Destiny, or challenges it in any way?
I don't understand what he just said. You said that they gained a lot by the Munich
violence.
Yeah, you said that.
Like,
how did it help them gain?
Yeah,
What did they gain from that?
But basically, I said that already long before the first Intifada, they gain a lot from violence.
What did they gain from that violence?
They gain, like, for example, after the massacres of in Munich against the Israeli athlete on the Olympic Games, they basically shortly after they gain a kind of diplomatic relation in Germany and a seat in the UN.
As like an observer, though, right?
It's basically already de facto recognized as a kind of a state factor before that.
Do you really think is that a significant gain? Did that do anything for them, or?
Diplomatically, it's kind of like gave Arafat his position as the indisputable voice of the Palestinian people. So.
Okay.
Do you think it was a mistake for Israel to make Oslo Accord with someone like Arafat? Like, could Israel made it with Jordan instead?
Or with the Washington delegates? Like,
well, I heard that it was possible. I think the Washington delegates it seemed like they weren't going to work. It seemed like that track had died. It seemed like there was a possibility of having something done with Syria, but I think it was it would have been Ehud Barak, or was it Rabin? Was Syria 93? I think there were two different tracks with Syria. I think it was in 2000. It would have been with Ehud Barak, where they almost had something with Syria.
Yeah, the reason why Barak retreated from Lebanon was to try to make negotiation with Syria.
Yeah, but I think it was Barak who got cold feet on that, right? He just didn't trust it, and then by the time he was ready to go back to it, Hafez was already dying, and it was too late.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. Was it a mistake to negotiate with Arafat? The problem is that Arafat was like kind of the leader of the Palestinian people. I mean, if there ever was one, it seems like it kind of would have been him. But obviously,
I mean, the problem is Israel since '67 tried to make kind of like local election in the West Bank in Gaza to basically try to create a local leadership from the people who lived there. But the problem is each time we try to make it, the Arafat and other groups basically send death threats to anyone who will participate.
If you can link me that, I haven't heard that. That wouldn't surprise me.
Yoav Gelber wrote an entire book called Palestine Time.
Yeah, give me just a page and a paragraph. I can't read a whole book. I don't have time. I've got 3 days. I just read a whole book.
No,
yeah.
I'll try.
Yeah, if you can find me a paragraph or so, yeah. But I think for Begin, when Begin came into office, I think that the strategy for negotiations had Ben-Ami calls it capsule theory, that they had basically said that we're not going to solve the entire Middle East in one negotiation, and we're not going to do anything with the Palestinians. What we're going to do is we're going to negotiate peace bilaterally, one at a time, with surrounding Arab states, and then at some point we can negotiate with the Palestinians after. I think that was like the goal since Begin, no?
You're talking about Menachem Begin?
Yes.
Begin, yeah. I mean, there was offer during the Camp David with Egypt to include the Palestinian issue along with Egypt, but Arafat refused to even let it be an option.
I don't know why he refused to participate in that. I don't know if he had good reason or not.
Because he saw the entire process as a treason.
Oh, that could be... Actually, yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense. Because I think even other Arabs saw Egypt's negotiating there as basically treason. Okay. Okay, so no major disagreements on this point, I don't think.
Yeah.
Okay, 5. I got like 3 more of these. Okay. On number 6 here. Wait, number 5. The basis for negotiations is only informed by international law, not defined by it. None of Israel's major prior bilateral negotiations with any partners, Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain, the UAE, Morocco, Sudan, has been restricted by UN resolutions or international law. These negotiations have only succeeded when both parties were willing to recognize the political, social, and military realities on the ground that both sides could reasonably agree to. Harping over and over again on moral interpretations of international law is meaningless, as Israel will not realistically begin negotiations in any place that calls for them to return to prior rejected arrangements, such as the 47 Partition Plan or the 2000 Tapas Summit.
Mm-hmm.
Agree or disagree, Boner Box?
I think that makes sense. Do you know, have you ever seen the full Ben-Ami Finkelstein conversation, the hour and a half one?
Phantom Me, or the what?
The Ben-Ami Finkelstein conversation.
I read the transcript of it. It seemed like he was interrupting a lot, but I didn't actually watch it. Do you think it's worth watching?
Yeah, the whole thing's worth watching. I think Finkelstein, at one point, he keeps on referring to 2004 when the ICJ ruled that...
Yeah, that advisory opinion over and over again. Axel brings it up. Everybody brings it up, yeah.
Actually, I looked for it. It seems every time they mention withdrawal, they're just citing 242. They're not actually saying Israel should withdraw from all of West Bank, Gaza, and Jerusalem. For some reason, Finkelstein says that in 2004 they did say that, even though I think all they said was the wall was illegal. I think
they said the wall and the... I thought the 2004 advisory opinion also said the settlements were illegal too, didn't they?
They did, but as far as withdrawal, their only referral that I could find was from 242.
But basically, you're saying they didn't say withdraw from the West Bank. They just say do according to 242.
Yeah. So Finkelstein kind of butchers the spirit of that, and it makes me. I don't even think
distort what they exactly may say.
And I'm just reading part of this thing. So. In the 67 armed conflict, Israeli forces occupied all the territories which had constituted Palestine under the British Mandate, including those known as the West Bank, lying to the east of the Green Line. On the 22nd of November 1967, the Security Council unanimously adopted Resolution 242, which emphasized the inadmissibility of acquisition of territory by war and called for the withdrawal of Israel armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict and termination of all claims or states of belligerency. From 67 onwards, Israel took a number of measures in these territories aimed at changing the status of the city of Jerusalem. The Security Council, after recalling on a number of occasions the principle that acquisition of territory by military conquest is inadmissible, condemned those measures, and by Resolution 298 of the 25th of September 71, confirmed in the clearest possible terms that all legislative and administrative actions taken by Israel to change the status of the city of Jerusalem, including expropriation of land and properties, transfer of populations, and legislation aimed at the incorporation of the occupied section, are totally invalid and cannot change that status. This is our statements in relation to that.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about 242? Do you think it's already called for Israel for unconditional retreat from all the occupied territories?
Well, obviously Israel disagrees with that, and I think Egypt and Israel kind of...
But do you think this is what the 242 meant?
I think that's what people wanted it to mean. I don't think Israel wanted it to mean that. I think there was contention, obviously, but...
I think... You can double check me on this because I don't think they used the word withdrawal that many times, but I think in that 2004 opinion, there is a section where someone, I think, is saying that 242 does actually mean withdrawal in a way that involves Palestinians addressing security risks of Israel. I think that actually does come into it.
I mean, the Israeli argument is basically, we can withdraw if it doesn't answer to a security need of Israel. So,
yeah, but it's weird that I don't think Finkelstein can even make that argument anymore because, just now, just this month, the ICJ is being asked for an advisory opinion on the occupation. So why would they do that if Finkelstein thinks they've already given one in 2004?
I don't know. Reading parts of this advisory opinion, I don't know if there's a different standard between some law stuff and other stuff. But reading a lot of the legal stuff sometimes that comes out of the UN, it's very, very, very shittily written. Feels like bad high school research or justifications for stuff, as opposed to at least US court opinions are so much more thoroughly done. I don't understand sometimes some of the stuff that comes out of like other parts of this UN advisory opinion when they talk about a part on like international law where on like whether or not you can violently respond, and they're like, well, actually, if you read the Geneva Convention, it says that you can't. It says that like you can only respond to state actors, and like one, the article that it's citing doesn't even say that, and then two, it's like a highly contentious opinion, and like their statement on that to just assert that in one paragraph with no supporting argumentation is wild. And I noticed that in some of these like UN opinions, even stuff from the ICJ, sometimes like they do this. They'll just like assert a thing with not much argumentation, and it's like a really big deal, and there's like no justification for it, and it's kind of weird to me. I don't know. It's really weird sometimes, but let's see. The factual disagreement that I had on this point was negotiations historically for Israel have not been restricted to international law or UN resolutions. Negotiations need to begin with intense consideration for the realities on the ground. And then the moral disagreement is fixating on certain interpretations of international law will continue to drive Palestinian expectations to unrealistic heights. International law is not going to expel 450,000 Israelis from the West Bank.
I mean, we can argue that I think already the UN de facto recognized settlements that were built before 2000, like at least as the status quo.
Wait, did
I forgot the exact wording, but I said that we basically criticize Israel for expanding settlements, so we're basically referring to that it should go back to the 2000 status quo of settlements.
Huh. I mean, if you can, if you got a quote for me, if you can find a document.
I'll
saying
try, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's basically mean that 80%, like over 80% of the settlements already lived on de facto recognized settlements.
Sure. Yeah, like I said, if there's a thing of that, I would be interested in reading that. Let's see, 5.6 is the Palestinian refugee problem is being artificially inflated. There are no other groups of refugees on the planet that have the unique treatment right now afforded to the Palestinians, and it only serves to drive a deeper wedge in between Israelis and Palestinians in regards to solving this conflict. The factual disagreement here is the Palestinian refugee situation is unacceptable. No other refugee group has this treatment. The moral disagreement is the artificial treatment of Palestinian refugees keeps prolonging the suffering of both Palestinians in Palestine and outside of it because it makes it more difficult for any final agreement to be reached while simultaneously preventing Palestinians outside of Palestine from ever being settled into a new home. The two big facts that I'm resting on here are at the Khartoum conference, the Arab League Resolution 1547 that basically makes it illegal for any Arab state to give citizenship to any Palestinian, and then UNRWA, that part of the UN being formed to deal with the Palestinian refugee problem that doesn't have a mandate to resettle any of the Palestinians. That these two things together basically just constantly inflate the number of Palestinian refugees to make it like impossible to. Go ahead.
Do you think it is fair to compare the Palestinian refugees to the German refugees after World War II? Basically say, oh, it will be solved the same way that the Germans were solved?
I don't know. What is the, I don't know enough about, I know people bring that up a lot, but I don't know the exact treatment of German refugees after World War II. What happened?
Basically, both Churchill and Stalin basically were in favor of basically make an ethnic kind of like solution with the German minorities who live across East Germany, eastern of Germany, which includes the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia and in Poland. And basically, it wasn't really, they didn't officially made it, but they kind of like supported it by it, but basically ethnic Germans were basically pushed toward the Germany back.
Gotcha.
Many were ethnic Germans who lived in those areas for centuries.
Sure. The real quick, even World War II times, when you say
up to 12 million Germans were basically uprooted.
Sure. And around World War II, when you say Central Europe, this isn't including Germany at all, right? Is Germany?
No, it's basically from Czechoslovakia, Poland, and other part of Eastern Europe.
Okay. Okay, gotcha.
And the Baltics.
Wait, are you sure? I'm getting a way different.
Yeah.
What are you getting?
Fuck, I forgot all the German countries. I haven't done it in a long time. This is saying, wait, am I reading this right? This is saying Germany and Poland are considered part of Central Europe, right? Am I retarded? Do I not remember any of these countries?
I mean, kind of subjective. I mean, subjective.
The Czech, subjective, is it? Okay. Would anybody consider this Central Europe?
It's just a political thing. Like, Germany's usually considered Western Europe and Poland's considered Central Europe, along with Hungary and fucking maybe like Slovenians have like a fucking bridge that apparently divides Central from Eastern Europe. Yeah, it's weird.
Sure. Sorry. Yeah, I know that right now Western. I'm pretty sure right now my impression is that Western Europe typically refers to like standards of living, culture, and stuff like that. Is when we say like Western Europe. I think. I think for even Europeans, but I'm just reading this. It says. I'm sorry. So, flight and expulsion of Germans after World War II. Between 13.5 and 16.5 million German speakers fled, were evacuated, or later expelled from Central and Eastern European Europe. I'm asking, like, does that include from Germany itself, or?
No, to Germany. Basically, modern Germany. The modern Germany, as we know of, was created through that ethnic cleansing process.
Gotcha. Okay. 13.5 to 16.5 million German speakers. Jesus. Okay.
There are a lot of there was like there were a few waves. One wave was people just fleeing. The other wave was the Nazis actually evacuating them as the Soviets advanced. And then the last wave was a couple of million who were physically expelled by the Soviets and the Allies.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, if we implemented the same standard of Palestinian refugees toward them, we should be today over 100 million German refugees today.
Yeah, although the difference being that the Germans had a state that would accept them, which was Germany. Yeah.
I mean, many Zionists will argue that Jordan is a Palestinian state.
Let's see. Erected by Control F. Erected. Recalling the obligation under the Quartet Roadmap endorsed by its Resolution 5015 for a freeze by Israel of all settlement activity, including natural growth, and the dismantlement of all settlement outposts erected since March 2001.
Yeah, I think
so this is interesting. Oh, and this was in 2016.
Yeah, this is what I think I was referring to, that they basically kind of like indirectly recognize the status quo prior to 2000.
That's going to be one. Okay, so... would be under the legality of the settlements, I guess. And this would be Security Council Resolution 2234, 2016. Interesting. We were on. Okay.
Coming under this particular question.
Wait, what did you say?
Is refugees like a big point of this current point that you're on?
Relating to international law, I imagine that if it's going to come up under anything else. Oh wait, I'm
doesn't
sorry.
Doesn't Norman Finkelstein itself kind of recognize that the refugees issue is unrealistic from the Palestinian side?
Yeah, maybe, but I think that everything relating to like the refugee stuff is like just made. It just sounds stupid. So hold on. So under like euphemisms, for instance, like I don't like the word like refugee camp. I think is really weird because of how I think the UN has to define them a certain way for aid. But like when you think of refugee camp, you think of like the Syrian refugee camps, right?
Palestinian refugee camp is just a neighborhood that get free stuff from UNRWA.
Basically, yeah, but like whole cities can be declared as refugee camps. Yeah. But it's irritating to me because when you hear like a news report or a headline and it's like Israel bombs refugee camp, in my mind, I'm thinking F-16s are shooting guided missiles at tents. And I'm like, this is insane. Yeah. But then when you see videos and it's like whole ass like cities, I'm like, okay, well, that's kind of interesting, I guess. And then I also don't like the fact that, like you can be a refugee, that means you can be born in another country with full citizenship and social services, et cetera, et cetera.
Or be a supermodel in the United States.
Why? Are you referring to somebody in particular?
Bella Hadid. Bella Hadid, she claims she's a Palestinian refugee.
Is she?
Like, it is true that she is from the Palestinian origin, and it's true that her family left in 1948.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm curious, like, under UNRWA, like, is she treated as a Palestinian refugee? Like, is she actually, or does she just, like, say that?
I don't know if she recognized really as a Palestinian refugee, but she does officially claim to be so. I don't know if she officially considered, like, by the UN. Like, I think she is, because the UN basically defined any Palestinian, whatever, or no matter how he was displaced or why he left the area at the time, as basically a refugee. So I think it's plausible that she is considered one.
I think a few issues someone like Finkelstein might bring up is, first of all, he might ask, has any Palestinian negotiator or negotiating party ever demanded right of return for like the entire refugee population?
In the early negotiations, I think so. But these are like the early around 48, right? The Arab states were saying that like if you want to, I think during that Lucerne peace conference, part of it was.
Yeah, no, I'm basically talking like a peace process, like 90s onwards.
Oh. I don't know if they do, but I think the problem is like I think Arafat would always just kind of vaguely reference it, and then nothing would ever get solved.
He would say just recognize, because I think their whole thing is they should just recognize the right is kind of what they say, which is like
he basically will argue that he doesn't have. He basically will argue that that right of return is a personal right, not a national right. So he basically doesn't have any authority to claim, to deny it from the Palestinian people. Basically, will argue that it doesn't. Basically, will argue that it doesn't matter what will be signed, the right of return will still remain.
Hold on, let me see if there are any quotes I have on him referring to like a full right of return. I don't think during the Oslo Accords or Oslo II, and I don't think during Camp David, I don't think a full right of return was like ever seriously asked for from the Palestinian side. I think, right? That's
the other point that someone emailed me something about this. I don't know if I haven't looked properly into it, but it's kind of interesting. It was the idea that in the Palestinian objections or the reservations to Clinton parameters, they say that no refugee group has ever relinquished their right of return, and we're not going to be the first ones to do so. Do you remember that line?
In the Clinton parameters?
Yeah, this was like.
Oh, you mean when Arafat was making his
reservations? Yeah.
Let's see, Arafat, right of return, Clinton parameters.
I don't think it was Arafat who said it. That was the Palestinian negotiating team. I don't know if it was actually him saying it. But let me find the doc. Doing this on my phone now. Shit, sorry. Let's see.
Your phone, your internet is like completely dead?
I'm just on 4G, but it's not dead. It's just that if it cuts out twice like that, it's going to cut out like 20 times in the day. So I just need to.
Jesus.
Oh, yeah. How the fuck do I get this link? Here we go. All right.
Fuck. what is the that list of reservations? Was it to the Clinton parameters or was it to the Taba summit? I think it was to the.
It was to the Clinton parameters, wasn't it? I've sent it to you.
Pro-Hamas, pro-Hamas protester setting stuff on fire in front of Israeli embassy.
Yeah, I saw that.
In DC.
Right.
Whoa.
Okay, I guess Israel should stop the war now.
True. Is Arafat's reservations in here, or is this just the Israeli ones?
Yeah. No, the Palestinian ones are the top. They're kind of there's Palestinian refugees, and I think it's third paragraph from the bottom. The essence of right of return is choice. That part.
Wait, you said it's at the top?
The Palestinian reservations are the first one, no?
Okay, hold on.
I think that first list is from the Palestinian negotiating team. So it's on page 4, bottom of page 4.
Gotcha. Oh my god. Oh, this is way better. Thank you. Somebody transcribe this text. Is this whole thing, oh, these 9 pages are the Palestinian Palestinian, not refutations, reservations. And then this 22-page thing includes those and the Israeli ones. Okay, gotcha. So let's see. I see. On the issue of Palestinian refugees driven from their homes as a result of the establishment of the State of Israel, the United States proposed that both sides recognize the right of Palestinian refugees to return either to historic Palestine or to their homeland, but added that the agreement should make clear that there is no specific right of return to what is now Israel. Instead, it proposed 5 possible final homes for the refugees: the State of Palestine, areas in Israel transferred to Palestine under land swap, rehabilitation in the host countries, resettlement in third countries, and admission to Israel. All refugees would have the right to return to the State of Palestine. However, rehabilitation in host countries, resettlement in third countries, and admission to Israel would all depend on the policies of those individual countries. The United States proposal reflects a wholesale adoption of the Israeli position that the implementation of the right of return should be subject entirely to Israel's discretion. It is important to recall that Resolution 194, long regarded as the basis for a just settlement of the refugee problem, calls for the return of Palestinian refugees to their homes, wherever located, not to their homeland or to historic Palestine. The essence of the right of return is choice. Palestinians should be given the option to choose where they wish to settle, including return to the homes from which they were driven. There is no historical precedent for people abandoning their fundamental right to return to their homes, whether they were forced to leave or fled in fear. Is that true? Wouldn't you say, like, the Germans in World War II, or...
It's kind of snaky, though, right? Because, like, I think right of return is actually a little bit different from just refugeedom. So I don't think, apparently, I don't think I've found one. No, I don't think any refugee group has ever actually just said, like, we abandon our right of return. It just kind of happens, like, unspokenly. There's one case that I was sent of the people from the Chagos Islands, which is a British fucking territory, where they tried to sue the British for like a right of return, but they were denied it because 30 years earlier they had already reached a settlement. So they basically willingly settled their right of return, and they willingly abandoned it. But the point is that they had the choice. So yeah, that's I don't really know how to get around that. It's just
the German had a name to the own right of return. I forgot its name. They called basically the own right of return, but actually up until the 1960s, it was quite popular in German politics to basically use it as a argument against the Allies that they had the right to return. But basically, the Allies refused to even talked about it, even drinking there.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, they ever actually? This is the question: is did they ever actually formally like relinquish it, or did they just stop talking about it? Because I feel like with whether
they just stopped talking about it. Just the Allies basically said you have no chance that it ever will go anywhere, so they just we were kind of like forced to give up.
Yeah, it's like because usually refugees don't really say we give up our right of return. What they do is they just get citizenship somewhere else, and it's just kind of that's it.
Yeah.
It's done. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the question, does the right of return means go back to your homeland or go back to your home?
Yeah, I also don't understand what that means. Like, are you going to kick Israelis out of their homes?
So legally, people have done this. I think there's a case with people who were displaced from Cyprus in the Turkish invasion have like won cases for retainership of property. But I don't think I don't know if it's ever been passed down to grandchildren. But I imagine
it wasn't really a unique case that is cited, or it was just naturally was part of a right of return?
Was you asking me if this was a unique case?
Like, was it considered a unique case that they pushed for, or it was just naturally was considered part of the right?
I actually don't know, because I think in well, this was actually just a property right rather than like a refugee, because I guess with the Palestinian refugees, that's why they keep a hold of their old like Ottoman land documents and shit like that, right? Because
keys.
Yeah, but I imagine the documents are more valuable legally than the keys. Yeah.
I mean, because it seems like there's an argument that I think even Benny Morris argue that most of the Palestinian refugees cannot really be considered refugees because they were not displaced from the homeland. They were just displaced from one part of historical Palestine to other. Like, up to 70% of them ended in Gaza and the West Bank.
Yeah, that would like Gaza, West Bank, yeah, but not the fucking 6 million dudes who live outside of it, yeah.
So it can argue that we are just internal displaced people, not refugees.
How many actual refugees? Do you have any idea how many actual refugees are alive today from the Nakba?
Few tens of thousands.
You really? That's just that many?
Yeah.
Okay, if that's the case, then when we look at these, when we look at stuff like the Clinton parameters and everything, well, hold on. To be fair, that was 20 years ago. So 20 years ago, there might have been significantly more alive, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm saying if the number is just tens of thousands, my guess is if Israel could squash the refugee problem by saying, okay, we'll accept every single one, and it's like 30,000, I feel like Israel would probably jump on that. They'd be like, sure. But that, my guess is...
Yeah, but I think the Palestinians are aware about that, so they won't really just give in.
So
I think this is what people call the symbolic right of return from Camp David, right? That's what they call that.
I mean, Israel kind of like gave a symbolic right of return for family reunification, but use it as kind of like humanitarian giveaway, humanitarian effort instead of a right.
But this is the question I get, is because I know that in the past, I think Destiny used to make this argument, I don't know if you do anymore, that these negotiations fell apart because the big sticking point for Palestinians was full right of return. But I don't know if is that necessarily true, or do you still stick by that?
I think that right of return is a big one, but there's another big one too that I wasn't aware of as much, which is like division of like the old city. That's a big one too.
Yeah. At least outspokenly, yeah, like the Haram al-Sharif was a huge thing, yeah.
But I think refugees are always also a pretty big sticking point as well in terms of like what that looks like. The thing is that it's hard to figure out also what the sticking points are, because when you dive into some of the concessions that Israel is willing to make, like I didn't realize like Olmert was offering, I think, a generous amount to Abbas in 2008, and then what was on the table for the Tapa summit is it feels like I don't know what Arafat is looking for. I don't know what Abbas is looking for. Like it feels like these deals are just vehicles for these people to continue to build their political careers, and that's about it. There's like no actual desire to find a concession that both sides would agree with on the Palestinian side, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I mean, from Arafat, I think the difference between Arafat and Mahmoud Abbas, that Arafat saw it as an opportunity to have his own glory revolution against the Zionist entity, to just glorify himself, and Abbas just want to keep the status quo.
Also, I think with the 2008 one, I don't really understand, because even if Abbas agreed to it, what happens to Gaza? It's run by other people.
Yeah, I mean, by 2008, yeah. And I mean, it was just shortly after Hamas took over, so it wasn't really seems, we weren't really aware if it will be permanent for so long.
In any case, I think obviously the Jerusalem sticking point makes Arafat look really bad, because it was very explicit, and it was his reason for it was just stupid. It was because he said that there was no Jewish temple underneath the Haram, right?
Well, but I don't know if that's stupid. I think you kind of have to say that as like a Muslim, right? I think that's like a big part of the religion. Like I think Abbas.
It is a very new thing to deny in Islam, to deny the existence of a Jewish temple.
Oh, is it?
Very recent.
Because doesn't Abbas say the same thing, that there's no temple under there?
Yeah, it is very recent phenomenon to deny the existence of a Jewish temple in Islam. I mean, even Hajj Amin al-Husseini, the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, that guy, he himself recognized that a Jewish temple existed there.
I think one thing that I haven't seen Finkelstein commit to is what would have been a just resolution to the refugees, because he keeps on, his whole thing is international law and the right, like they have to have the right. But then he'll also say, no one's ever asked for all 6 million people to return to exactly where they or their ancestors came from. So it's like, why was the offer at Camp David of like the 100,000 and the settlement fund, was that not enough? Or like, what does he think it should have been? I'd love to know what he thinks about that, rather than just saying the right, because it doesn't really get you anywhere.
The right. I mean, you basically expect Israel to recognize the right, but also at the same time recognize it is impossible to actually let it be.
Well, yeah, like that seems to be what was the middle ground, at least that even Israelis, I think, were willing to accept, is to recognize the right and to recognize Israel's part in the 48 expulsions and the flight, but to just recognize it, but implement it in a more negotiated and practical way. That's what it seems like, and that's where the 100,000 and the resettlement fund came from. So I think if that's the fundamental principle, then I don't see what's wrong with that, if you can't just, like, as long as you can say what the actual implementation would look like.
Okay. I mean, I think the problem is the Palestinian leadership position was they have no. But basically, they argue that Palestinian right of return, it's something sacred, something basically above them. But basically, it's every individual Palestinian have a right of return. So they have even as the Palestinian leadership, have no right to deny it from the millions of the Palestinian people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it becomes kind of like a mythological or like a moral talking point, not really anything to be found pragmatically or politically anywhere.
Yeah, but then that's why you need people to. That's why you need some kind of commitment to say, like, okay, well, what actually do you want physically? If people, because I know the Finkelstein defense is that no one ever actually asked for all 6 million to go back. So it's like, well, okay, if they recognize that there's an implementation issue with the sacred right, then you have to say what that implementation should be.
Yeah, and every time Israel throws a number out, it seems like it's not acceptable, right?
Yeah.
So. Yeah. Okay, that was 6. So I think this is my final point is this is the final. Okay, so this is like brings us to current modern day basically. Israel's jus ad bellum, their response to Hamas invading their country and killing 1,139 people in Israel and taking some 250 hostages, is fully in compliance with international law. Meaning their reason for going to war, basically, or their reason as a state to strike back. All available evidence of Israel taking extraordinary steps to warn civilian populations of incoming attacks likely satisfies their obligation to Article 58 of Additional Protocol 1 to the Geneva Convention, while death and casualty numbers in the highly urbanized environments seems to satisfy that Israel is distinguishing between targets and obligation under Additional Protocol 1, Article 48. On the contrary, Hamas had no good jus ad bellum, as their October 7th attack was not preventing or in response to any incoming Israeli attack, and their use in bello is clearly not justified, as they failed to uphold their obligations under Additional Protocol 1, Article 58, to protect their civilian populations. They failed to distinguish between military and civilian targets, and they utilized their civilian population in an attempt to shield themselves from Israeli military forces. For why is this important? The factual disagreement is claims that Israel is conducting themselves in a way that by policy disagrees with the law of armed conflict is entirely unsubstantiated and has been for all of their major Gaza conflicts. Claims that excuse Hamas's actions or make them comparable to the Israeli government are completely absurd. And the moral part here is Israel morally has a right to defend itself. Drawing false equivalences between Hamas and Israel, especially by incorrectly citing international law, undermines nations' desire to follow international law and endangers the safety of all civilians in future armed conflict. Any big disagreements? Anything you'd push on here, or?
I strongly disagree.
Yeah.
Mm.
Do you think you have anything here?
Complaint that Israel isn't being as transparent as they could be with their stuff during this war, compared to say like America and fucking ISIS when they were releasing updates all the time, like every month or some shit.
I mean,
I think I think the difference is that I've gone back and forth on this, and I feel like I understand both sides. So I think for Israel, I can understand them not wanting to release anything because people will just attack them for it. But for the international community, I can understand them saying like, hey, the civilian death numbers are pretty high. This is a pretty one-sided fight in terms of how strong you are, so you should release stuff. But then I'm sympathetic towards the Israeli side of saying like, okay, well, listen, if you want to like dig into our stuff and release everything, then file a case. Go to the ICJ, go to the ICC. If you want to file a case against us, we'll do it there. But otherwise, we're not going to be the only ones opening up our archives for you to go through and critique, especially after insane stuff like the Goldstone report that only seems to hold one side accountable. We're not going to open our stuff up for you to critique if you're not going to critique the other side, if the other side isn't forced to make their stuff available. So I'm sympathetic towards Israel's unwillingness to just out of good faith, I guess, make available all of their military stuff.
And also, I also fighting against Hamas wasn't as internationally recognized as legitimate as much as the fight against ISIS.
Mm-hmm. Their report to the ICJ is coming out tomorrow, I think, or it's getting sent tomorw.
Mm-hmm. Is that public or private?
Did you know
I don't
that?
know if it's public, but
okay.
Yeah.
Did you know that the UN doesn't even have an actual list of terrorist groups? Like they don't have a list of recognized terrorist groups.
That's probably okay, right? Like
they only have specific law that referring to ISIS and Al Qaeda, and that's it.
Yeah, but I think that's probably a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you want
many people will make the argue, oh, Hamas that isn't internationally recognized as a terrorist group as ISIS, so therefore they are somehow more legitimate or something.
Even if they aren't, I don't know how that changes anything. I don't think that has any impact on how I would evaluate any part of the conflict now.
Or we'll make the argue, oh, Mandela was once recognized as such and so.
Sure. But that still doesn't justify, whether they are or aren't, it doesn't justify any of Hamas's actions, and it wouldn't change the way that Israel has a right to defend itself from Hamas or deal with them, so. Okay. Well, these are going to be the 7 like major things that I would hope to express clearly in the 5 hours I've gotten. Do you think there are any other like big points that I should
Will he debate whatever or not 1948 was an ethnic cleansing program?
I imagine that's going to come up over the first one of Britain overpromising the land to 2 people on whether or not that was like an intentional ethnic cleansing or not. And Benny Morris will be able to carry that entire thing. It's 1948, a top-down, pre-planned ethnic cleansing of the Arab population within the Israeli, the newly formed Israeli borders? That would be the question there. But yeah, that's Bunny Morris will have that conversation on lock. So. Any other big points you think, or things that I need to move between or figure out, or?
I mean, we talked about war crimes.
War crimes, I think, are going to come up a lot in that last part about the modern conflict. So going over the difference between jus ad bellum and jus in bello, going over like what constitutes a war crime, going over the obligations that both parties have for protecting civilians in conflict. I'm pretty familiar with all of this.
Will he try to deny that Hamas use human shield in hospitals and all that?
I think I've got like a whole separate thing on war crimes. I'm probably just going to pad this out. I've heard so much. I'm a little mindfucked because I've heard, obviously, like and bring up like cast lead and protective edge like over and over and over and over again. So without looking, before I'd looked into either of those, I kind of just assumed that like it's basically just like Israel like carpet bombing or mowing the grass of the Gaza Strip over and over and over again. I'm pretty surprised that like even in those two conflicts, Hamas's conduct was pretty unfucking believable. Like it seems like there is a healthy amount of tons of like independent parties that point to Hamas engaging in human shields, using that Al-Shifa hospital, building tunnels under civilian places, like storing munitions in churches, like mosques. Yeah. So I think I don't want any problem finding that.
It's become basically talking point. Oh, Israel just made up the stories that Hamas used Shifa hospital, right?
Yeah. However,
so
I think now
I would argue even before it wasn't Israel who first argued that Hamas used Shifa hospital. It was the Palestinians themselves, like during the 2006 and 2007 kind of like civil war between Hamas and Fatah. It was the Palestinians who accused Hamas of using Shifa hospital, and at the time it was confirmed by Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch.
Yeah. Yeah, there just seems to be a dearth of sources on that, so yeah.
Yeah, back then it was when it was Palestinians versus Palestinians, it was acceptable as a fact that Hamas used hospitals and other institutes. Only when Israel started to accuse Hamas, suddenly it became a big debate.
Sure. All right, throw that talking about.
Do you know the pushback about the right now, where they say that Washington Post report said that there was like no evidence of a command center underneath Al-Shifa?
If I'm not wrong, I mean the New York Times, I think later made their own report that they concluded there was a big use of Shifa hospitals for Hamas command.
Well, the thing about the Washington Post article as well is that they just say that there's bits of evidence, but just not that much. So it's like they
basically argue there is no evidence of recent use for Hamas, which is kind of like odd because it is known that Israel gave like 3 weeks ahead warning basically to evacuate Shifa. So it's kind of like the obvious will not find a recent use of Shifa.
Yeah, and don't they also? I feel like throughout the whole article as well, they're very frequent to say like they're trying not to jump to conclusions or like more information might come out, like that kind of thing. Yeah, I think people use that article as a silver bullet all the fucking time, but it doesn't really make any sense.
I mean, first of all, they deny that any hostages was ever in Shifa hospital, and then they deny there was any tunnels there. And now they try to argue, they are unrelated to the hospital, or they are not recently used, or they actually were secretly digged by Israel.
Yeah, I think that I'll probably bring up a lot, unfortunately. I think the UNRWA's reputation in the Gaza Strip is, I'll say, sullied in the very charitable way. But the goalpost moving on that, because originally I think wasn't it literally the UNRWA that came out and said, listen, I know you guys are saying that, the terror that Hamas uses this hospital, but we literally have doctors in there who literally report to us and they say they know, and they're not Hamas, they say that there are no hostages in there. And then we get CCTV footage of hostages literally being brought into the hospital. That's really bad. And then there was that building where there was apparently, I need to look into this with more detail, but apparently there was a building, there was a massive operation right underneath of UNRWA. Was it a school or headquarters, or there was a massive operation underneath of Hamas, and they were saying, well, we had no idea, even though people must have been going. I don't remember what the type of building was, because UNRWA does like schools and shit too.
UNRWA headquarters,
Headquarters. So like the fact that like all of these things, yeah, I think that this hurts the credibility of these orgs quite a bit. And then bolsters Israel's side in saying that, like, well, I don't really know how much I trust these people operating there.
They basically seems to argue that the IDF has unlimited supplies of Russian and Chinese weapons that were just planted in hospitals and schools just to make the Palestinians look bad.
How are you going to get around the rhetorical thing, like the rhetorical like quote mining about all these Zionist leaders up until 14, basically admitting that they're going to need to kick out a bunch of Arabs to have a state?
I mean, I looked for almost every available quote. It was either taken out of context or sometimes outright fabricated. I mean, there is the famous Theodore Herzl quote, for example, about evacuating the poor.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, he said it before he was an actual Zionist. He said it like in 1895, before he was part of the Zionist movement. And he was talking about Argentina, about possible settlements in Argentina. And even then, he talked about letting the people who can't afford to basically just let them stay if they want to stay and just respect their religion and culture. But we actually have actual letter from Theodore Herzl from 1902, which very specifically said not to dispossess the Arab farmers, not to dispossess them.
But when you're talking about, what about more recent than 48? What about places like the 30s and onwards, when like basically
You're
everyone?
referring to the transfer idea, like from Ben Gurion, the transfer idea?
Yeah, well, just like Weizmann, Ben Gurion, yeah. Like,
they're basically referring to, there was a field commission, right? So it was the British who basically brought up the idea that should be some kind of population exchange between the Arabs and the Jews. So they just debated about the British offer.
but they're also saying that like they see it as compulsory. Like it would have to be like they think it's kind of like there's Ben Gurion quoting basically saying that it's kind of like a fantasy to imagine that this would be anything other than compulsory, but that he sees nothing unethical in doing that.
He said that only if the British, with agreement of Arab leaders, it will be possible, but other way it will not be any way moral. He actually said multiple times that it will be immoral for the Zionist movement to force it upon the Arabs.
I don't think that's the case.
I mean, I can give you a quote from Ben Gurion. He think it was. Like, you need to remember, even some Arab leaders at the time thought that it supported the idea of transfer of some Arab peasants. Supported it. Like, even I think like the father of Rashid Khalidi supported the idea of transfer. Even George, leader of Jordan and Iraq, even spoke positively about the transfer idea. It wasn't uncommon to talk about it. It was basically they supported the kind of like the Greek Turkey idea of population exchange.
So when you're talking about Ben Gurion, I know that there are private entries in his diary of him talking about ethical issues with transfer, but as far as I know, and I think I got this from Benny Morris as well, unless you disagree, is that he's saying that between the 30s and 40s, Ben Gurion never publicly opposed transfer. He's never on the record saying he's against transfer.
I'll be back. One second. Hold on.
I know the official conclusion of the Zionist, the Jewish agency, basically the Zionist leadership, to the field commission, but they're against compulsory and they support basically a Jewish state. All the Arabs who live there will be part of a Jewish state. Like they never adopt an official position of transfer, of supporting transfer.
I'm not saying that there was ever like the official like or the policy or anything like that. I'm not making that argument. I'm saying like rhetorically, how do you deal with the fact that like so many people throughout the period seem to be quite aware that like removal is probably going to have to be an option?
I mean, I don't think we saw it as something that should be an option. We just saw it as an option that was brought up by the British and should be debated on.
I think you're couching that a little bit. Let me maybe find the one for Ben Gurion talking about having to be compulsory, but. Destiny, what would yours be? Is he still here?
Mm-hmm.
Is he gone?
Yeah. Doesn't, no idea.
I think I've got it here.
Ben Gurion, I have a quote, I think.
So this is Ben Gurion from 41, October 41, setting out his thinking on transfer in a memorandum entitled Outlines of Zionist Policy. He paid the necessary lip service to traditional Zionist position on the benefits Jews could bring to Palestine without displacing any Arabs, and how neighboring Arab states could easily absorb all of the country's Arabs in the event of transfer. But, he wrote, complete transfer without compulsion and ruthless compulsion, that is hardly imaginable.
I mean, Ben Gurion already back in 19, I think already early on, I forgot the exact year. Wait, I have some list of some quotes. Ah, yes. Basically back in 1915, he already said that our goal is not to integrate the Arab community in the country. We do not intend to marginalize the Arabs or displace them from their land and take their place. And in 1918, he said, had the Zionism desired to evict the inhabitants of Palestine, it would have been a dangerous utopia and harmful reactionary mirage.
Yeah, you're talking about, did you say before 1930s, right? That was 18 and 19, you said?
1980s, and I have later quote from the Field Commission after the Field Commission.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is he saying after the Peel Commission? Because what's he saying there?
He basically said we do not wish and do not need to expel the Arabs and take their place.
No, you're talking about the letter to his son, right? That's a private statement, no?
Yeah, but he also. Wait, I have another quote in a book. I forgot. Wait, I try to look up that book.
Oh, this is an awful silence.
I found the Hebrew quote. I will try to find the translate quote now. Yeah, he basically said.
I think I might have the one that you just read to me.
Mm-hmm.
The one that says we do not want to and do not need to expel Arabs and take their places. That one?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to other one, but it's basically said transfer is a political error and more so a moral error, and we will not recommend a forcible transfer. I just have a Hebrew version of the quote, and I try to have the English one.
Not sure where it's. Are you sure where it's from though?
Yeah, he basically said to the Jewish agency.
When?
I think. Wait, I try to find the reference.
And did you say full transfer in there? Was that in the? That
Forced transfer.
Oh, for it. Okay. Okay.
Try to find the.
Are you okay if I read what I've got here whilst you're looking for that?
Mm-hmm.
So this is again from Righteous. Destiny, you still here? He's actually okay. Right. It's from Righteous Victims, and this is with Benny Morris's commentary on it as well. So he's saying Ben-Gurion understood that compulsion would probably be required, and if the British did not exercise force, the Jews would have to do the job. In his mind, he merged the possibilities of expansionism and transfer. He refused to resign himself to the minute state that Peel had outlined. The Negev and Transjordan would also have to become Jewish. And this is the quote, because we will not be able to countenance large uninhabited areas which could absorb tens of thousands of Jews remaining empty, and if we have to use force, we shall use it without hesitation, but only if we have no choice. We do not want to and do not need to expel Arabs and take their places. Our whole desire is based on the assumption, which has been corroborated in the course of all our activity in the country, that there is enough room for us and the Arabs in the country, and that if we have to use force, not in order to dispossess the Arabs from the Negev or Transjordan, but in order to assure ourselves the right, which is our due, to settle there, then we have the force. And then the commentary after that is him saying, Ben-Gurion in this passage seems to be saying one thing and its opposite, but the thrust of his thinking in favor of both conquest and transfer seems clear. The attendant contortions merely point to the existence of severe moral dilemmas occasioned by these issues. There's another one, but I think this is a much clearer understanding of what he's saying, right? I don't think anyone's disputing that at least from the 30s and 40s onwards, Ben-Gurion wanted to live in a state with as few Arabs as possible. I don't think anyone denies that. And I think he also recognized that if the British were not going to do that job, then the Jews would have to do it instead. And
I'm referring to a quote which he said in official public pamphlet, which called "The Goals of Zionism at the Time," which he published in London on October 1941, which he said transfer is a political error and more political moral error, and it will be more error to offer forced transfer for the Arabs. I have a Hebrew copy of the article. I try to find the English version, but you can use Google Translate, and I can point you out to where is exactly the quote.
Hang on, I feel like October 41 is where I got one of the quotes that I had saying the opposite. It's so weird. All right, hang on.
I just have the Hebrew copy. I can even copy to you the exact part that I'm referring to. Yeah, I just copy the exact Hebrew that you can just copy and paste to see in Google Translate.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that that was said. I'm just looking for because I feel like even then the problem is that in so many of these paragraphs or these segments, he seems to be like saying one thing about transfer, but then also sort of like
does it support some form of transfer that will be part of an Arab agreement that will be basically population exchange? Yeah, probably kind of like the Turkish model. But if we want to, but I think what the strawman that I think is being created, that because it supports some form of transfer, therefore it supported all kind of transfer.
No, but do you not think then that he believes that in some scenario it would have to be done compulsory and that the Zionists would have to do it? Like that's what I got from the quote that I'm reading here in the response to Peel Commission.
I don't think so. I don't think he expressed what the Zionists themselves would have to do it. I think he only believed that it should come from the British and the Arab themselves.
Let me see. So when he says, for example, when he's talking about, let me see it. Yeah, no. So when he says like that we have the force, when he's talking about removing Arabs from the Negev.
I know the quote. He doesn't talk about evacuating the Arabs. He's talking about letting the Jews also to settle there.
I don't. Hang on.
If he specifically said not to dispossess the Arabs of the Negev and the Transjordan, but to guarantee our right to settle in those places.
Yeah, but when he's saying before that, and if we have to use force, we shall use it without hesitation, but only if we have
forced to let us settle there, not to dispossess the Arabs.
I don't know if that's a fair reading of it.
I mean, this is what he speaks. He said not to dispossess the Arabs, but to guarantee our right to settle there. He basically believed that if the Jewish state of a Jewish national home will show its might and its political and economic benefits, the Arabs will basically willingly let the Jews to settle everywhere. And if the Arabs will oppose that violently, we can just, use the force to just express our right.
So
But
do you disagree with Benny Morris's conclusion here then, when he's saying this?
Yeah, I think Benny Morris kind of like oversimplified and used errors. I mean, the other historians like Yoav Gelber and Ephraim Karish point out, but he kind of like oversimplified and generalized Ben Gurion's position.
Interesting.
I mean, I still think that Benny Morris is a good historian, but I don't think he's lacking errors.
Okay, I don't know. I think usually the impression that I get from Ben Gurion is that definitely post Peel Commission, he seems to kind of just like say both things at once. But yeah.
I mean, I can reference you to an academic that I think I could maybe link to you. I'm not sure if I save it. Falsifying the Records, yes, by Ephraim Karish. I'm not sure if you can open the link. Maybe just copy and.
No, that you just sent me your fucking user folder. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that it was PDF link, not the actual folder link. I will try just to find the. Oh, yeah.
I think if you click and drag the PDF, it should work.
Yeah, wait. I think I can. Yes. Yeah, I think you can open it. But just click download.
I'm probably not going to get this now because I'm on my phone.
Whatever is comfortable for you.
Yeah.
Read it whenever you like.
And do you think? Oh, this is the one that Morris responded to, wasn't it? The one that he responded to with refabricating 1948. That paper.
I think he responded to his book that he wrote, not to that specific article. So in a book that he wrote, I think his book was named "Fabricating His Israel History." The book.
Yeah, because he's responding to Karsh, right? In that one.
Yeah, responded in different places. It was kind of like back and forth between them on different issues.
Okay.
I mean, Benny Morris doesn't really dispute it. His record that he shows is just try to claim that it doesn't really change the bigger pictures according to his view.
I'm so annoyed just being on my phone right now because I'm just having to like flick through pages of a book. Oh god.
I mean, you can just, you know, we can just move on to other subject and just read it whenever you feel comfortable.
I wonder. I might take a risk and run over to my computer and see if I can do it.
Steven, are you still there?
Hello?
I wonder if Steven's still there.
No. I'm going to sit here and see if I can survive until my internet crashes again. He's not in the room though. Hang on.
Odd. His account, his profile still show us in the room, at least for me.
Okay, let's see this fucking article. Yeah, so by 1944, I don't think anyone's expecting the British to do any transfer, is he?
I mean, 1944, we didn't really expect the British to do anything. It was still the white paper.
Yeah, because even here, though, right? Isn't Ben Gurion still saying like the transfer of Arabs is easier than any other transfer, or that he doesn't reject it on moral or political grounds, or is he still in 44? Is he still imagining some kind of like deal between the British and the Arabs, or the Jews and the Arabs?
Imagine that maybe after the war it will be possible. He still had the policy set, still had the mindset like supporting the British like there is no white paper and fight white paper like there is no war basically.
So with 44, do you think that's still not sufficient for him to say that he's supporting
I mean,
the idea
he only started to come out against the British after the war was over.
That's not what I'm saying, though. What I'm asking is, by 44, he's not expecting anyone else to carry out the transfer of Arabs. You see, I don't think he's still expecting a deal between Jews and Arabs. He's still just supporting transfer and saying that he doesn't reject it on any moral or political grounds. And that's in like what, June 44?
I mean, June 44. Like I need to know exactly to what he's referring to because he's probably referring to the idea that it can still be offered by any third party power, like.
This was a meeting of the Jewish Agency executive. Let me find this one you gave me.
You know, Halidi, for example, said that it's necessary to make a certain transfer of property and population. You know, Musa Alami said a canton without Arabs. Abdallah in 46 said only just and permanent solution lay in absolute partition and exchange of population. This is Abdallah and the Prime Minister Ibrahim Pasha Hashim in 1946.
Yeah, no,
So
I'm
it's
not.
still
I'm not going to
the
dispute
idea,
like.
the idea, like yeah, but the idea it was still was debatable not only among the Jews, it was still debatable even among the Arabs and the British, even as late in 1946. So even if what you say is true, it still doesn't mean that Ben Gurion was alone in that position. In December 1944, Nuri Said, Iraq's senior politician and prime minister, told the British Interior that if partition was imposed on the Arabs, there will be a necessity of removing Arabs from the Jewish state for done exchange, and basically said that it probable and practical necessary will be removing the Arabs from basically even the Arab politicians said to the British that probably the just solution, the necessary solution will be population exchange and transfer.
Are you guys arguing about 48? I feel like for quotes that they're going to bring up, I feel like it's all going to be recent stuff, right? Like for the...
we're just talking about whatever or not Ben Gurion when he debated about the transfer solution, whatever or not he made it as kind of like a Zionist initiative, or it was just a debate among different parties.
I feel like transfer was always a thing that most of them kind of wanted, but I mean, like they had to deal with the political realities on the ground, and that probably was going to be hard to do, right? That was my general takeaway from what I've read. I don't know what your guys' quotes, if they said different or not.
I think there's basically a debate between Benny Morris and another historian, mostly called Ephraim Karsh, and they're both disagreeing on whether or not Ben Gurion actually supported the idea of forced transfer by the Jews of the Arabs. It seems like Benny Morris believes that Ben Gurion was in favor of it, and Karsh believes that he wasn't. That's the gist.
Interesting. It would be really weird to imagine him not being in favor of it. Why would he not?
The caveat is that he seems to be in favor of it, but only if like the British do it, or if it's part of an agreement with the Arabs, but not actually just like forcing them unilaterally. I think that's the argument you're making, Aiden.
But basically, it was against forcible.
Oh shit! Thanks, Lex. I didn't send you the final list of questions. Fuck! I just realized I made these and I didn't send them to you. I'll try to email you tonight for this. Yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, if there's like debate amongst whether or not to do it, it's not going to be like on the morality of population transfer. It's going to be on the pragmatic solutions or agreements, right?
Back then, they just looked at the Greek-Turkish model of population exchange.
Sure, yeah. Okay, well, I think I just need to find Palestinian debaters now. Yeah, because I think that's all I'm looking for is to see what I need to fill out here for things I need to counter on these things. Yeah, unless either of you have anything else, or...
Well, I was asking you originally, before that whole debate started, is like how you're going to deal with the rhetorical thing of like all these Zionist leaders at different times talking about how they feel like there's eventually going to be a point where some Arabs have to get forced out to make a Jewish state. Whether it's like, yeah.
I mean, I think this plays into my...
Have you come across Zachary Foster?
Yeah.
That's a claim that historian, what he claimed to be historian, all that. Like, what do you think about him?
I only know him from like sparse Twitter things. I don't really know anything specific. I just know he's very pro-Palestine, right?
I think for my argument here, I think I would just push back on the idea that like if Jews did think that, it plays into my I think it plays into my second point that whether or not Jews believed that they were going to have to take land or transfer Arabs out, Arabs played perfectly into their hand the entire time. That if Arabs would have pushed for peace or not have been as like aggressive militarily, then Israel wouldn't have had a chance to push out as many people as it did. Because there are multiple points in Israel's history where they were basically willing to commit to agreements that would have had them sharing land with a lot of Arabs, but the Arabs shot it down every time, with 47, the partition plan being the big one there.
You want a good example of, like, probably, in my opinion, the biggest Palestinian failure to accept a deal, which was from the British in 39.
British in 39.
I mean, if the Palestinians were basically willing to just accept 75,000 Jewish refugees, we could basically have a state which there will be the majority in it.
We're referring to the same thing, right? But I think Al Husseini didn't even want the 75,000 Jews. He just wanted immigration to stop immediately.
Yeah.
What was the deal in 39? Just a white paper?
It was basically the white paper basically kind of like guarantee an independent state in the next 10 years, but in that time period they will just accept a 75,000 Jewish refugee, and then the Arabs will have basically a clear majority in that state, and nothing will really prevent it to become just an Arab majority state officially.
I can give you the page for it if you want, Destiny.
What book?
Righteous Victims, page 158.
Fuck, this is a Benny Morris book, right? Okay. I'm trying not to, I don't know if you were here when I said it, but I'm trying for my quotes. I don't want to quote too much like Benny Morris if he's going to be in the debate with me. It feels kind of weird.
Oh, yeah, you don't need to, it's not really need to quote, it's just like something to refer to.
Oh, sure. And what page did you say?
158.
Are you using a physical book or a Kindle for this?
Both.
Okay.
PDF and book.
Oh, a PDF. Okay. Because my Kindle doesn't play well with, you said this was 1948 or Righteous Victims?
Righteous Victims.
Oh, let me check that one. Hold on.
The fact there is that this particular deal might have actually had the support of the majority of Palestinians as well. Like,
what was the page you said?
158.
Okay.
Well, I think I will need to call off to today. It's like midnight, and I have a university tomorrow. Still my semester.
All right. Well, thanks for the added quotes and stuff. I love you, buddy.
Yeah, sure. I would like to go. Maybe if you have another such discussion, I will be more than glad to appear.
Wow. Be careful.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Let me know.
Yep.
Have a nice day.
Bye. 627. Okay. Let's see. You sound on page
158.
58. I'm looking at a paragraph, but transfer continued or before or after this?
158 on Righteous Victims.
Well, I don't know if my pages line up exactly because I'm reading on my.
Oh, you need the PDF that I sent you.
Well, I'm around. Just what's the first word of the paragraph, or first few words?
The first word of the paragraph is, at this point, the Palestinians made a major blunder.
Do we have different? How many pages are in your book? What?
784.
Oh, this is a 923. Do you have a earlier edition? You're missing the whole
Probably.
DLC. What a fucking loser.
It's the only one that was on fucking Amazon. In the
Cringe,
UK.
bro. Okay. You said at this point.
The Palestinians made a major blunder.
Okay, this is on page 176 on this, whatever the fuck this is. Okay.
Oh.
Britain's need to appease the Arabs seemed to grow day by day. We are now compelled to consider the Palestine problem, mainly from the point of view of its effects on the international situation. If we must defend one side, let us defend the Jews rather than the Arabs, was Whitehall's bottom line as enunciated by Chamberlain on April 20th, 1939. In a new statement of policy, the White Paper of May 17th, 1939, Britain proposed a ceiling of 75,000 on Jewish immigration during the next 5 years. When it says 75,000 over the next 5 years, is that per year or over all 5 years?
I think it's over 5 years. I think.
Okay. Because 75,000 a year would be quite a bit at this time period, I believe.
Yeah, for that place. Yeah. It's the
Yeah.
size of New Jersey, you know.
Okay. The White Paper put severe limitations on Jewish land purchasing, completely forbidding it in most districts, and proposed an independent Palestinian state with majority rule within 10 years, Arab-Jewish relations permitting. At this point, the Palestinians made a major blunder. Quote, they never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity, end quote, as Abba Iban was later to point out. Having failed in the revolt and nonetheless having been offered major political concessions, the AHC turned around and rejected them under pressure from the rebels, whose slogan remained, "The English to the sea and the Jews to the grave." The AHC was dissatisfied. What does AHC stand for? Oh,
Arab Higher
Amir
Committee?
Al Hussein? Or wait, oh, what?
The Arab Higher Committee.
Oh, Arab Higher Committee. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Who was this? How many countries was in the Arab High Committee at this point?
Well, this was just Palestinian, wasn't it?
Was it just?
Hang on.
Arab High Committee.
I thought this was a Palestinian thing. Yeah, this was fucking Al Husseini's dudes.
Okay.
I think they were Palestinians, yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking the Arab League, but this comes later.
No, different.
Yeah, okay. So the Arab High Committee, this is just Palestinians. Okay, the AHC was dissatisfied mainly because the white paper failed to call an immediate halt to Jewish immigration and because independence had been deferred and made contingent on Arab-Jewish amity. The Nashashibi opposition supported the paper, a good augury, they called it, but Husseini won the AHC support by a vote of 6-4. The Arab states accepting Transjordan closed ranks behind the AHC, despite the fact that most Palestinians appeared to favor the paper. The average Arab one spoke to was triumphant regarding the white paper as a concession won by Arab arms, wrote Wilson. The white paper was the main accomplishment of the rebellion. Husseini subsequently took great pains to justify his decision to reject it. His generally sympathetic Arab biographer, Philip Mattar, later wrote that the Mufti's decision clearly indicated that he was putting personal considerations and his idealism above practical politics. Oof, that's a money quote because it plays into my other narrative as well.
That's just like the biggest L, I think. Like rejecting that deal. What the fuck? Like,
I think Taba Summit was insane. I can still understand at this point if you're fighting and you see these like outsider like European fucks and you think you can fight with them maybe. Because I don't think at this point it's maybe like super clear that shit is fucked for the Arabs. Well, although if this was in 39, this was after they'd already gotten put down by the British, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see.
Why is someone in your YouTube chat saying I'm acting like a primary source, but I need sources for my opinions? What a fucking insanely retarded thing to say. Anyway, sorry.
Aren't you a time traveler?
What the fuck?
Wait, in my YouTube chat or yours?
Yeah, your YouTube chat.
Wait, where do you see this at?
Comment. What the fuck?
He says you're acting like a primary source. Where do you see
but
this
need sources for my opinions. Like, oh, well, that's weird. Okay.
Wait, how far do you have to scroll to read this comment?
Oh, is it old? I think oh yeah, this chat's frozen. It might be like a really old chat.
Fucking loser, way to go. Didn't the traveling Israeli traveling guy crush you? Did he?
I mean, he didn't fucking address any of my points, so no, probably not.
Generally sympathetic Arab biographer. Okay, hold on. These are big memes. Okay. We've got primary claims here. It's cautioning territorial expansion. This would be a rejecting peace quote. Let's write down here. Yeah, it would be here. Oh, Jesus Christ. You just opened that. Yeah. Maybe me and Lonerbox are having a moment. Let's.
Tell Loner I say hi.
Kyla says hi.
Hi.
In 1939, is there an official name for this white paper, or is it just another white paper?
I think it was just called the white paper. Let me see.
There are multiple white papers, right? Or am I making that up?
Yeah, there are many white papers.
Okay.
This is called the White Paper of 39.
Base, okay. The 1939.
It was also called Palestine's Statement of Policy.
Guaranteed a Palestinian state in 10 years. But Husseini and the AHC rejected it. Did they say why?
Why they rejected it?
Yeah.
I think it's because they wanted immigration to stop immediately.
Yeah. Okay.
Not the 75,000 thing.
Gotcha. Let's see. In regards,
And also because they didn't like the idea of them saying that the statehood would be conditional on Arab-Jewish relations. They said there will be majority rule within 10 years, Arab-Jewish relations permitting. I don't think they like that either.
Sure. Let's see. Matar. Book. Wait, Matar. Biography. Husseini. I'm not going to be able to find this whole book, am I? Oh my god, the Mufti of Jerusalem. Do you think I can find this book online? I'm just curious what that full quote is that he says there. Clearly indicated that he was putting personal considerations and his idealism above practical politics. Clearly indicated that he was putting personal considerations, his idealism above practical politics. Fuck it. Practical. I'm like stealing this quote from Benny Morris. Okay. Okay, whatever. Let's see. At this point, major blunder. Abba Iban. Do you think this is coming from his autobiography? Missed opportunity to miss an opportunity. That quote, I'm just curious. (1973) quote.
Geneva Peace Conference, 1973.
1973 Geneva Conference. Was this before or after Yom Kippur? Yom Kippur.
I think Yom Kippur was before, wasn't it?
I have it in the same year, 73.
I think it was October.
Okay.
Because it was obviously the October 7th was the anniversary of Yom Kippur. Almost. 50 years.
The Arabs or the Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. This quote doesn't really do much, but I don't care. Wait, how do I put brackets without it like trying to put a code block? There's a thing I need to put before this, right? Somebody who knows how to do this shit, tell me how. The Arabs or the Palestinians never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. Boom, boom. Escape character is the slash thing. This one. Boom. Okay, like that? Base. Good job. Okay. Let's see. No. Is it really gonna fuck the thing up in here? No shot. Wait, maybe that'll undo. Oh, okay, that works. Okay. HC support. Okay. Anything else, or?
For me, I don't think so. You've done all your 7 things.
All my 7 things. Well, these are just like my main points, basically. And then now I'm just going to go through and I'm just going to fill in basically everything I know about these. I'm going to make sure I've got quotes. I'm going to make sure that I have all the facts to support them. like the information's in my brain. I just need to basically organize it and then find quotes, because I know people love quotes, and it just sounds good to be able to say like, this guy said this, blah blah blah. Because I know Finkelstein. I need to start something his name. Another Finkelstein loves to like do that. Like
okay.
Yeah. Wait, did you say, are there any other big things or points or anything that'll come up that you think I'm missing or that I would want to talk about that you think I would have big disagreements on, or?
Relating to Finkelstein in particular, I don't know much of what Finkelstein says post like 2000s, even though that seems to be most of his work on Gaza. So, for the history stuff, I guess mostly like that'll be Morris, because that he directly quotes Morris for a lot of his arguments.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably fine. It's really interesting how the how Morris gets like dishonestly quoted on both sides when it comes to transfer, like that one in particular, because you know how like the pro-Palestinian people will quote him and say that like him talking about all these Zionist leaders who are favoring the idea of transfer, but then they'll use that as evidence for the like master plan.
Expulsion,
yeah. But also I noticed, and this is something that the Traveling Israel dude did as well, was that people will also quote Morris when he's arguing with pro-Palestinian people, when Morris says that there was no blanket policy to expel Arabs, and then they'll infer from that
it never happened.
The Zionist movement never had any intentions. Like they never had any intention to do it.
And all of them left because of Arab calls. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so it's quite funny just seeing like almost exactly the same quote being just like sniped by two different groups to make completely opposite points. It's really interesting.
Yeah. All the I think all the XLR cables are here. I got text one. Yep. Okay.
But I need to get food, so I think that's all good, right?
Do you have any big Palestinian people in your community that hate your opinions or anything, or?
I know there will be some disagreement from Beast Process. I don't know if he wants to talk to you, but he might. And also that there's a guy called Sundowner in my Discord who might be up for it. And Adham, you've spoken to him before, though. I think his name's Severalizer.
Okay. Well, hey, listen, if you're a big pro-Palestinian guy and you disagree with any of my big arguments here, feel free to jump into the disagreement room and I'll drag you up and we can hash it out. And then I'll know where I need to fill in more info here. But okay, cool. Anything else? Or are we good?
I'm all good.
Okay. I love you, babe. Be careful.
Bye-bye.
What is this video?
Hey guys, I'm actually doing like Christmas caroling. Could I possibly give you guys like a quick little chime? Okay, perfect. Okay, here. This one's from the heart. Ready? Yo, 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 it's hump day. What I need you to do is...
Not safe for work language. Wait, hold on. Well, wait, hold on. Is he black or is he white? I need to know that before I know if it's bad or not. Oh, he's black. Okay, well then it's okay. He's good. Oh, wait.
Hey
wait. Hold on. Now, it could just be the inside of his hand, right? Which could be lighter colored, but...
Hey, guys.
Oh, man, this is the dress question. Is it blue and black, or is it golden? Or is it... What is it, black and blue or golden blue?
I'm actually doing like Christmas caroling. Could I possibly...
Wait, hold on. We got...
Hey, guys. I'm actually doing like Christmas caroling. I'm actually doing like Christmas.
What is she doing? It's too ambiguous. I don't know. The jury's out on that one. The jury's out on that one. Sorry, guys. PK. State your disagreement, and then begin.
I was actually in here before, but I was actually going to talk about the white paper, not really disagree.
Is it? Can you do it in 20 seconds, or what about it?
Yeah, fairly quick. One thing that people don't really talk about too much with the white paper is that the white paper started in 1939 and it limited immigration at possibly the worst time in history to limit immigration for Jews because of millions of refugees in mainland Europe trying to escape.
Mm-hmm.
And that heavily influenced the Zionist militias terrorism, like the Irgun and the Lehi terrorism post the war end.
Okay.
And before 1939, the Lehi and the Irgun were still terrorists. The Haganah and the Jewish Agency actually supported the British against the Jewish terrorists. Then after 1945, even the Haganah and the Jewish Agency kind of saw the British as responsible for the death of Jews in mainland Europe because they wouldn't let them immigrate to mandatory Palestine. So the Irgun and the Haganah started supporting insurgent groups in terrorism against the British, and that's when you got like King David Hotel and.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thanks for the context.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Bye. Joe Jada, state your disagreement first. What's up?
Okay, disagreement. Do we really have to do like all this mental gymnastics stuff, or can we just say like, okay, the U.S. is interested in Israel is one of our best allies, and Palestinians don't really help our cause at all? Or do we really have to like do all this stuff? Like, know what I mean?
No. Wait, do you think don't Jews have interests outside of the United States, or like I'm sure the people living in Israel have interests, right?
No, I mean like the U.S. has interest in in Israel.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I mean, even if like, is there like some kind of consequentialist argument to be made that we say, hey, we don't really care who's in the wrong right here, but we have interest in Israel. We don't have interest in Palestine.
No, I think that you still want to solve the Palestinian issue because it's hurting your interest in Israel. I think the U.S.'s reputation internationally is going to be damaged if the war continues or if like crazy shit happens. It looks bad on the U.S. So yeah, I think even if it is in U.S. interest, I think that's probably good for Israel and the Palestinians because it means that it means that Israel has to be somewhat concerned with what people think about the United States, right? But
yeah, right. Of course, we should definitely like. Well, not we, you guys should definitely like solve the whole crisis. But it just mean who of the two causes you would support? I mean, I think that's like pretty obvious in a way. Like one is like run by a terrorist organization that throws gay people off the roof, and the other one is like a democratic society, democratic state. Like how is there so much, you know what I mean? So much like disagreement. Which side should be supported by the U.S.?
Well, the disagreement is that there are bad things that happen on both sides, and that right now the Palestinian people are an entire group of dispossessed people who are kept in an uncomfortable crystallized limbo that seems to have no resolution except for the slow encroachment on their territory until all of them are either kicked out or die.
Yeah, well, that's of course bad right now.
Yeah.
Definitely. But like for example, what I've been thinking about is so I'm from Germany, right? And you've talked a little bit about the whole thing with Germans getting exposed. Is that the right one? The expulsion of Germans right after World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And there were, you said like about 10 million. I think that's close. 10 million Germans expelled, and they had to go back to like the mainland Germany and like settle there. And there was like no disagreement over that. It just worked. People just we're fine with that.
I don't know if people were fine with it if there was no disagreement. That might have, just to be clear, I have no idea about that if people were fine with it or not, but go ahead.
But I mean, like 80 years after that, there's no one who's actually like fighting some kind of proxy war to say, yeah, we need to get the land back. Is there actually like an argument to be made in any other case, or is it just like the Palestinian one?
No, but I think the difference is that Germans would have seen they had a country to go back to, and Palestinians, for whatever reason, don't see that, right? They don't have a country to go back to.
Isn't there like a huge overlap between Palestinians and Jordanians?
Well, they're very incentivized to say no, which is kind of what the international incentivizations have lined up for, to say that they're very different, so.
Right. But just from like I mean, there's no problem with people in the US saying I'm Palestinian and like their grandfather is Jordanian, whatever. So there seems to be some sort of shared identity.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but they're not going to agree with that, right? Because they're not going to give up their identity to Palestine and just say, oh, well, Israel gets all of it. That's never going to happen, right? They're not going to release that.
Well,
and Jordan probably doesn't want to absorb millions of refugees of like relatively low educated citizens that have already had like bad relations with Jordan in the past and might try to attack. Like Jordan, that's a whole mess for Jordan to deal with. Jordan's not going to want to deal with that. So,
well, what about like a shared Muslim identity? Or shared Arab Muslim identity, to be more exact.
People get mad at me, but I don't really think that exists. I don't think there's a shared Muslim Arab identity. I think that a lot of this. What?
But at least like the Twitter stance think so.
Yeah, but they're. Do you want to? I'm not going to solve the situation according to what Twitter stands think. I don't think that a shared Muslim identity.
What I mean is that it shows like there are like most people fighting for the Palestinian cause, like also in Germany and stuff like that, are like Muslims and more specifically like Arabs.
Sure, they're a lot of them are retarded. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, well, there must be like a cause for that. There's probably like a shared identity.
No, I think it's just social media and people being stupid. I don't think there's a shared identity at all.
Between Muslims, really?
Not between Palestinian Muslims and Hamas and all. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think there's a shared identity there.
Okay. Right. So you don't think that there's any argument to be made? First case, that there's a consequentialist way that we just say, hey, okay, we just support Israel because we have interest in the region and we don't have interest. Well, not with Palestinians. You don't think there's, and you also don't think that there's like a shared Muslim identity. Okay, right. Seems like there are fundamental disagreements.
Well, that's why I think the international community has been incredibly harmful towards Palestinians in terms of driving them further into this conflict. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. Okay. Okay, interesting. Well, I think that's all. Okay. I just gotta shout out quickly your Discord. Your Discord is fucking amazing.
Wow.
Discord is really fucking good. Yeah, I had so many like interesting conversations. There was one guy who was like babbling about the deep state, then he like hit a bong and went to drive on the highway intoxicated. It's pretty great Discord. Yes.
Wow. Well, hey, thanks for the update on the Discord. Okay, have fun. I love you. Bye.
Love you too. Bye.
Some guy, what do you want? Hello.
Is it me?
It is indeed you.
Okay. One point that maybe you didn't mention yet, as far as like this. Well, wait, sorry.
Yep, mute the stream in the background.
Turn off the screen. Yes. A point that Finkelstein might think or make. I don't know if he will make it to you, but like yesterday or 2 days ago, you listened to like a podcast with him and Brianna Joy Gray, whatever her name is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where they were self-jerking about Hamas, the attack, and the weakness of Israel, and that it reduced their deterrence. So I don't know. Maybe you covered that, and if so, I'm sorry. That it's kind of immoral of Hamas to like attack Israel if this is Israel's response, right? And it's like, if Hezbollah wages war on Lebanon, then and leaders have said it in the past that they will wreck Lebanon if Hezbollah attacks them. So like, I don't know if Finkelstein will try to moralize what Hamas did. Maybe that's worth to mention.
I don't understand what the point of that was. If he'll try to moralize what Hamas did because Israel says they'll attack Hezbollah if they had, or yeah.
Like Finkelstein will try to moralize the Hamas attack, but it's immoral for Hamas to attack because of Israel's response, right?
Are you saying what you think my argument is?
No, what
Finkelstein will say it was immoral for Hamas to attack because of Israel's response?
No, he will say it was moral for Hamas to attack.
Oh, yeah, then I'll just say no. There's no. There's no.
Okay.
I'll ask him to give a positive argument for that. Conditions in Gaza are not an argument for launching a war against a neighboring country. That's just not. That's not an argument.
Okay.
Yeah, there's just nobody that would
so-
ever recognize. It's just an insane, yeah.
Okay, so 2 questions. Did I know that you looked at like the Olmert and Abbas peace talks? Did you happen to look at like the later peace talks, the most recent ones, or do you not care about those?
Haven't seen them. Are they important or?
I mean, well, it's like Netanyahu and Abbas had like peace talks in 2010, 2011, and Netanyahu like agreed to like the 2-state solution at the start of it. So I don't know, maybe it can give you like an additional perspective. But if you don't think it has anything to do with Finkelstein, then never mind. And final question. Do you think Finkelstein will throw at you like weird Israeli conspiracy theories that anti-Israelis latch at, or?
No, I don't think he'll go
you
that.
want
I don't
to-
think he'll do that. No.
Okay, so just wanted to cover this. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay.
How do I turn off?
I got you. Be careful.
Okay, bye.
Cly, you're up. I see your mic lighting up, but you're not talking at all. I don't know why. In early 2010, Benjamin Netanyahu imposed a 10-month moratorium on settlement construction of the West Bank as a gesture for the PA after previously publicly declaring his support for a future Palestinian state. However, he insisted that the Palestinians would need to make reciprocal gestures of their own. The PA rejected the gesture as insufficient. 9 months later, direct negotiations between Israel and the PA relaunched after nearly 2 years of stalemate. In early September, a coalition of 13 Palestinian factions began a campaign of attacks against Israeli civilians, including a series of drive-by shootings and rocket attacks on Israeli towns in an attempt to derail and torpedo the ongoing negotiations.
Sorry.
Jesus.
Can you hear me
now? Hello. What's up?
All right. When you often have conversations with people that are pro-Palestinian, they often ask you, what's the goal of the current Israel military conflict?
Yeah.
And you just say, it's to remove Hamas.
Yeah.
And they often ask, what's the benefit of that? And then you say, well, then Hamas will be gone, ... And you kind of trail off. And I feel like this sounds really weak when this should be kind of a cornerstone, like a pillar of your arguments that you have like ready to go arguments to tell why this needs to happen and argue from to convince people. But instead, it kind of seems like nothing.
Well, it depends on, I guess, what the conversation is. If for a more comprehensive conversation, I'll have things about what I want to see afterwards. But whether or not Palestine is left in a better or a worse position after the removal of Hamas is irrelevant to whether or not the war aims of Israel are justified internationally and legally or not. Israel has every right to attack in response to the attacks on October 7th. I think Israel's war aim of removing Hamas is completely and totally justified. Whatever happens to the country afterwards is irrelevant to those 2 points. Now, I think it's worth talking about what happens afterwards, but it's a separate part of the conversation.
But I think you know how you talk about how Arabs have like different set of facts that they argue from. Like some people don't even believe October 7th even happened. I think most pro-Palestinian people, like, they see Hamas as like people working in caves or something like that, like the typical view of like Al Qaeda and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I don't think a lot of people they hear stuff like open air prison and all this. I don't think that they understand that like Hamas is the de facto government of the Gaza Strip. They rule things. They run the ministries.
Yep.
They take aid that comes in.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this kind of part of the argument is your opportunity to kind of like state like, hey, this is who Hamas is. This is what authority they have, and them still being there, them having military action. If we try to input any other administration like Israel, the UN, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, PLO, PA, other citizens of Gaza, if they come in, Hamas is going to interrupt them, kill those people. They're not going to be able to do anything about it. Like that's why the military stuff has to happen right now.
Sure.
But I feel like that's
well,
like
no,
your
hold on,
argument
wait,
to
I'm
argue
sorry.
that.
You got to be really careful because what you just said, that's why the military stuff has to happen. I'm trying to be because normal always see this and be like, I don't care about opinions. I'm just talking about the facts and blah, blah, blah. And what you just said factually is not satisfactory for international law of armed conflict. To say that this government is not a partner for peace, therefore we're going to invade and destroy the government because they'll disrupt peace processes, that's not a internationally recognized justification for going to war. A casus belli is not my neighbors are ornery or they don't want to accept peace. So that's why I'm being very particular there. But in a broader conversation of like, why should Hamas's removal be seen as a good thing? Then I would agree. I would say like, well, Hamas is not a party that can be negotiated with. Yeah, they misappropriate aid. Literally every single fucking person has said this. Amnesty International, the UN, Palestinians on the ground, the PLO. Yeah, like everybody agrees that Hamas is just, as long as they're there, any sort of extended negotiations are going to be almost impossible. Yeah, even when Hamas tried to like form a unity government with Fatah, I think they like 6 months later it was discovered that they were about to like backstab the fuck out of them in the West Bank and try to like kill a bunch of their people. So yeah, I mean I agree with you there. Yeah, but it's just part of that's separate. That's a very separate conversation. It doesn't seem like it, but from a legal perspective, that's a very separate conversation. I do agree with you. I'm just trying to be very careful because Norm likes to cite international law a lot, and if we're going to talk on the international law parts, we're going to be very constrained and narrowly talking about the international law parts, and then we can talk about like what diplomatically or politically should happen to Gaza after.
In terms of talking to Norm, I think maybe you're right, but I feel like a lot of times when people bring this up, it's usually like, well, what's the point of attacking them? You're only radicalizing more members of Gaza. Like you're creating more Hamas terrorists and that sort of thing. And in that context, I think maybe talking about that stuff would be
maybe
the right time to bring it up. But I think with Norm, maybe going down that path isn't the best thing.
Sure. Okay.
You're right with that. Okay. Well, that's it.
All right. Have fun. Be careful. The fuck is this? I haven't read about this particular thing. The 2010 Palestinian militancy campaign was a coordinated effort by 13 Palestinian militant groups led by Islamist group Hamas to derail peace talks between Israel and the Palestinian Authority. The campaign consisted of attacks against Israelis in the Israeli-occupied West Bank and Israel, in which, according to a Hamas declaration in early September, all options are open. Al-Zahar was reported by CBS News as saying that Muslims have a moral and religious duty to liberate the land between the Mediterranean and the Jordan River, and that armed resistance is a way to achieve this. Al-Zahar has urged Mahmoud Abbas to immediately pull out of peace talks with Israel, asserting that armed struggle is the only way to deal with the Jewish state. Damn, that's pretty hardcore. Let's throw this down here. 2008 failed peace attempt. That was something different than the 2010 failed peace attempt. The decision of Netanyahu on the freeze was criticized by European countries and the United States. Wait. His decision to freeze or unfreeze? Why is this not fucking working? There was no serious peace post-2010. Bibi was elected in 2009. Well, I mean, it sounds like this was something, unless I'm missing something. I don't know, like, how much more in-depth. Like, I feel like Netanyahu saying this publicly, in which Netanyahu endorsed a demilitarized Palestinian state. That's a good statement. Like, it's a good public statement commitment from Netanyahu to an actual state. Because sometimes Israeli leaders have aspired to this idea that the Palestinians would just be relegated to an internal territory or some merger with Jordan and not like an actual separate state. So it's always good for Palestinians if they can get that concession from an Israeli leader. July 12, 2009, Mahmoud Abbas told Egyptian media that he would not recede any part of the West Bank to Israel, that he would demand territorial contiguity between the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and that he would never waive the Palestinian right of return. I want to see that statement. He told Egyptian media this. Abbas, we won't waive right of return. Okay, this is just an article to him coming to power. Boss told Egyptian newspaper October over the weekend. Simultaneously, a letter to Barack Obama. Pressure Israel to solve all the permanent agreement issues, adding the settlements were an obstacle to the peace process. Interview to Egyptian media, the negotiations with Israel must be held based on the Arab Peace Initiative. I think I have this here. These are things I just need to read more about and just have in my head. These start after 2000? Arab Peace Initiative, 2002. That's obviously his public position, but Abbas was well known in private as being willing to give up right of return. Okay, possibly, sure. That wouldn't be surprising because a lot of people make public statements that are different than what they're privately willing to commit to. Return. Oh wait, let's. Someone notice a Saudi initiative is a 10-sentence proposal for an end to the Arab-Israeli conflict. It was endorsed by the Arab League in 2002 at the Beirut Summit and re-endorsed in 2007 and 2017. The initiative offers normalization of relations by the Arab world with Israel in return for a full withdrawal by Israel from the occupied territories, including the West Bank, Gaza, the Golan Heights, and Lebanon, with the possibility of comparable and mutual agreed minor swaps of land between Israel and Palestine, a just settlement of the Palestinian resolution, and the establishment of a Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital. The initiative was initially overshadowed by the Passover massacre. Oh, this occurred during the Second Intifada. It was a suicide bombing carried out by Hamas at the Park Hotel in Netanyahu, Israel, on the 27th of March, 2002. 30 civilians were killed and 140 were injured. RIP. This happened the day before the initiative was published. Oh, man. I wonder if I need an example of every single time Palestinian terrorist attacks or something fuck up. Actually, I think I should. Let's see. We've got primary claims here. This would come under probably the aggressive part. Quotes from Israeli leaders. Quotes from this. It would be examples of Palestinian aggression disrupting ongoing peace processes. I'll just start writing these down here. Okay, so it'd be March 27th, 2002. The Passover massacre. The day before the announcement of the Arab Peace Initiative. Suicide bomber killed 30, injured 140. What are your approach you're going for in this conversation? How are you going to try to lay out the arguments? I think I'm going to speak in broad narratives, and then I just want to bring in a fact and a quote to 1-2 punch everything, basically. It would be something like that, I think. So like in 2000, Israel was willing to negotiate for peace at the Taba summit. Factually speaking, Israel was prepared to offer more land than they ever were at any point in time, according to the Israeli negotiators that were party to those arrangements. And then it would be 2 quotes by, I think, the Egyptian ambassador and the Saudi ambassador claiming that Arafat rejecting these things was a crime against the Palestinian people. It would be basically this type of like argumentation, yeah. So it's going to be like facts, or it'll be narratives supported by quotations to assert the facts are true, followed by like quotes that like bolster the statement, basically. Yeah, kind of like that. What was the last thing that we just looked at that was fucking wild? "2010 Palestinian militancy campaign to derail peace talks between Netanyahu and Abbas." I need to sort. This quote is a good quote too. Wait. What is the year for this article? Oh, 2010. Okay. Armed struggle. Control F. Armed struggle. Look at this. I don't like this sourcing. This is a poorly written source. Al-Zahar has urged Mahmoud Abbas to immediately pull out of peace talks with Israel, asserting that armed struggle, quote, armed struggle was the only way to deal with the Jewish state, end quote. So I'm assuming that's a quote from Al-Zahar, the leader of Hamas. But then when I click the article, they don't quote him directly. They say, Zahar said that a growing number of Palestinians were now convinced that the armed struggle was the only way to deal with the Jewish state. It's a quote from this article, but that's not necessarily a quote from him. It's a little irritating. Zahar claimed that Arafat's decision to negotiate with Israel was one of the factors leading to his assassination. He said the decision was a grave mistake and a tackle error on Arafat's part. Wait, do people say Arafat was assassinated? Am I missing something? Numerous theories have circulated regarding Arafat's death, with the most prominent being poisoning, possibly polonium, and AIDS-related illnesses as well as liver disease or a platelet disorder. In September 2005, an Israeli AIDS expert claimed that Arafat bore all the symptoms of AIDS based on obtained medical records. An AIDS expert? What does that mean? Sorry, that's mean. Or that's just a weird... Okay. If Israel assassinated Arafat, I'm trying to think of, would they just claim that? I feel like they've got enough reason to assassinate him, but it might look really bad if they're assassinating like the head of the Palestinian world in 2004. Jesus Christ. Attempting to intercept and shoot down private aircraft and commercial airliners on which he was believed to be traveling. The Mossad did this or tried to do that? That would be unhinged. We have the permission to engage in 1982. If you say commercial airliner, that doesn't mean like a private civilian jet. That would mean like a jet, like a plane, like a commercial airliner that other like civilians and random people are flying on, right? Negative, you told the pilot. I repeat, negative on opening fire. Oh, okay, yeah. That would be insane. You don't fire without my okay. Told the pilot, clear. Even if there's a communication problem, if you don't hear my order, he emphasized that part. Hear my order, you don't fire. He's here. He said positive ID. To board the DHC-5 Buffalo with a tail painted blue. DHC-5. Oh, okay. Well, no, hold on. I should be careful. I'm just curious if, would the Mossad have considered shooting down like a civilian airliner with like 150 people? Like with civilians to take out Arafat, or was this like a small like privately chartered civilian plane? I don't know if commercial airline would include that or not. Detail from a Jesus Christ. The photograph was one of several taken by a team of Israeli snipers in position in Beirut as Arafat prepared to evacuate the city. The snipers were ordered to stand down by the Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin, who had promised the U.S. that no harm would be inflicted on Arafat or his retreating forces. A day later, Begin gave American mediators one of the pictures to prove that he had kept his promise. Jesus Christ. It's kind of hardcore. My God. It's not past confirmation coming Ivory though. I don't know. I get the whole story. My God. Imagine sending that picture to fucking Arafat. Also, here's a question. I asked that one Israeli law guy. I started a statement that I knew was kind of not that true, and I'm curious if he would catch me on it, and he absolutely did. And one of the things that I said was like, what did I say? It was something along the lines of like, other states around Israel are relatively stable, and that's why people take a special interest in Israel-Palestine. It was something along those lines. That's absolutely not true, especially because of Syria, which he brought up immediately, which he was right to do. But actually, I'm curious now. Have there been UN resolutions every year, like, criticizing Syria or Assad? Have these happened? Because isn't it like over 300,000 people have died in the Syrian civil war? That might be more people than have died in every single Arab-Israeli conflict from the year 1900 to modern day. I think that might be more than, I think that might be, like, if I had to guess, would it be fair to say less than 150,000 people have died, Arabs and Jews, in every collective Arab-Israeli conflict from 48 onwards? I think. $580,000 have died in the Syrian Civil War. Is that true? Syrian Civil War total casualties. That's neat. There are private aircraft operations, charter aircraft operations, and airline operations. They all have their own distinct rules, safety, etc. Oh, sure. I'm just curious if that counts. Holy shit. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was over 300,000. It's over 500,000. Jesus. How confident are you feeling for the debate? On a fact-based level, I feel very confident. I think it's all just going to be rhetorical maneuvering, but I think that's okay. I feel like my position is very reasonable, but who knows? We'll see. Destiny, seriously speaking, Assad is a brutal dictator, but the death toll of the entire civil war, even the continuance of the civil war, can't really be pinned on just him. He's killed civilians, and the jihadis have killed civilians. Yeah, sure, but I'm just saying that, like, well, what? So for Palestine, Israel, the entire thing can be pinned on Netanyahu? Or the entire thing can be pinned on Israel? He's good at simplifying things or making them sound simple. Oh god, yeah, it reminds me of the oh god. This one.
Hi. So my first question, it says on your Twitter that you're Jewish. Am I getting this right?
No.
Is it the right Twitter?
On my Twitter bio it says I'm Jewish?
No, but like in your tweets. I don't want to be wrong.
I have Jewish background. I'm just trying to think of,
Okay, so as someone with a Jewish background,
yes.
How do you feel about Bernie's plan for Israel, especially as someone concerned with foreign policy?
I love it. It's absolutely necessary. My Jewish values teach me to oppose apartheid.
Okay. Could you elaborate, please?
I mean, there really isn't that much to elaborate on. I mean, has anybody ever been not only to Israel but also to the? Have you been to? Have you been to the West Bank? Have you been to Gaza? Yep. You went to Gaza. Oh, okay, but not to Gaza. Well, I know people who've gone to Gaza. You can definitely go to Gaza. So for me, my politics are built on a base of, economic justice and actually really like anti-racism. In some ways, as distinct from some of this sort of woke stuff in a way. But when I was already, I grew up, I was pretty connected to left politics, so I always knew growing up about the travesty that was the human rights situation there. And I knew that people I admired, like Nelson Mandela said, South Africa's going to not be properly free until the Palestinians are free. In 2006, I believe, I read a piece by a guy named Tony Judt in the New York Review of Books, who was a really important Jewish scholar. And he just said, like, the argument was that, like, literally this is childish. Like, the idea that you have an ethno-state or a religious state, if you're committed to any type of broad-based social, economic equity and civil society, it doesn't work. No matter how justified, right? Of course there's justification because of Jewish history for Israel. There's justification for Kurdistan because of Kurdish reality. There's justification for Pakistan. It's notable that Israel and Pakistan are both disasters. Israel not in the sense of, look, if you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. If you're not, you are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen. And the situation in the West Bank is, it is literally Jim Crow-like. And Gaza is, it's just an atrocity. So that's not something that anybody can reasonably ask me to support. And I understand, yeah, there's some actions from some Palestinian groups that, we can condemn. In fact, those have not even really been in any way seriously in place since like 2003. And when we talk about, look, and the apartheid word specifically is both used by people who were crucial in ending apartheid in South Africa, like Desmond Tutu or Ronnie Kasrils, who served as intelligence minister under Mbeki, who I've interviewed. And the other main people who use the apartheid word are Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak. So it is what it is. And I don't support second-class citizenship and occupation and sieges for anybody, no matter who they are.
Are you not concerned about the binary between either condemning Israel entirely, being like also a stance that a lot of like very strong and notorious anti-Semitic people agree with, versus like seeing this as more of a complex issue where it is wrong what's going on and there's also a way to do this that Israel still exists and is supported?
So it's not a complex issue. That's the big thing. It's super simple. There's one group that has enormous power. It's the most powerful country in the Middle East. It's backed by the United States. It acts on another population of people with total impunity and is never held accountable for anything. So there's no symmetry in the relationship. Period. And just as like a thought experiment, IDW people. If we know that if somehow a population of Jewish refugees ended up in West Bank and Gaza, and an Arabic government in Jerusalem and Tel Aviv had an open-air prison in what Jewish Gaza, which they bombed with white phosphorus, they killed civilians indiscriminately, and they had no provisions for medicine, they had an embargo that blocked food, that electricity wasn't running, that there was an over 48% unemployment rate, life expectancy and malnutrition statistics were horrifying. One of the major policymakers in this hypothetical,
none of those things are true, by the way, but
Arabic Palestinian state said we need to put those Jews on a diet. In the West Bank, there was another Jewish area where there was a little bit more autonomy, but there was regular Arabic settlements where they pulled up the Jewish farmers' foods, they terrorized them with rocks, the security forces broke children's bones, and they couldn't drive their own roads. We'd all have no problem understanding what that was. So
the thing is, the Jews would just leave, which I think is what they basically did with every single fucking country where this happened. They left Russia, they left Yemen, and then they collectively started to leave all of the Arab states because they were like, yeah, fuck this.
There's nothing complex about it. The second part of your question, it's a pure asymmetry relationship. And the question is rights or not. So that's it. It's not complicated. The second part of your question, at this point, there's always going to be crackpots who are anti-Semitic who condemn Israel. That's not what drives the movement, particularly in the United States. You work around most people who are concerned with this issue. It's actually populated with a lot of Jewish people. The real question we have to ask is why is it that AIPAC is hosting an information minister for Slobodan Milosevic? Why is it that there's relationships between the Israeli government and far-right parties in Europe? Why is it that Benjamin Netanyahu's son is posting borderline alt-right memes? Why is it that Israel is an alt-right state, even though it is from the descendants of the victims of one of the greatest crimes in history? That's a serious question, and that's inseparable from the racism of the project, which goes back to the first part that we have to solve. But thank you, shalom. And I am serious about it coming from Jewish values. Like Tony Judd, my reading to the extent I do, which I actually do have some connection to that in a religious sense, it's unacceptable for me. But yeah, no, I know. But it's not complicated.
Good one, based. Oh shit, wait. Do we have any other disagreeers that want to come in real quick? I'm going to take a quick break because I need to go down. So the gym closes at 8 tonight, and then I'll come back and I'll stream more. We're nearing the final. Just preparing this part of the argument. This is my final outline, and then the 29th, we have our debate, and then we're moving on from this, guys, okay? Wait. What was I looking for? 2010... Just curious how many people died in this. It was even that big of a deal. Oh, because I ended up looking at statements. Okay. Drive-by shooting. This killed 1, injured 1 or 2. This killed 4. Killed 0, injured 2. Killed 0, injured 2. And then rocket attacks. How the fuck do you have a coordinated effort of 13 Palestinian militant groups and you do like 4 attacks? Are you guys okay? Are you even trying? Do you think there were more and they just don't list them? Or Tapua Junction stabbing. What the fuck is this? Are you not worried that focusing on 5 to 10 random facts you've ever heard before and can't counter? I feel like that's how a lot of debates are going. Not for this. I know too much about this conflict for a random factoid to just completely throw me off, I think. Hopefully. Who knows? We'll see. Will you be responsive or try to steer the conversation? As long as I'm restating my narratives, I don't care. Okay, so 0, 2, 0, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5. Five injured. Are you another German?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. What's up?
I think there's a little gap in your knowledge about recent history, especially in the West Bank. So what is your view on Palestinian leadership post-2008 with Abbas? Because there's a guy called Salam Fayyad, who was prime minister from 2009 2013, who was pretty loved universally by the West. And I don't really want to make his argument for him. I think it's easier just to watch this 8-minute video instead of taking up your time. He was on a podcast recently with Ezra Klein, where he went over.
Does the PLO president have much power?
I think it's kind of shared power. So at the time, Abbas was president as well. So it was the Abbas Fayyad government.
Okay. What about him?
Let me link it in DGG.
Okay.
Essentially, he worked at like the IMF, and he's a like very respected economist. He's the guy who essentially came in under Arafat in 2002 as the Minister of Finance and like uncovered everything we know today about, the patronage program and how, everything was distributed from the top down, and he basically reversed all of that. So,
okay. Wait, are you linking it in chat or?
Yeah, I linked it in DGG. But yeah, I don't want to take up too much of your time, so just watch that. You can watch that for 8 minutes. I think the whole thing is really informative about his period because it's often underlooked in this time period because you focus on Gaza. But yeah.
Okay. Can you give me what am I supposed to take from this?
I think one of your mistaken views is that there was no Palestinian leadership like ever. You talk about like al-Husseini way back in like the 30s and Arafat in the Oslo period. I think there was a period where there was good Palestinian leadership that could have been emboldened by Israelis at the time.
To be super clear, my statement is that I don't think there has been good Palestinian leadership that represents the Palestinian people that has been able to like negotiate or has been willing to negotiate for peace. That's generally my
thing. This is the good Palestinian leadership
that would have had the support of the people to do these negotiations.
Yeah, I think so, but they were undermined constantly by Israel. So it'll make the case here. Just 8 minutes, at 2x speed, 4 minutes. Go ahead. All right, peace.
Bye.
So this gets then to your theory of state building, which is that by 2009, there have been many failed peace process attempts, right? There's been international meetings, there have been bilateral negotiations, like Abbas Omer. There have been all these efforts. They have come to naught. And so you sort of reverse this idea that instead of waiting for a state recognized and agreed to by Israel and the international community for Palestinians should build what looks like a state. And that will lead to the international recognition and the deal. And so as I understand a lot of your approach here, it actually flips the ordering that had become dominant until that time.
Absolutely, that's fair and accurate way of describing my thought processes and how I approach the issue from the beginning. To what I told you earlier about my own doubt I long harbored about the capacity of the political process, peace process to deliver Palestinian statehood. To be quite candid about it, I always was doubtful about that being able to do it. And that's why I invested a lot in the process of making it happen. Creating it. You just create it, make it happen, build its institutions, project its reality. Let it grow on people as opposed to it happening top down. And then work politically somehow with the international community to impart sovereignty to it. That was really the equation. So it's not surprising, actually. Shortly after we launched that plan of 2009, that the world jumped on it, even though the world was not consulted on it. I mean, a lot of people think that this was concocted up, some kind of really grand conspiracy or grand game plan, agreed with the Americans, with the Europeans, with international financial institutions. None of it. I held the press conference and said, here's our plan. But immediately, the world jumped on it. It had the promise, it has this vision, it has all of these things. But importantly, what many forgot about was the massive, major turnaround in security conditions in the West Bank, insofar as sense of personal security that people had. Main cities of West Bank were kind of no man's land, a state of total lawlessness, total chaos, businesses ransacked and government offices ransacked, people having no sense of personal security, walking streets nighttime or anything like that. Within a matter of short months, was a complete turnaround in that whole operation. It was a very good example of how we can do things. Then conditions improved drastically. And you look at the numbers yourself, and you will see that over a 4-year period, in terms of casualties, of violence, and all of that.
So what was Israel's response to this? Were they delighted? Were they trying to work with you? Were they not?
There are 2 areas I can point to, which were telling of Israel not having been the right state of mind in terms of political system, center of gravity, as I call it, of the political system. And by that time, of course, Israel has shifted to the right relative to where it used to be in the mid-90s. A little bit of very brief rundown of history. Oslo had segregated the West Bank, in particular, to areas A, B, and C. Area A is like urban centers, like cities like Ramallah, Nablus, etc., Jinitul Karm, etc., major urban areas. In Area A, that's where the Palestinian Authority has sole purview over security and administration. Then you have Area B, where security is kind of really shared responsibility. And then Area C, PA has no jurisdiction. In other words, you can't, if you're a security officer, PA, move into Area C without prior coordination with Israel. You can't do that. So that's the lay of the land. And it was excluded by and large from development. Because to build anything, a room, anything, an extension to your own home, you need to get a permit from Israel. And because Israel, by design, wanted Area C out of the equation, would give only very few permits. And a lot is known, has been written about the extent to which they demolished existing structures, and they still do to this day. So that's one real test. And if that state of Palestine is going to emerge and is going to really be fulfilled, minimally speaking, how can the starting point be the West Bank minus 60% of it? I mean, how can this be? It's unreal. Essentially, that's what it really meant. So that's one test. And there was no change in their policy on that, none whatsoever. I mean, I remember, because I would struggle, a lot of my focus was on economic development, really getting the economy to move and all of that sort of thing. And we were hamstrung by those policies, for sure. Nevertheless, we engaged in a cat and mouse game with the Israelis, kind of really building without permit. And I stand constantly accused of being a thief of Jewish land, because they would not allow us to do it. So we just go ahead and do it. Sometimes they demolish, we build again. So that's one area, the other security. Now, Israel was not supposed to, under Oslo, to send its troops to Area A, meaning urban areas. If you know Ramallah, I don't know if you do or not, but in any event, outside of the city, it is a little bit roundabout. In the early Second Intifada days, the Israeli army would come in, but would not cross beyond the roundabout. In the spring of 2002, that was broken. They sent the army into the urban centers to stay for a while, then they disengaged from the cities, but they maintained the practice of in and out raids. That's what they were doing. Now, promise that we stood on. We stood on doctrine of non-violence. I mean, that's important in everything we did. And what is it that I was telling people when I visited the region? I used to spend about half of my time touring the country, going to refugee camps. What was it I was talking about? We stand on non-violence, and we believe in it. It's going to deliver us a state. From my point of view, the most important deliverable on Israel's side would have been to stop the incursions, the military raids into Area A. I would have taken that and kind of made a poster out with it, basically saying, see, we told you. Because the Israelis were on record many times, and to this day they repeat the same story. If there is security, we will not send the troops. But there was a marked improvement in security conditions in those 4 years that I described to you. And this is
He's complaining about incursions into Area A in 2002. I don't know how much violence relating to the Second Intifada was in Area A. I don't know the exact answer for that.
Record then would admit it. My biggest, most important ask of the Israelis, both directly to them and acting through international community, especially the United States, in discussions, meeting after meeting,
He
conferences.
means 2009 onwards? Oh, I thought the incursions he was talking about here were specifically related to 2002. Let me...
Country, gone to refugee camps. What was it I was talking about? We stand on nonviolence and we believe in it. It's going to deliver us a state. And its troops to Area A, meaning urban area. Israelis kind of really building without permit, and I stand constantly accused with being a thief of Jewish land because they would not allow us to do it. So we just go ahead and do it. Sometimes they demolish, we build again. So that's one area. The other is security. Now, Israel was not supposed to, under Oslo, to send its troops to Area A, meaning urban areas. If you know Ramallah, I don't know if you do or not, but in any event, outside of the city, there's a little bit roundabout. In the early Second Intifada days, the Israeli army would come in, but would not cross beyond the roundabout. In the spring of 2002, that was broken. They sent the army into the urban centers to stay for a while, then they disengaged from the cities, but they maintained the practice of in and out raids. That's what they were doing. Now, promise that we stood on, we stood on doctrine of nonviolence. I mean, that's important in everything we did.
Oh, he's just saying that they've maintained these raids, not in all of 2002, but from 2002 to this day. Okay, I think it's what he's...
What is it that I was telling people when I visited the region? I used to spend about half of my time touring country, gone to refugee camps. What was it I was talking about? We stand on nonviolence and we believe in it. It's going to deliver us a state. From my point of view, the most important deliverable on Israel's side would have been to stop the incursions, the military raids into Area A. I would have taken that and kind of made a poster out of it, basically saying, see, we told you. Because the Israelis were on record many times, and to this day they repeat the same story. If there is security, we will not send the troops. But there was a marked improvement in security conditions in those 4 years that I described to you, and this is a matter of record, then would admit it. My biggest, most important ask of the Israelis, both directly to them and acting through international community, especially the United States, in discussions, meeting after meeting, conferences and all, we need for the incursions to stop. Why? Because what defines a state more than where its security services are? Nothing else defines statehood more than having your own security there, not Israel's own security. The message that would have come out of action by Israel on something like this would have been unmistakably understood as meaning Israel sees as an endgame a separate sovereign Palestinian entity. They didn't. They did not even reduce the frequency, and sometimes they would just send the troops just for show voting. There's nothing.
One of the things you'll hear most often on the Israeli side is that it never had a partner for peace, or even a partner. And there are times, I think, where there's some truth to that. But there's also this period where Abbas is president and your prime minister. I think that the view of many, many people is that you were trying to build the kind of state that Israel and the international community had all said, this is what we want, a state that has security cooperation with Israel, that is managing security within the West Bank, that is focusing on economic development, that is committed to nonviolence. And there is a set of things Israel could have done to help make you successful and to help make what you were doing seem legitimate in the eyes of Palestinians, right? Like, if you go this path, we get what we want, or we get some amount of what we want.
Exactly.
And there are things they could do to make you look not successful, right? There's cooperation, but you're getting nothing. This path is not going to lead you anywhere.
Yes.
And it sounds like you're saying they chose the latter.
Yes.
It will not lead you anywhere.
Yes, and the most obvious example of that, of course, which everybody talks about and realizes and recognizes as a key contributor to loss of confidence in the capacity of the framework to deliver Palestinian statehood, was continued settlement expansion. I mean, that's obvious. And administration after administration, Secretary of State after Secretary of State, envoys, Arab countries were making the point to really bring this to an end. It did not. But what not many talked about was this other point about security that I told you. And that would have been a very, very powerful message had they really delivered on that. And they really have to defend their record on this one because they lived up to it up until 2002. But I thought that if we defy the odds, I mean, that process of really working against the odds is something that actually inspires people. And you take risks doing it, but you believe in it. I mean, after all, even if it failed politically, it certainly would be important for us to really embark on a path like that because it leads to empowerment of our own people. And under any scenario, self-empowerment is absolutely essential. That's key. You have to believe in it. You have to do it. So we took that bet, but no delivery. And then the process fell apart.
If Netanyahu had lost rather than won in 2009, do you think it would have been any different?
That's a good question.
Yeah. I'd be curious, and I wish there were like references to exact incursions or exact events where he thinks it was unjustified. I'm curious what those would be. I don't know the level of incursions that the IDF makes into the West Bank or has made from 2002 to present day. I'm not sure, but okay. I'll be back in, I think, again, an hour and a half. Find me your best Palestinian debaters. Wait, fuck. Real quick, Bradiation, what do you got?
Hello. I'll have some real quick. So United Nations Security Council Resolution 242. The first one. It's not legally binding. As is currently held by the court. I've seen you say that a couple of times, like sort of concede that point.
What do you what's your source for that, or why do you believe that?
I mean, it's well known. So UN Security Council resolutions can be acting under either chapter 6 or chapter 7 of
Oh yeah, you're right. Fuck the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So this
Hi.
resolution is at a time where they don't explicitly state it in the resolutions.
Oh, okay.
But it's widely accepted as not being legally binding.
Okay.
There's a minority of people that disagree with that.
Interesting. Okay, gotcha. All right. Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, you said you didn't have much time, but I can...
I mean, I don't have time to like read whole books if that's what you're gonna throw me. But if you've got like tidbits of information or papers or anything else, I can do that. Yeah.
I'm kind of curious about your framing of the IDF, because it seems to me, and Israel as a whole, it seems to me you're sort of taking the position that they're sociopaths, but have only sort of held back by international law.
They are sociopaths held back by international law.
So, like, the only thing that's stopping them from actually, say, probably annexing both West Bank and Gaza and committing more crimes is the whole international community and people watching them, right?
I don't know about committing more crimes, but I would say in regards to taking over Gaza or like annexing more territory, yeah, I would say it's probably just the international community that prevents this, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Why, do you disagree with that, or?
See, sorry, it's 7 in the morning, I haven't slept yet, but I thought your position was a bit stronger regarding other crimes as well, right? Like, the reason why they're not going harder in Gaza right now is because of the international community.
Well, I mean, like, to some extent, I'm just, like, broadly referring to, like, international norms and laws and everything, sure, yeah.
Okay, do you think that... How do you think the operation would change if there wasn't... So the operation in Gaza right now, do you think it would have changed significantly if there wasn't an international community?
I mean, like, if there were no, like, rules of war or law of armed conflict or anything, yeah, they probably would just carpet bomb it and level the fuck out of it, would be my guess. Okay. Insofar as their neighbors would tolerate the military activity, I guess.
But do you think that members of the IDF want to do that?
I think it would depend on what point in history you're asking that question. On October 8th, maybe. Today, probably not, but like in the days following October 7th, maybe, possibly. Oh, Jesus. Hi. Thank you.
Okay. The days following October 7th. I mean, a proper carpet bombing where they just, strike everything?
Maybe not a proper one, but a pretty hardcore one, yeah.
Because, like it seems that... Like, what would that look like?
Hold on, wait. If you're putting me on, like, an exact, like, playbook on what the operation looks like, I don't know what it would look like, but it would be worse than it is now. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I don't think it'll be significantly different. No.
Oh, why not?
Because, like, mostly from what I've seen of the Israeli Defense Force, is that they are broadly similar to how other Western militaries operate and how they think.
Yeah, but don't all the other Western militaries are also hoping to have, like, good standing with the international community as well, right?
Talking to those sort of people, talking to people in, like, places like the Foreign Office and stuff like that, and most members, especially in the higher ranks in Western militaries, no, they do it because they don't want to kill civilians. Like, I mean, there's even simple things like talking to a psychologist the other day who does PTSD for vets. She sort of pointed out that most PTSD is from soldiers who either have or think they've killed civilians, right? That's just one little instance.
Okay.
So, no, yeah, I would disagree with that.
Why do you think Palestinians or, like, Hamas, why do they kill civilians?
Ideology. So, like, I mean, Hamas is Islamist, but it's not necessarily the Islamism that's the problem, right? It's you see similar things in extreme forms of nationalism. I believe was the PLO a secular organization? I think it was.
Yes.
Initially, yeah. Well, I know still now, actually, yeah. but you see it with a lot of those types of nationalist organisations, right? So, of course, the famous ones, the Nazis, so with the Italians, where they prioritise the nation over pretty much any other group, in-group, out-group type stuff. You don't tend to see that in like modern liberal Western nations, right?
Sure, I might believe that. It's probably true. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess if you believe that, then why would you think that like the Israelis would suddenly want to kill people, kill civilians? Because like they see on the news as well the pictures of the dead babies and they don't like it, right?
I don't know how many, at least for right wing or IDF, like active military Israelis. I feel like one of the problems for a lot of Israelis is, especially post October 7th, every time there's like all these big terrorist attacks, I think Israelis get the feeling that everybody in the Gaza Strip wants all of them dead regardless. So it becomes a lot easier to think that like, okay, well, fuck these people.
Okay, that's what you Yanks thought after 9/11, right?
I think it's probably what almost everybody thinks after a big terrorist attack, yeah?
Yeah, but you didn't.
You didn't what?
And like, if anybody, you didn't like just flatten Afghanistan, right?
Yeah, true, but also we're protected by 2 oceans. We don't live right next to these people either, so it's a lot more challenging.
Fair point.
Right?
Yeah. Is there another conflict with a Western nation, sort of like modern history? I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if Ukrainians, because this will probably test our hypotheses, right? Whether Ukrainians would be in favor of, like, if we said you could just strategically bomb Moscow, it will provide no benefit to the, or maybe it would provide benefit to the war, but it would kill a lot of civilians. Would you be in favor of that? No, when you take out benefit, because then you get military necessity.
I feel like there probably, if I had to guess, I feel like there's probably been some dehumanization on the Ukrainian side relating to Russians. That'd be my guess, but I could be wrong on that. But when Ukrainians are like celebrating videos of like soldiers like having grenades dropped on them and watching multiple body parts getting blown off, and it's like lulls and ruffles and stuff, it feels a little dehumanizing.
So definitely dehumanizing, but then there's also the distinction between the lower ranks and the upper ranks, right? I find the upper ranks are more reasonable. But there's a very big difference between killing an adult male soldier and killing civilians, right? Especially women and children are the classic ones.
Yeah, I agree with you. Do you think that this is complicated at all by the fact, though, that like you spoke about ideology for Hamas, and I agree that ideology is a problem right now in this area. The fact that civilians are willing to be suicide bombers or like put themselves on roofs to prevent certain strikes or whatever, that was complained a lot about, I think, in Protective Edge. Do you think that that might influence the way that Israelis view Palestinian civilians, or
yes,
or like the videos of when that one girl was being driven back and all those people in the background were cheering? Like, we've never seen anything like that from Russia, I don't think, not that I'm aware of them like cheering for like dead Ukrainian civilians or anything like that. And even
I did see some of the things from ISIS, but there's no
from ISIS, yeah.
Western nation
and then even from the Russian perspective, they're very careful in the way that they craft their propaganda. They're just killing Nazis, or they're getting rid of like bad Ukrainians and stuff like that. But it's not like a war against like the Ukrainian civilian. Like, that's what Russia tries to craft their narrative as, probably because of what the people could tolerate to some extent, right?
Yeah, well, it's like, I mean, ISIS did launch a lot of attacks against Europe, for instance,
Yep.
right?
Mm-hmm. And it led to Europe having a really negative response towards all Muslims a lot of the time, right?
Yeah, but not like killing civilians. Response, right? This is a very big like gap.
No, you're right. Yeah, it is a big difference for sure. Yeah, I don't know what the rates of like anti-Arab or anti-Muslim violence was across Europe after stuff like Charlie Hebdo, or after 2013, the Syrian refugee crisis, or after ISIS stuff, or like the bombings in London, the truck attack in Sweden. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. But like, especially if you go into the upper ranks of like armed forces, they seem to act more like bureaucrats. But they're not super emotionally invested, especially to the point where they're willing to. Well, I mean, they'll be willing to sacrifice some strategic gains in order to kill civilians, right?
Sure.
Amongst the general staff and whatnot. It just seems kind of absurd to me. And to just grant that into an argument is sort of implicitly saying that, yeah, the Israelis are bad people, but Thank
that's
God
not
we've
what
got
you're saying.
international law.
Sure, yeah, I could push back on that a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's about it. I do want to say I'm really happy about the sort of position you've come to on international law. It's pretty much my position. And it's
What
refreshing.
what is your relationship to everything?
My relationship to everything? I'm not Jewish. I'm an Australian. But this is sort of the area that I'm interested in. Law of Iran conflict, international relations, that type of stuff. From a philosophy background, not so much from a lawyer background.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's nice to see like the whole position of international law is important. It's not a complete farce, but
yeah, I agree.
There's a lot less international law than people think.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's about it.
All right. Well, thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Have fun. Bye. All right. I'll be back in like an hour and a half. Be careful. Find your Palestinian champions, okay? I'll message a few people and see if they want to chat, but I might just read these papers on stream. That's gonna be really boring if I do it, but all right. I love you guys. I'll be back in a bit. Be careful.